What's up, everybody? Good morning. I know it's a little early today, but what's up, guys? Welcome to the Ivy League live stream. If you don't see live at the bottom of your stream, let's start with that. This is not live. This is a pre-recorded or pre-live session. So make sure it is live by checking that. It says live below. Hit the like button for me. Subscribe. That's all we really ask for here. If you want to make any contributions, if we can help you guys make any money today. That link's also in the description if you want to get a hold of me about anything else. You can follow me on Twitter at Ivy League Trades. You can email me as well. We're going to start the stream off by going through a few of the names that sort of popped off last week. Give me just 1 second here. Let me grab my charger. Let me grab my charger and turn this TV down.
Products to certain like that would cover all claimants, including those who develop cancer in the future, as well as claimants who voted to reject J&J's settlement offer. The strategy is expected to face legal challenges. Its last two attempts were rejected after the J&J subsidiary was deemed too financially healthy to qualify for bankruptcy protection. However, the new case was filed in Houston, where the judge is not bound to follow the same legal rationale as the previous judge, who was in New Jersey.
You know how long this has been.
Years.
Going on for years. Because I remember talking about it, and you know how I do use a lot of baby powder.
Yes.
I know that's TMI, but all the way back when Haynes and we were in Englewood Cliffs, and I was out sitting with Faber, we were talking about this, and I said I would never, because it's like it's
more
not
than 15 years ago.
Yeah, it's at least like 25 years ago. I was using cornstarch back then. I wouldn't go near,
Just sending out.
you know, near anything with talc in it because the chemical
Just give me 1 minute,
structure
guys.
was suspect back then. That was when J&J was saying no way there's anything
Well,
to it.
the offers that they've been making have been ratcheting up too. It was something over $6.5 billion, and then last week it was raised to over $8 billion. Was the rumor or the story that was reported in Bloomberg?
You're not. You got your AGL stuff in your
AG1, yeah.
baby powder. Pretty much takes care of everything. You know, gravity, fat, folds, sweat.
Really?
Well, yeah, it dries up. Any of the bad things that happen as you're getting older.
Good to know.
Put it all over. And you don't. That's not something you.
Nope.
So you could get rid of all that other stuff.
There's a lot of images.
Yeah.
You could get rid of all. You could get rid of all that. The only problem is
I
the
don't
bathroom.
sweat, Brent.
The bathroom floor. I get in a lot of trouble. So
Except when I'm talking to you.
Yeah.
We got some more coming up in just a moment right here on Squawk. High-profile tech CEOs meeting with India's Prime Minister in New York. Our Steve Kovac was there and spoke to the top execs from NVIDIA and IBM. We'll bring you that story right after this. And as we head to a break, check out the price of Bitcoin, now up at about $63,500.
Yeah, where is Bitcoin? Where's old Biddy? Where's the old Biddy at? Let's go see. Yeah. So look, guys, we're gonna start with the overall markets. Okay, we'll start with the overall markets. We're gonna get our levels, and what we'll do is we'll go through some of the stocks that are on the screeners, some of the movers, Intel, Nike, and we'll wind down and see what our best setups are. Right now, let's do a quick check-in because I haven't even really checked in to see where the overall markets were. I mean, I kind of knew where they were, but as far as in conjunction with one another, I don't know where our leader and our laggard is. I thought the Dow was starting to give up a little bit, and the Qs were trying to make way. I'm not sure what happened there. Alright, so the QQQ right now is right around that double top high from Friday. Same for the SPY. The SPY is actually a little bit, yeah, it's like right there. The Dow is actually below it. So is IWM our leader? No, the SPY. In my opinion, the SPY is our leader right now. So you guys can see here. See this, what I would call like a double, triple top, your resistance zone from Friday. The SPY's high was actually above that pre-market pivot high. So that must you know what that's telling me? your, at least how I would read that, is this.
Global expected to drive accelerated revenue, growth, cost savings, and global expansion. That's Sandy Gulf November, SGN.
Energy, gold, commodities must be leading today. Damn, look at the week they had. It wasn't a huge week, but just a steady climb higher. Wow, look at that. Nice bear flag. I mean, I was watching it to see if we would reject up here. Let's see. So whoever was a buyer up here, keep an eye on that $74 range for energy or USO. Let me know again. How was your weekend this week? How was your weekend? How are you this morning? Let me know how the stream sounds. Just give me any type of feedback that you can, so that your viewing enjoyment is where it should be. My goal here again is to help us all try to find, put ourselves in the right areas at the market. And, pull the trigger when it deems appropriate, all right? So, last week, I came into the week pretty just, I wasn't in a rush to do anything, and it was actually a really, really, really good week. I came in with, no bias. I was not in a rush to make a trade. Last week, we started off Monday with a QQQ short. All right, just a small trade, risk to reward for a few different reasons. So when you came in Monday, all right, when we came in Monday, let's see here where we at. So Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday, Monday, right here, this pivot high. So we shorted this pivot high right here. You tried to rally, and we knew that, running up into this level, we were watching that 474 because it was support. We broke it, and we noticed if we got another run back up there, that 474 to 474.50 was our target to look for a little bit of resistance. But more importantly, what happened is you got this breakdown, like this bull flag, I guess you could say. The options for a 470, I think it was like a 470, 471, I think. I want to say 470, but the 470s to the 471s, the 470s were, they were 50 cents in the morning. And I'm like, man, even if we pull back to half of the move to the upside, guys, right? Half of this move to the upside. And this is where we got short, was that pre-market. So they were a little bit cheap. They're probably 42 to 45 cents up here, if not closer to, the low 40s. So I said, even if we just get a pullback to VWAP, and we try to make an attempt to test low a day or just pull it back to 472, 471. 471 was our target. At 50 cents, you're gonna charge me 50 cents for a 0.6% move. I'll take it all day long and not worry about whether it gets there or not. And it was in the money. That was a 200% gain. Our second trade came on Tuesday. Walmart short. Okay, Walmart short. Friday, Thursday, Wednesday, Tuesday. Let me turn my alarms off because I'm already up. So we took a short and we said, let's watch to see what happens if Walmart gets back to Monday's low. And we were also watching this level here, but we talked about 80-40 had already tested resistance, right? You broke it and you bounced back into it. So that level was, it was already tested. It was bought back up to it. It couldn't get through it, and sellers stepped in there, and then it broke down. So what would be the next level? Prior day's low. This was another, anywhere from 100 to 250% on this trade here. All right, and then towards the end of the week, which I got to write down as well, we traded GameStop twice. We went long GameStop. We went short GameStop. So last week, big hitters. And what happened was we weren't in a rush. We let the market come to us. All right, that QQQ short. And again, these trades were for different reasons. Walmart had news, right? Had news, brought in some volume. broke below that prior day's low, and we said, hey man, this thing has some room. So again, for the Qs, that was a 50 cent. They charged us 50 cents at 10 o'clock on a Monday morning for just over a 0.5% move. I'm taking it all day long, especially when we're at resistance. All right, and the risk to reward was worth it. We were expecting the downside, but the sole focus of that trade really was the price of the options. There wasn't hardly any premium at all baked into those puts. So that was a nice trade. Last week was a nice week. I did have one small loss. I traded GameStop 3 times. I tried to get short again at the end of the day for a very small position, and I was just like, let me just let this thing go. So we're going to talk about GameStop. We're going to talk about, Nike, Intel, right? And what we're going to do today. So last week was a good week, and I just want to focus on the part of not being in a rush to trade, letting the market come to you. And I'll probably just go ahead and come in with the same mentality today and this week. That's going to be my goal this week. I always like to come in with a goal. So my goal is going to be this week, let the market come to me, and I'm not going to force anything. So it seemed to work last week. And I'm just going to, because I don't really have any clear direction whether we're going to make new highs, and if we do make new highs. The second part, real quick, I know I'm just talking a lot here, but my second part that I want you guys to know what I'm thinking about is valuations. All right, valuations, in my opinion, I want to start going long and short names that have been, let's just say for earnings sake and price sake. All right, I'll give you guys an example. All right, Upstart. Okay, this is a stock, UPST. All right, Upstart. Let's go here. Oh, come on. All right, so this is a stock that had valuations pulled back, and now that growth expansion is starting to pop back up again. Let's pull up another one, AFRM, Affirm. All right, which I haven't done my homework on this one just yet, but these stocks had decent earnings and they're at lows. So I've been doing work, as you guys can see here, on guidance revenue from 2020. From COVID till now, where they were, what they were trading at. You guys can see here, Upstart. They were trading at like 40 times earnings. Let's see here. So 2021, fourth quarter, Upstart reported impressive results. Their GAAP net income shot up $6 million in 2020 to a whopping $135 million. Could you imagine that if you had a business that was doing roughly $6 million and then you just ramped up in a matter of 1 year to $135 million? It's pretty nice. So that's a huge increase in earnings. So therefore the share price doesn't have to, but in due time, when the street gets a hold of it, it should, that stock price should reflect that growth. And then what happens is that growth starts to slow down, like your Nvidia's. Why is Nvidia not at highs, right? For those reasons, that rapid growth period that was priced in is contracting. Okay, so once that contracting happens and it starts to slow down, then you should come into a period. You don't have to, possibly. When is that next growth period? It doesn't even come. So that's what I'm looking at, if that makes sense, right? I'm really going in. Moderna. This is a perfect example of a stock to the opposite side of that trade. A stock that benefited from COVID. Okay, they don't have many other things, in my opinion, in their pipeline. They had the RSV vaccine stuff, but that's not even nearly half of the revenue, or that's not even going to bring in nearly even half, in my opinion, as COVID did. You had the government money. I mean, it was an emergency. It's not even here, the entire world, right? Talk about other countries with their vaccine. So that brought forth what? A lot of growth. And we all know this if you guys are members here. It's the only COVID stock I bought. The only one. I didn't buy Gilead. I didn't buy Regeneron. You know, not that they're not bad. You know, not that Regeneron is not a bad company. So this is a stock that is suffering because the growth is not there anymore. And if you're not growing, you're slowing. And you know, it's there. Where's the value? If there is no value and there is no growth, you know, things are going to get a little. Times are going to get hard. So Moderna is obviously one we're going to continue to keep on the short end, in my opinion. I mean, in my opinion, until something changes. Now, I haven't done a bunch of research on this. Let's go through the news as a matter of fact. And listen, if you guys have any questions, tickers, stocks that you guys want to look at, throw them in the chat. You know, again, I started this platform to be able to, you know, have a place where traders could work together and really take advantage as a team of what the market offers and being able to say, you know, hey guys, I'm seeing this. This has relative strength. This has relative weakness. Here's an idea, and we all work together to be able to bring home the bag. All right. So let's see here. Let's go see what Moderna's done recently. Pfizer advances on its cancer journey. So what's that? Novo. Oh, you know what's funny? Novo Nordisk is actually on my list too. It's so funny that this is up here. 922, 923. And this is another name, right? PFE. PFE has other opportunity, you know, more so than Moderna. But, you know, you're seeing these names get hit because they're not growing it like they were from back in 2020 and back in COVID. So that's kind of what I'm going to be looking for as far as when I go to find something to buy. So I am thinking about buying, you know, possibly names like Upstart, Affirm. I would like to see this next quarter for Upstart. So if you don't really understand and you're new, what I'm saying here is a lot of these stocks that had rapid growth, whether for whatever reason, that growth had slowed down, that they priced in that growth slowing down, and now they start to pick up, and can we get these things at decent valuations? All right, that's what that's where I'm going to be focused on. And I think that's another reason why I'm not too sure about the overall markets. And I think that's also why you're seeing the SPY lead, is because the SPY has a lot of things that the other names don't have, like you know, gold. Okay, gold has been doing really nice. Okay, look at this. This is we've went long this thing a few different times. All right, you have energy. Let's go look at XOM. All right, this is a stage 1 rally. Consolidation, cup and handle here. What's going to happen? I'm actually curious myself to know what happens here. I mean, it could consolidate a lot longer. This is you're going on over a year and a half, almost 2 years. You know what? It's been 2 years since you've been up in this range. All right. UNH started to break out, guys. Stage 1 rally, consolidated 2.5 years. You know, nearly 3 years of a consolidation. And it finally starts to break out, and you got your first pullback. Well, really 1, 2, 3. You know, you did have a pullback here on that breakout. So what I would say is, you know, keep some of these names on your list. Do your homework. I think now more than ever, when you don't have the Fed behind your back and you have oh, thanks. When you don't have the Fed at your back, you're going to have to start doing work. The real world is going to start to step in. The just get long or just get short and hang on isn't, in my opinion, really going to work. It could. I mean, I just want to put that out there to you guys. You guys do what you do with it. I'm not telling you guys what to do. Always check out, you know, the equally weighted. Equally weighted made a new high. You know, it closed at a new high, which is the equally weighted S&P. Okay. So that's where I'm at. All right. I'm going to be watching these valuations. I'm doing my work to see where can I buy things for the long term and where can I look to trade longs, whether it's a news catalyst or, again, the growth factor, right? I just gave you guys a few ideas. Moderna, Pfizer, rapid growth, a bunch of money from the government. That gets priced in. And then what they price in the backside of that, it sells off because that is not there anymore. Now, does it come to a point where, I'm not saying it is, but I feel like a name like Upstart and Affirm, they're at these valuations, and that 40 times growth has been priced out, and the growth, let's see if that growth can start again. Sorry about that. Let me turn these off. I thought I did. All right, so I'm watching Upstart. I'm going to be watching Affirm, and I'm actually probably going to trade these and maybe buy them. All right, I want to start seeing these earnings come in. Each earnings, we're doing better. All right, you can see some nice volume in, so that means the institutions and the overall markets are thinking the same thing. And this stock is it just turned green on the year. All right, so it's up 2% on the year. This could give us a nice run, guys. All right, so it's why I really like this name. There's just something about it that I think this is a good time to buy it. Like Coinbase. Everybody was into crypto, right? The market sells off, Coinbase gets hit with it. Okay? Robinhood. And what happens is, this was your IPO. It sells off after the IPO. And now they're pricing in. It's going with Bitcoin, obviously. But there's that growth factor, too, there, where when people are seeing Bitcoin go, they want to hop in and join. So they price in that future growth. Now, are they expanding the same way they were just a few years ago when Bitcoin was rallying, right? When everybody was there. We'll have to see, okay, with their earnings. So I just wanted to emphasize that for anybody that, kind of didn't know what I meant. So if a stock isn't growing and you're not a value stock, your chances are you're going down. Again, you have to worry about the timing of it, all right? Because things could be good and things could be bad, and that doesn't mean that the market's going to immediately price it in immediately. So there is that timing factor. So that's that. What have we seen? We've seen banks. Banks have been doing very well. All right, rates are starting to pull back now. Are we going to start to be able to put in, start to price in a possible pullback here for names like JP Morgan? Again, guys, hit that like button for me, please. I beg you. Hit the like button, subscribe, all that fun stuff. So what's this going to mean with the dollar and rates for banks? Okay, can lending pick up fast enough to coincide with the amount and, the margins that they were making? Or do things start to get a little bit bad and people are too worried about losing their jobs so they don't borrow as much as they would? I think that is probably more likely if we start to see the labor market tighten up a little bit. All right, so let's do it. Let's go into the news. Let's see what we have going on this morning. Let's go through some of the headlines. We can actually go through some of the top. We'll go through the indexes really quickly. I'm going to use this just for right now. And we actually talked about JP Morgan last week. We're still watching that 215. I'm sorry, 212. But if we get above 212, which I think we are above the 50-day today. So we rejected 212 again. We said if we got above 212, we wanted to look for about a $2 move back to 215. All right, so the SPY. You guys can see here we have this bit of double top here. We have a double top. Let me not forget to write down Nike and some of these other names. We're going to talk about Palantir. There's a lot. We're going to get into a lot here. We have a lot of time. And if you guys, again, have any questions, please don't be scared. Throw it down below. So I would watch this level here, and I would keep that previous high on the SPY on watch. All right, we're pulling back into 565, 566. All right, 566. We're pulling right back into this area. Yeah, I call it 565, 566. It's about $1 wide. All right, we're pulling back into this area. Now, the question is, can we consolidate above here on the SPY and stay above the Fed day? So I'm going to be watching the Fed day. Fed day high, the close, and if we start to slowly take that back. Oh my God. Defining goal of my presidency. A defining goal. He's worried about lowering taxes. So the overall markets, again, the IWM is below the Fed day. It is not below it. It's hanging on. Watch if the IWM starts to give it up, guys. All right, I am curious here if the IWM does start to give up the Fed day. All right, we have a double top happening here. I'm really curious on what the IWM does here, and if this really plays out. There's a pattern here playing out, and I'm not saying it's going to, but I'll be damned if this isn't the same as 2018 to 2019, and how we went into 2020 and the overall markets match back up. I'd be damned if that doesn't look like, you know, a breakout to all-time highs. You get that pullback, consolidation. You try to break out, and then immediately ensues the bear market. There's just a lot of, you know, right here, right? You get that breakout. It tries that bull flag here. Breakout goes into the bear, you know, goes into that little bear market there in 2018 with rates. Consolidate for about a year. You try to push up. You start testing that previous high, right? And what do? You double top at it. Bang. This is literally the same. Rally, consolidate, try to break out, bear market, consolidate for a year and a half. You run back up to those highs, and right there at that support level, right, you get the resistance. That's why I had all these boxes there. So keep an eye on the IWM. I'm going to be watching this level here, and look at this tail that came in on the IWM. Like, look at this. Again, this is just a really quick. Okay, that was from the Fed day, but still, like, look at that. That level there is pretty serious. It does not want to close above and hold it. 220. All right, 220 is a level I'm going to be watching on the IWM. Looks like you had another pullback to it. Let's see if we get a bit of outperformance out of it. It's got a little more room to run right now, but it's a little bit done. A little overdone this morning. Yeah, I actually am going to look for that, guys. I'm actually going to look for... I want to see if the IWM can try to get something going today. It looks good this morning. So if you guys trade futures, you know, honestly, in my opinion, what I would do right now, which I'm kind of, man, I should go transfer some money, but I don't know with them not being open how long it would take to you know, for the wire to clear. But I don't mind this 225 long. I would wait here for a few minutes and look for this pullback. And if you can pull back to Friday's low right here, which I think you already made support, right? You already went up above it, made it support. So maybe you look for pre-market VWAP, pre-market highs. Like I'm eyeing up. I would eye up like 222.40 to 222. I'd say 222.30, 40. Yeah, 40. Leave it at 40. So I'd look for a little bit of a pullback if you can get it. And I would actually like the long on this. So anybody trading futures, I mean, and my target would be 225, 224.50. Taking profits in front of 225. All right. All right. So the SPY. I'm just going to continue to watch this area. You have some resistance here at 570. I tried to get short Thursday up here at these previous highs, and they just decided to do it after hours, which it is what it is. Sometimes that happens. So I'm going to watch for this level again up here. Just take notice to this level on the SPY at 571. There's just a little bit of selling pressure. That was somewhat of our pullback, you know. So let's see if we can extend and go to highs. The question is, what's gonna take you to new highs and hold it? You know, I'm not saying that we can't. All right, I'm not gonna fight the trend. NVIDIA is holding the 50-day right now. It's not like it's breaking down or anything. So keep an eye on. That's what I would do. Is keep my eye on. Man, we don't have nothing here. It just sucks.
October 1st, join CNBC's Evolve in New York City as industry leaders break down AI and how new technology is giving them a competitive edge in business. Register now at cnbcevents.com/evolveai.
568 to 570. You got to get above 570 and hold. If you can turn 570 into support, you know, I've just look at the volume that's starting to step in here Thursday and Friday. Take notice of that. Look at that 15-minute chart. Let's go to a 5-minute. Look at that volume stepping in up there, guys. So be cautious. Don't be scared to use that stuff. All right, if you want confirmation on who's doing what, not necessarily who, but what who is doing, okay, go take a look at the volume. They really started to step in at the end of the day at those new highs. So, you know, I think you get another run up, but me personally, I'm going to be cautiously optimistic, okay? I'm going to be cautiously optimistic here. I just don't know what's going to help take. Like, energy's going to have to rip. So I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I just think maybe Apple takes us there. I don't know. But as long as the bulls can hold us up, and if sellers run out of selling, right? If they don't have anything to sell, it won't take much for the bulls to take back over. All right, so that's the SPY. Right now, I'm going to look to see, you know, if we can get this hourly and 15-minute chart, if we can run it up a little bit. Let's go back and test 570, 571. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I'm going to look for. You got this pivot low here, this area right here at 570. I'm actually going to get rid of this. Let's put a line right here. Hold on. Pivot high. These charts are so ugly. Let's see. Support 568. Alright, I feel like I'm taking too long here. Yeah, guys, 568. 568. All right, 568. This is your more so major level here, down here at 565. But, you know, your slow grind higher is going to be 568. You have a gap fill up here. from Thursday. And that's going to be around like 570. So that's what I keep my eyes on. I'm going to keep my eyes on these levels here. Again, this is just, you know, I want to see us continue to walk it up. You held 568. Let's keep going. I want to see 570 get held. All right, I want to see it hold. But if the market starts looking like, you know, the IWM and then the Dow, they all start giving the Fed day back up, the Fed day's highs, and we can't hold it up here. All right, let's go to the scanners. Let's go first really quickly to the QQQ. All right, let's see here. Oh, that's nice. Hold on here.
Little evidence that recessionary forces are building, or that inflation could surprise to the upside, signals on strength of economy, confusing with GDP.
Remember, Ben Bernanke and everyone else in 2008 said that there wasn't a recession.
Though uncertain how tight, Kashkari said Fed rate path will depend on totality of incoming data.
I like the IWM guys today. I might actually write this idea down.
Kashkari sees end of 2024 Fed
And look for a
4.4%, end of 2025 at 3.4%. Fed's 50 basis point rate cut was the right decision, reflects progress
Oh
on
my gosh.
inflation, softening the labor market. Balance of risks have shifted toward risk of further labor market weakening and higher unemployment. That's the Fed's Kashkari, Minneapolis Fed president.
We already know that it was.
You seem to be very critical of the new CEO, as if it's going back in time. Back in time, take some of the direct-to-consumer piece out of it. This was one of the most innovative, product-centric, fabulous marketing companies in the world. And over time, one of the things that anybody inside Nike or outside Nike will tell you is that, unfortunately, the focus on product and product innovation and all of the component parts of that got lost.
Yeah, all I'll tell you, Andrew, is you can't go back to before. And we keep seeing this with corporations. I think we have what I call broke back boardroom. We keep
So this morning we have NVVE.
we can't quit them. And the issue to me,
I don't know.
business goes forward, culture goes forward. And
Granite Point Mortgage.
at Nike, Donahoe was 4 years into his tenure,
All right, so here we go. So here's some
ready to take the seat.
here's some help, guys.
That to me is a
Here we go. We got what we needed.
So you think it's going to be a short honeymoon period?
I think this is going to be a very
Dude, what a daily chart that is.
and I
Oh my gosh.
organization has
You guys see this?
that if
Huh.
if moved
Be careful.
Nike is going to continue
Please be careful with this thing.
as it tries to figure
This thing just screams take your money. Look at these tails. Like seriously, look at this daily chart on NVVE.
Thank you, Tom. It is now just past 7 a.m.
That's awful.
Squawk Box on CNBC. I'm Adinross.
That is awful. At least give a shit about your company.
A couple of big stories to tell you about. The top
To an extent.
Apollo Global Management has offered to make a
MIND, Mine Technology shares popping to the highs. Michael India, November Delta.
Qualcomm floated a friendly takeover of
Mine
Intel.
Technology
Chipmakers
announcing
Taiwan Semiconductor and Samsung
controller orders. That's Michael India, November Delta.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for the... Yes, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. It helps the stream out a lot. Our goal is to get to 20 likes and 1,000 subscribers. 20 likes in the stream would be awesome.
country as well and held similar talks with officials. And take a look at shares of Constellation Energy, the company receiving upgraded price targets from
SGN shares popping here now after that acquisition announcement. That's Sandy Gulf, November. SGN
3 Mile Island nuclear plant in Pennsylvania in order to sell energy. Microsoft
All right. I'm not going to trade this, guys. Look at the volume. Obviously, sellers are really taking advantage of this price action. Look at the tails. They're just letting them run it up, and they're stuffing it. in our face. SGN is getting a pop here, 40 cents. All right, I might where are we at here? SGN. Hold up. SGN. What is that? 495. 495. That's not even nearly.
That's going to give lawmakers just more time to hash out funding for next year. It also includes $231
Yeah,
billion.
I'm gonna stay away from that. I'll let this thing trade a little bit.
Following that second assassination attempt on Donald Trump. It does not include that measure to require voters to show proof of citizenship, though, and that's going to allow more Democrats to back the bill. Speaker Mike Johnson told his House Republican colleagues in a letter yesterday that while this is not the solution that
All right, so let's go here really quickly. So we talked about the SPY. We talked about the SPY. Talked about the Qs. And the SPY's pulling back again. Again, I want to see 568 hold on the SPY.
We figure out what's happening with the makeup of Congress, and then we do it again, Emily?
That's the plan. I mean, the idea is that lawmakers, they don't want to be worrying about this too much for the month of October.
I mean, that's nice.
They want to be campaigning. The idea is once they get back in November,
They want to be campaigning. So you're saying they don't want to do shit. In other words,
even a number of Republicans, they might want to sort of wait if they're going to
but
say
yet they
Yes, Black Diamond Therapeutics
January,
on that
but at the same
trial
point,
news.
there's serious concerns about things like defense funding and VA funding, where the levels really
now,
can't
Bravo
stay where
Delta
they're at
Tango
right
X-ray,
now. There's a lot of
BDTX.
folks who think that they need to increase.
Well, as long as they are able to campaign and get all their stuff, in order, this can wait.
All right, let me save this really quickly. I'm sorry, guys and girls. Tough crowd today, man. A lot of people tired. Must be. Let's see. Boom, 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 boom.
The start of the trading week. The futures this morning again, barely budging. A little bit of a mixed picture, but Dow futures down only 17 points. Nasdaq futures up by less than 20, and the S&P futures are flat right now. Also later, don't miss our interview with Minneapolis Fed President Neel Kashkari. That's coming up at 8:10 a.m. Eastern Time. He's just out with a new essay this morning saying that he expects another 50 basis point cuts this year. We'll talk to him about why. Stay tuned. You're watching Squawk Box, and this is CNBC.
This one I don't really need to change, but I will. Alright, so we have the Qs there. Keeping an eye on 480. 480 on the Qs. It's continuing to hold. You have a bit of resistance up there at 485. So I would play the range. Alright, until something gives or something breaks.
It will take billions of solar panels to power the world today. AES is making scale like that closer to a reality. Introducing Maximo, our new AI-enabled solar robot, designed and built in America. With Max on the team, AES is transforming how solar farms are constructed.
So right now I'm going to look to be buying the lower end of the range. We're above the Fed day. Really, you could actually look for 477.50 would be another area I'd look for. Let's go to the daily chart.
Safety sensors keep workers protected. Advanced
I mean, you have to ask yourself
AI delivers exact panel placement.
why we're still there. On the daily chart, this looks nice. That's a pullback to that previous high. Can we extend off of it? Watch today, going into tomorrow and Wednesday, if we have trouble trying to extend. I'm not saying we're going to. It's just what I'll be looking for. Do we have trouble trying to extend higher?
Culture at the inception started on my counter at home. Much of my journey through cooking have involved my Latino roots. My first opportunity to celebrate was at Stengel Farmers Market. I really just became
wasn't an easy thing. It's been a long road. The biggest lesson, lean on others when you need the help and the support.
I'm really, really proud of being a Latino and knowing that I and my family own the business.
Let's say you're D in a show, or a game, or the game.
Some pretty serious selling pressure here. Kinda.
Maybe not at work. Point is, at Xfinity, we're constantly engineering new ways to get the entertainment you love to you faster and easier than ever. That's what I do.
If you break 580 and we start the downside target this week is going to be right there at 575. I'm going to keep that. So if you look here on the daily chart, you see how we have this pivot high here. We're above it, and let's see if we can hold it. If we can't hold it, you have room down to 575, 570. All right. Got above it, held. Now we're trying to gap and go. You gapped, pull back. All right, let's do something here. Let's pull back and go. Is PCE going to be it? All right, let's go to some of the news, guys. Let me know if it's your first time here. Let me know how you're doing. Please, if you could, hit the like button, subscribe, all that fun stuff. Going to get right into it. I'm going to start getting my watch list together right now. This morning we have, let me log in. We have ENPH, Google. Were just a couple that I saw as I was starting the stream up. GameStop. Let's go check Twitter. Let's check Twitter here.
I think we were in the camp of 25 just because the last inflation print that we received, there was some stickier inflation in there, particularly when it came to owner's equivalent rents. But 50 basis points, I don't think we should read too much into whether it's 25 or 50. I think it's
Economic calendar today. We'll start with that, but I'm going to go back into what I was saying. Fed Bostic at 8 o'clock. You have 20-year auctions, EU. This came in this morning, this manufacturing PMI flash, and this was actually, this messed with the sterling and a few other things. This was a talk early this morning around 4 o'clock. But today, we do have Chicago Fed National Activity Index, S&P Global Services PMI, 3-month, 6-month bill. You have some Fed speakers. And that's about it. There's not much. We don't really have much this whole week outside of PCE, unemployment, or initial jobless claims, I should say.
But if we look, perhaps going back into July and the data that they had in July and then the revisions to the job reports, it may just simply be that we know that policy does act with a lag. And so looking at some of, not really massive deterioration in the employment backdrop, but some deceleration, just wanting to be ahead of that curve. And I think the other thing that we all have to keep in mind is that the Fed's mandate has nothing really to do with where the stock market is.
Just going through and looking to make sure durable goods, GDP. That's going to be another one. When is that? Is that Wednesday or Thursday? It's
So looking at inflation, if that battle
yeah, that's Thursday.
now it's more
So towards the end of the week is when it's really going to get fun. Earnings this week, you have Costco on Thursday afternoon, BlackBerry Thursday afternoon, Wednesday you have Micron, that's after hours, Cintas Wednesday morning, AutoZone tomorrow morning, KB Homes tomorrow afternoon, tomorrow after night, or after the market closes. And that's about it. Jeffries. Wow. Worthington Steel. Haven't really heard of that. Vail Resorts. Alright. So that's earnings, not much. Let's go look here at the headlines. Let me go to the scanners.
think that inflation, I think you're right. They may be kind of overly aggressive in terms of where they anticipate inflation to be. Maybe it's going to hover around that 2.5%, and that's something that could be sustainable for the near future. But I do think, one of the interesting things and how this is impacting both markets and the economy is we're not talking about deflationary forces.
we're just talking about disinflation. And so all of that price increase that we've seen is actually still there, which kind of goes into, some of the arguments around the K-shaped economy, who's actually experiencing that inflation and what does it mean going forward?
And it's crazy, bro. Listen to this.
Very strong.
Listen to this.
And when you look overall, I mean, this is
Come
kind of
on.
translating it back into what does it mean for your portfolios and talking about deflationary forces, we're just talking about disinflation. And so all of that price increase that we've seen is actually still there,
going up.
which kind of goes into, some of the arguments around the K-shaped economy.
And what she said after that. And I'm like, bro, and here these people stand up, act like everything is okay. And they want to, and Biden and Kamala go out every time these numbers come out, but you don't hear from them when it's not the way they want. But they go out and make it when they have a jobless claim drop or something, and they come out and tout about it. Like, that type of psychology, in and of itself, it speaks so much that they're willing to lie to you, to lie to everyone, and just like absorb whatever goodness to try and trick other people to vote for them. It's so crazy. It is so insane, and it speaks to how, corrupt big government really is, and that they really don't. There's just no fair balance with like just being real up there. Like, hey, these are how things are. We've had a lot of growth since 2008, and I got to be honest, as bad as it may sound, a mild recession probably wouldn't hurt the next generation. All right? Because it comes to a point where these businesses can't keep up. They don't bring in enough income to try to grow the business and then to try to grow everyone's employment or pay. So it's just, what they just said on CNBC was, what she said was absolutely correct. All right. Anyway, so we have Nike. So what do we have here? Let's go to the scanners. So we have this morning again. Keep an eye on some of the, with rates pulling back. Keep an eye on some of the solar names. I'm going to be watching banks. We have Nike. Okay, let's just start with this. Palantir and Dell are going to the S&P today. All right, so Palantir, it was down earlier. All right, today Palantir and Dell, today's their first day. They get put into the S&P 500. All right, we knew about that. Palantir is down just a little bit there. Let me pull up the daily chart. I'm sorry guys, but I hate when I have this daily chart up because it just, or like using this part of Thinkorswim, because my monitor is so big that that I'm streaming, that I'm doing the live stream on, that it's just like, it's so hard to read the chart here. All right, so here's Dell. Now Dell is actually in a good predicament here, in my opinion. I'd have to go back and do the work. It doesn't have earnings for quite some time. 0.8. Let's look here. Let's look here really quickly.
Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts. 19 hotel brands, 6,000 global destinations, one loyalty program.
I'm Tony Steve, digital strategist at AmericanEagle.com. Our clients have complex website and digital marketing needs. Badgley Mishka, a high-end
Full year revenue of $92.2 billion.
reach new customers and increase online sales. We sell digital
Sales 45. Fast forward. Revenue for 2024. 92. Okay, hold on. So it's literally the same. Full year revenue was at 92.2. Fast forward to more recent times, Dell's non-GAAP revenue for 2024 is 92.5 billion, a steady increase over the prior year. Hold up. This isn't giving me really what I was wanting, but that's okay. I was wanting something more like how we had here. Like, that growth is insane, right? For Upstart, going from 6 million to 135 million. That's huge growth. That's huge. It's like NVIDIA numbers there, if not more than NVIDIA. So they've made some advancements in AI. All right, so Dell, you can see why 92 billion in 2020, and they're still sitting at 92 billion, guys. So they're really, in my opinion, hasn't had much growth, and it's focused on hope more than anything else. This sucks. All right. Dell's got a little level up here. I'd put this up here. I'd put it up there at 130. Let's see here. Positive sentiment. China cuts rate into Palantir. Wait, when is this? This is 7 o'clock this morning. Oh shit, man. I wish I could go back. What was I just on? Do you guys remember? Was it Palantir?
But Tim, why don't we start here? What this means? He took a stance against some of the free speech issues that had been pushed forward. What are the latest developments?
Yeah, the judge wants the proper.
I thought it said 20 stocks that are making the moves.
Really kind of surprising, given all the rhetoric in the last few weeks by Elon, just about the strong stand that he was taking. Frankly, a little unclear why now. Perhaps it's because the company's been losing money there. It has been spreading.
Yo, what was I on?
In Brazil, the satellite-based communication network that it has, those accounts being frozen. So seeing some contagion to the companies outside of X that Elon has. But yeah, it took a stand, but now it seems to be backing down.
And I mean, maybe this is just how difficult it is if you're not going to follow rules in foreign countries, especially countries that don't value free speech the way the United States does.
Right. Elon says that X follows the rule of the land where he operates. Here in Brazil, where the X.
All right, I'm just going to keep it.
Saying that the country wasn't following the rule of the law. That's why he was taking this stand. But yeah, getting into this idea, it's hard to stand up against the.
I'm just going to keep it at Palantir, I guess. That sucks, man, because I really wanted to read what it was. Going to give us. All right, so let's see here. This is 9:23 at 7 o'clock this morning. All right, we have Intel, Taiwan Semiconductor, Palantir, Boeing, Microsoft making moves this morning. Intel rising 2.9% pre-market trading. Apollo Global offered to make an investment as much as $5 billion in the chip maker. That was according to Bloomberg. The news follows a report from the Wall Street Journal that said Qualcomm had approached struggling rival chip company in recent days about a takeover. Qualcomm shares were down 0.4%. Intel shares have fallen 57% this year. The company last week said a contact chip manufacturing business will become independent subsidiary, and last month announced a flurry of bad news, including cutting 15,000 jobs, suspending its dividend, issuing disappointing second quarter earnings, and issuing weak guidance. I think Qualcomm would only want that, and really anybody would only want that if they can get it at a reasonable valuation. All right, TSM was up 0.3 following a report from the journal that said the world's largest contract chip manufacturer and Samsung Electronics had discussed building major factories in the United Arab Emirates to help fill future demand for artificial intelligence. Okay, so let's go run over and take a look. Palantir, Boeing, Microsoft.
You've seen in the last few weeks Elon being pretty aggressive in his criticism against government agencies.
433 stock. Okay, so it was downgraded to neutral from a buy
He's been critical of the EPA.
at D.A. Davidson with a price target unchanged at 475.
For their assets. And it's the kind of thing.
We believe competition has largely caught up with Microsoft on the AI front. I doubt it doesn't, which reduces the justification for current premium valuation. Shares of Apple, I mean, I would agree with that, but shares of Apple were up 0.1. The company's iPhone 16 went sale on stores Friday, but without artificial intelligence features. Apple Intelligence Company AI software update will be available in iPhone, iPad, and Mac computers starting next month, according to the company. Earning reports are expected this week from Micron, Costco. We talked about all that. Let's see here. Oh, CarMax as well? CarMax has earnings too?
With a Trump administration or with a Harris administration, the government is in a unique position because they are pretty reliant on SpaceX at this point too. The last Boeing rocket had some problems, and if you look at the turmoil that's taking place at Boeing, where is the government going to turn?
Absolutely, this is one of the kind of conundrums that the government has as it tries to regulate the Elon Inc. World. It's not just space.
This is a nice consolidation. I gotta be honest with you guys. It's a nice consolidation here.
They have with Starlink, the communication network, very
On Palantir.
to Ukraine and its battle with Russia, but really raises concerns about how much power Elon has in various corners of the world.
All right, Tim, thank you very much. A lot to kind of think through, but look, the government's in a position of needing a lot of this stuff too. So we'll see. Thank you.
Coming up, what the Fed's rate decision means for the markets in the second half of the year. That reporter Roger Altman will join us.
They said CarMax, correct?
Speaking to NVIDIA CEO.
Sorry, this is the wrong one.
With India's prime minister, and he also commented on the possibility of a prime minister, and he also commented merger possibility of speculation. The highlights straight ahead. Stockmarket.
In a world of conformity, it's often the innovative that stand out. At FlexJet, we've built a state-of-the-art operations control center with an international fleet of private jets and helicopters. Our red label crews are leading the way in pilot compensation, all supported by one of the world's largest maintenance networks. This is our timeless dedication to you. That's why we're outgrowing the competition 2-1. At FlexJet, you won't just be flown, you'll be moved.
Okay, ready to watch this? 1 second, I gotta finish my laundry. Sure, it's nice. 1 second, I use Rinse. The company that will pick up.
That doesn't sound right at all, guys.
I do not trust other people.
KMX? That's so weird.
For months now, with no issues. Okay, let's watch this. Wait, I'm gonna do my laundry. Better hurry. Done. All scheduled. Sign up for Rinse at rinse.com to get $20 off your first order.
Interactive Brokers pays up to 4.83% on instantly available cash in your brokerage account.
We also have to watch.
Interactive Brokers
Also keep an eye on FedEx. I'm gonna write that down too. So GameStop. All right. So we have enough here. We have plenty. We have plenty of names here. Nike.
the best informed investors choose Interactive Brokers. Take the bull by the horns.
FedEx.
Jim's Top 10, the biggest headlines, earnings reports, and Jim's hot stuff
Baba.
right to your inbox. Sign up now for free at cnbc.com/top
BA.
10.
WMT. Walmart.
Big problems fast. Until now, call 833-LEAF.
Gold. GDX.
I've had terrible flooding problems on my porch. Now I understand why.
Right now, Leaf Filter is offering a free inspection on your schedule. Leaf Filter is a permanent gutter solution, so you never have to worry about costly damage from clogged gutters again.
Call us today and schedule your free inspection. BHVN, Biohaven achieves positive, achieves top-line results. That's Bravo Hotel Victor November, BHBN.
Dizziness and spinning. Take back control with lipoflavonoid.
Havala is my best kept secret.
BCAB and CNTX, BioAlta, and Context Therapeutics announced exclusive worldwide license agreement to develop and commercialize BA3362. That's Charlie November Tango X-ray and Bravo Charlie Alpha Bravo,
Welcome back to
BCAB.
Squawk Box. India's Prime Minister Modi meeting with several tech CEOs Sunday in New York ahead of the General Assembly. The topic,
ELEV, Elevation Oncology, receives FDA Fast Track designation for EO3021 to treat adult patients with advanced or metastatic gastric or gastroesophageal junction cancer expressing coding 18.2. That's Echo Lima Echo Victor.
Every time I've seen him, he is such an
ALRN,
incredible student.
Aileron Therapeutics completes enrollment in cohort 2 of ongoing phase 1b clinical trial evaluating LT1 or LTIO3 in idiopathic.
Let's just listen to this, and I'm looking at the scanner really quickly, guys. Dude, what the hell? Watch some of these names. Like, what is that? Like, you're going to give me the daily chart, but look at that, right to the 200-day. I can't even pull it. Alright. Again, guys, if you guys could help me, please get the likes up, hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't already done so. Come on. Alright, so that's we're gonna look at Nike, FedEx, Intel, Boeing. Boeing's actually putting in a wedge here. And let's see, EMPH just pivot high. Boom. Just give me 1 second here. This is another stock that I think if they can start to ramp things back up, again, you're going to have to get the timing down, but these are the stocks that I'm going to look at. Valuations are down. That free money that everybody was getting isn't there. I don't know why these things were up the way they were. I don't know if it was just because of rates and on hopes and dreams, but names like Upstart and Affirm are actually showing you that when their valuations pulled back a little bit, now they're at a point where they're on that growth they're back on the path to growth, right? So the market's going to start pricing it in. All right, I really want to be keen on that because I'm telling you guys, you don't have the Fed at your back, and I really think that that's where our opportunity is going to be outside of the news that we get. All right. So, let me take this up a little bit. So we talked about the SPY, the Qs. Now it's time to get our watch list going here. Just give me 1 second here. Thank you guys so much for getting the likes up. I appreciate it. I do. I really do. I really want to do a good job for you guys. And even, just being able for all of us to work together as a team. Whether it's news or you see something as a good setup. So, Apple last week was on a tear. It's just been really strong. When this thing goes, it goes. It did also reject previous highs up here. Alright, it rejected previous highs. So, you tried to run up and close above 230. You could not close above 230. So, I'd still be watching 230. As my either see support, resistance, pull it back. This thing can be so like sporadic, right? Like there's no real. You're gonna have to use like whatever area you're looking at. You're gonna have to use it as an area. Like 228. Right, if we break 228, then you have to know that look at that 227.20 still held, and then it just ripped up from there. So you're going to have to give it a little area, but this was a name that is at highs. It's one of the only mega cap tech names outside of Meta that's at highs. Let me see here. Yeah, this is a pretty major level right here.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Joining
checks Alterity Therapeutics to deliver multiple oral and poster presentations at International Congress of Parkinson's Disease and Movement Disorders. That is
Let's go look at.
Alpha Tango Hotel.
Let's go pull up Nike. All right, so here's Nike. JP Morgan adjusted the price target from 80 to 83. And I will say this too, guys. If you guys have any questions, tickers, or anything, feel free to ask me. Don't be shy. So you have an upgrade here from JP Morgan. Jeff Bezos backed Perplexity AI in discussion with Marriott and Nike as it prepares to challenge Google's dominance. What the hell does Nike have to do with that shit? What do they know about tech? Oh yeah, he'll love Nike and left it. Now he's back. That's why you had the CEO mix up there. So there was two pieces of news I could have swore, right? I forget when it came. Can't remember. But it was this gap up here. Nike's had a few different catalysts lately. All right, so right now it's a little bit overdone. Let's talk about what we have. We have Nike at this major level here on the daily chart. You guys can see here resistance, support. COVID breaks it. We get back above it, and it's this whole area at $93 has been support. So I am watching for moves back up into that area.
Or you think it's still such a jump ball that has almost nothing to do with it? I think it's mostly the latter. I don't think
85. 85 is our level, guys. I would watch 85, and if 85 can continue to hold, which so far it's doing a good job. And in my opinion, I don't know. I mean, see, this sucks because I don't think the market's going to give us the opportunity, but this would be a perfect long in my opinion, because this is where you want to take it because your risk to reward is really worth it. I mean, you could give this thing, $1, $1.50, give it to like 83.50, 83.75, to know that you're wrong, because I'm looking at this level right here on Nike, right here, this 83 level or 84. I'm sorry, 84. But
the fiscal trajectory of the United States. The market's paying no attention to it, and at some point, and it could be 2, 3, 4 years from now, I don't know, it will pay attention.
So 83.70.
Different question. We were talking earlier. This is maybe a curveball of sorts. We were talking about.
Okay, so that is that previous high.
60 Minutes, and she was asked whether her policies, Lena Khan's efforts at the FTC, were stifling the U.S. economy and what could actually create some kind of damage. And yet you were just talking about how the stock market is doing as well as it has.
I don't know about those numbers, Roger.
So my question, where are you going with that, Joe?
I just don't know about those numbers. We're up almost 20%. In 1995, the market was up 35%. How are we going to get to? I believe, I think I'm right, that if you.
All right.
October, take the.
Oh, that's because there is no. All right, so here we go. Just wanted to make sure.
For the S&P 500 since 1960, we're up 19.5, and in 95 we were up 35%. So there's no way we'll check this last.
All right, so we've retested the target on this is going to be about 90 to 95, but 90 is going to be our target. We ran up, we tested it, and we've pulled back. What's up, Harry? So let's, I'm going to use 85, 85.25. If you want, the real resistance zone, in my opinion, is 84. I think it's 84. I think it's that level right there. I think that is your major. This would be your bigger level. I would worry about this level more so. This is really your resistance. Look, 1, 2, 3, 4. Tried to get above it, failed. 5. got above it, held it, tried to bounce off, failed again. 6, 7. So there's 7 times that you hit there at $84. We're holding this previous pivot high. So what I could do, because it's holding, you know, it held Friday. It's going back down to test it now. I would really, how do I say this? What is that, 85? There's your 4 hour. Sorry for all the clicking. I just want to go through some time frames here. Bro, what is going on? Oh, it's because of the stock. Because of Nike. Let me pull this back here.
Crazy, but I don't think they're having a big effect on the economy or the markets, no.
I'm glad Roger's bullish, because if we'd have to, we're up just
All
under
right.
20% now.
So,
In 19 years, we were up over 20%.
dude, come on. Like,
If we do get up,
this chart is so weird, so it makes it like, it doesn't, I don't like the way it looks.
that's what it would take to be the best since 19. I don't know
If 85 breaks, I think you still got to give it to that $84, $83.90, around 84. Really, 84 is your level to hold. And I think if we could get it, I still would like to try to get long Nike going like early, like in the morning. Oh my God, it did it again. Did it again.
And we were also talking about the CHIPS Act and government subsidies that have gone to Intel and whether an Apollo.
So that's the 2 levels I'm watching. Is 84 as the main level from a previous high, and 84 and 85. The upside targets again for this are going to be $90. All right, it's going to be $90. Sorry, I had to fix that. So we bounced and we held 85 Friday. So let's see what happens if Nike does break 85 here, which I think it can. And let's see if we can hold 84. And if we hold 84, we have a move. At least we would have a gap to at least Friday's close, Friday's VWAP, which would take us back up to like 86, like 86.50. All right, 86.50 to 87. We'll see though. You can't rule out. Friday held this level. So that's Nike right there. 82. Another nice level down there at $80. Just gonna watch it again. We still have a lot of time before this market opens up, but just want you guys to mainly focus on the major level, which is this $90. All right, so we pulled back, tested the prior highs on the daily chart, which is $84, $85. You can see that wick off of 85. And you also have the 100-day moving average right there at 84. So you know what? Maybe we do test 84 today. So 2 things I would do. Either if we open up and we are back up to like 87, I would probably look for the short at 87 if we open up. Like if we can open up around like 87 or so up in this area, then I would probably look for a pullback to try to squeak out $84 if we don't test it pre-market. You know what I'm saying? If we end up just doing something like this and we are, at 85 towards the open and then it runs, I will probably wait and try to take a short up here and just try to get that $84 because you're going to have your 100-day moving average. If that 84 pullback would also start to raise and start to crank that 50 and 20-day moving average up on the daily chart. So that's kind of what I would look for. All right, that's kind of what I'd look for. Yes, that's next. Yep, I'm going to do that as well. I'm going to do that right now. So you guys can see that 84, 85. Let's watch. Let me write that down really quickly, and then we're going to do Intel. Let me just do one thing here. So here's the daily chart. 100 day is there at $84.
One stock to buy now to take advantage of the massive shift to come. It's
84.
100% free.
Let's go 4 hour.
Website below now to get the full details. As you'll see, the clock is already ticking.
It's at 62.
Teamed up with one of the top independent financial analysts in the country, Brett Eversole. Over the last 14 years, Brett has helped
130, 30 minute.
57 winning stocks.
Damn, that hourly chart, man. Fuck.
Shed light on what's really happening in the financial markets.
That's what I think's going to happen, guys. I think you double bottom here.
Free of charge.
And I think you're going to bounce from here. And that bounce is going to fade. And then it's just going to I think you still see that pull back to 84. That 84 is a good spot to get long, in my opinion, if we can get it. And of course, you want to make sure you have the markets at your back as well. All right, make sure we have the markets at our backs. All right, let's go to Intel. And don't let me forget GameStop. I'm trying to write all this stuff down in my notes. GameStop was a big winner for us Friday. We traded it 3 different times. We went long, we went short, and then I tried to short again just to see if I could squeak out, some people taking profits at the end of the day going into the weekend. I never got it. It held to 20 days, so it's all good. Okay, so Intel. Wow, it gapped up above 22. Okay, cool. Oh, man. Let's see. Let's see this. Here's the thing. All right, remember this morning I was talking about valuations and how some, the majority of valuations, like NVIDIA is the perfect example. NVIDIA and Moderna are the two ones to give. Moderna does not have COVID anymore. It does not have the government money. It does not have the income and revenue that it had in 2020 to 2021 that it does now. NVIDIA had huge growth, right? Huge growth, and now it's like that growth is starting to top out. It is not expanding as much as it was. So Intel, sure, hasn't been doing much, but is it at a place where it makes sense? All right? Could it make sense? I think it could. And I think that's why you're seeing the gap up. The target upside for this is going to be $25, $24.80. All right, you're going to see this pivot low here. Boom, boom, boom. That is $25. You have the 50-day and 100-day coming in there. I would just watch your 50-day moving average. Here's the thing. You have to be... Let's look at... See, here's the thing, guys. They canceled their dividend. They're getting rid of people, so that's going to help save some money. Yes, we know about the rate. So you also, guys, remember this when people try to, let's just say Qualicon, when they try to do takeovers, you have to remember the FTC and whether they let it happen or not, which is crazy. Right, you have a company, the government can tell you that you can or cannot sell your business, which in my opinion is actually kind of crazy. I get why they do it, but it still is crazy. So when they say you live in a free country, that just point them. That's just one of the directions you can point them to. What the fuck happened there? Why are my charts like this?
Electric announced tax credit transfer agreements that Kilo Michael Bravo, KMB.
Even over-the-counter items. And whatever you don't spend gets carried over to the next month. Plus, with the Humana Medicare Advantage dual eligible special needs plan,
that's so weird.
Benefits. All of these plans include dental coverage with 2 free cleanings a year.
All right. All right, so let's go look at the time frames really quickly. I'm sorry, I gotta hurry up, guys. I'm sorry, I know I'm going too slow. Let's see if this holds. I think if Intel holds $22, this looks like you could get another shot back up there to $23, $24. Really, I'd say 23 to 23.50, because when you open up, that 50-day should pull back a little bit. Should pull back a little bit. Oh, damn. Nah, hold on. That's crazy. I feel like P. Diddy getting to this thing, right? Like, it's like, this is like a Puff Daddy to Justin Bieber, right? Just way too excited. Like things are going to end badly. This is actually a little bit shady. I would look for the short. In my opinion, what I'm going to do is 23, 23.50. I'll probably look to get short up here. I'm going to look to get short up here. Like if we make it up into this area, 23, 23.50, I'll probably get short. It's probably what I'm going to do. I think it's a bit overdone. So Novo Nordisk CEO at the hot seat. Bro, this was on my list. I was actually thinking about getting short Novo Nordisk, guys. For the very reason of what we've been talking about, you know, a lot of these names like Novo Nordisk, right? They've been making really good money with Ozempic. They've been allowing insurers, this, that, and the third. But look what you have. You have a Head and Shoulders, and it's starting to feel like that growth is kind of contracting and not expanding in the manner that it was. EPS of $1.38, $1.61.5, $1.73. Okay. It's a pill that took 12 years to develop for billions of dollars. Bernie can't understand why a manufacturer doesn't charge. 270. Yeah, that's. So that's a big jump there from 2022 into 2023. So for most of recent quarter ending June 30th, 2024, Novo Nordisk has achieved EPS of 65 cents, showing a 2.86 increase year over year instead of that $1.65, $1.73 to $2.70. Revenue, they're optimistic about their growth in 2023. Revised the sales growth guidance to 24 to 30%. And operating profits expected to grow 28 to 34. While only have the exact revenue figures for 2024, yet the company issued guidance between 40 and 42.6 billion for the year compared to the consensus estimate. Major player to global healthcare. Their consistent EPS growth and positive revenue outlook demonstrates their
so they get a better rebate, of which they take a percent. That's going to drive up the cost for the people who don't have the insurance or don't have the kind of... The net price ends up being lower to the patient, but the list price is still really high. Now, that's not the...
So, let's see. Novo Nordisk forecast to grow earnings revenue by 14 to 13.3%. Annually, respectively, EPS is expected to grow by 15%. Alright, so it's not growing as much. Growing, but it's not growing as much.
He's going to say that it's a cost to develop, it's a cost to manufacture, it's a cost to deliver,
Alright.
and etc.
So you guys can see here this daily chart, guys. This looks really good in my opinion. Like, I'm really going to keep my eyes on this stock. You have a possible Head and Shoulders here. And if we bounce back and it feels like we cannot get back above 135, I'm going to be looking to get short. All right, we talked about Nike. We talked about Intel. Let me see here.
They passed it out of the House. The bills are a little different. Now, right now, I'm not sure the House is going to take up that reconciled version. I wish they would. I do think we could pass something to address it, and if we don't pass it this Congress, we'll pass it next Congress.
we want to import the price controls that we see in the rest of
Eli Lilly. That's what I'm trying to get at is like I'm starting to build that. The thing is we got to check the timing for those. I just went back to Nike really quick because I wanted to write this down. I didn't write it down on my paper. Let's see here. So 85, we said a bounce back. We said a bounce back to 87. Support, tried to get above it, broke it, turned it into resistance.
But if the average of Germany, France, and England was $100, maybe we'd pay 150, but we wouldn't pay 500. But we still have to understand
Support, so 87.
if this is the list price, sky high.
How do I do this? I guess I'm gonna say
The net price ends up being far lower. I'm not saying it's a good system, but I'm saying typically the patient is paying less.
because I'm trying to figure out where like I don't want to miss this trade up. I don't want to mess it up. Support. We're still holding. Try to rally. So I'm just going to write down 87. It's really like 86.
Cheaper drug, a cheaper insulin, for example, they request to have the higher list price because then they get the bigger rebate.
And they're owned by the insurance companies at this point.
And they're owned by the insurance company, which is a vertical integration. So
I'm going to say 87. Give me 87.
I think.
We've had Dr. Scott Gottlieb on talking about
1,
some of the
2,
provisions
3.
in the Inflation Reduction Act for Medicare being able to negotiate, and they hike the numbers of how much they're getting off. Are you up to speed on it? Supposedly the discounted price is nowhere near the ones they're using to say that we've cut it by 30%. It was actually much cheaper because of discounts before that.
All right, I got it, guys. Sorry about that. Again, sorry about that. So yeah, rally, pulls back, support. So 87. I want to say keep an eye out for that previous high at 88, but we got to get to 87 before we get to 88. So yeah, I'll keep that there. Trade line, depending on where we're going to open up today. Boom, 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 boom. Where are we at? 85.49. So you can see we're down below 85.49. No, wait, hold on. So we're right at previous lows, 85.49. So we're right there. So we will be below trade line and VWAP if we open up down here. So I like that. 86.50 to 87 rejections. Look for a wick. And if you don't know what I'm saying is on the 15-minute time frame, we would open up and look for that trade line to be the entry point, right? And if we get up, like if we bounce to the trade line from Friday, which is right here at 86, if you bounce up to that area, when you open up without, pre-market after hours, that would be the entry point. See if we can reject Friday's VWAP and trade line to be an entry point for, an entry. And then, if we can get that pullback, and as we get away from it, we take some profits. For anybody that is not understanding why, again, I don't know who's watching and who's not, so just want to make sure everybody's, somewhat clear. And that's how you consistently stay profitable, right? When you get paid, you take it. You start extending away from VWAP and moving averages, the farther you extend away from them, standard to 2 standard deviations, you want to take your money. If you get paid, take it. Manage your risk. You can stick to your targets, but if you don't have enough shares to be able to piece it off and give it time, and it also comes down to the actual trade idea itself too. All right, so Eli Lilly, which we can speak on, but let's go talk about some of the stuff that's been in the news lately. All right, so Nike, we talked about Intel. Let's go back to Intel. We looked at this. Sorry, I had to go back. So daily. All right, so we had the 50-day moving. So we gapped up above this area here that we've rejected. You've had tails every time we got above $22. You got rejected back below it every time. All right, every time. And I think that this time is going to be the same. I don't think this is no different. Sure, that money's going to help, but you got a little bit of a cup and handle here. But look how you had an increase in volume on the handle. You don't want that. So this could be a sign of a failed attempt higher. Let's see, 4. Let's go to our hourly chart. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna look for that 23. I'm gonna look to get short. They'll probably take this trade away from us if I'm honest with you guys. Unless you can get short pre-market, this thing's gonna be taken. I think it's gonna be taken. It's at $23.
Migraine gets worse when I drink a lot of coffee.
But then sex immediately takes care of it. Is that what you?
I have a big pile of antacids in my office, and I just pop antacids.
Pop the antidote.
But by the way, Joe, you've lost.
Dude, they're talking about some crazy shit on CNBC. 23. If you get an opportunity there. On Intel, I want to get short, guys. I want to get short Intel today. I do. At least to get a pullback to like 22, and maybe we could get $21. This was a nice support level. Pulled back to the 20-day. You bounced off of it with that news on Friday about some money or whatever. I think this was the Qualcomm news this day, towards the end of the day there. It pulls back, so yeah, guys, that's what I'm gonna do. We have to see again. We still have 2 hours. I just think any opportunity we look for a fade. I'm gonna look to try to take this thing back down to $21, even if it takes a few days. I could be wrong, but 21.50 to 21 is going to be my target. Resistance. All right, yeah. So check this out, right? See how you have support, get up above it. Where did you pull into? 21 support, pull into 21 support, breaks below it, reclaims it, rejects it right there, right here. Look at that right there, right? And what happened? Look at that, right? Rejection. So the last time you were at 21, you had sellers. Sellers came in there and sold it off. Then it got above it, and you have not been back to test $21. So I would consider Intel 21 to be a nice short. Yeah, look at this. I'm sure you might have wicked it on the 1 minute, but you haven't been back to 21 to actually pull back, hold that level, turn those sellers that are here into buyers. So I'm going to target 21 over the course of a few days or so. All right, that's going to be INTC pullbacks off of the 50-day, $23 and that 50-day moving average. I'm going to look for pullbacks to 21. You know, take your money as you get it. That's what I'm going to look for. Again, you have to remember this thing, if they're laying people off, if they are getting some money, so that means that they're saving money in a way. They cut out the dividend, so you're fighting two things here, right? Which is the company is at a valuation that is at a distraught valuation. They have a balance sheet. It's like they have $90 billion in revenue, so it's not like they don't have money coming in. Their stock price is hit, and they're laying people off, so they are saving money. Like, does it make sense to buy it here? That's the question. All right, that's the question. I don't know. That's the work you'd have to do. You know? The only thing I will say is that every other semiconductor is up at highs, but this one isn't. You know what I'm saying? So, I know they have a lot of debt. I know they have a few different things going on. I just don't... That's something you'll have to figure out. I don't know. I don't have the time to do it. Boeing's going through stuff. Baba, let's talk about FedEx really quickly. And if you guys have any tickers and stuff like that. AAP, what is that? AAP, what is this? AutoZone, Auto Parts, they do have earnings. Yeah, we can. Let me go to FDX real quick. All right. So Thursday, let's see what happened here. Apple. Let me see something really quickly. Where are we at? I didn't click it. CVX.
was supposed to make of that?
HON, Honeywell.
I think the first thing, honestly, Andrew, is that observation that this is not a cheap market, and it seems as if there are not very large opportunities of well-valued companies that, you know, Berkshire Hathaway feels as if they can.
I'm just looking around real quick at the scanners and stuff, and I will say, guys, if you don't know, Palantir and Dell are going into the S&P 500 today. Thank you guys for getting the likes up. I'm trying to get to 20 likes. I haven't gotten there yet, so that's my goal, is to get 20 likes this stream. Okay, Loop Capital maintains a hold on FedEx, lowers price target to 228. Just Loop Capital, just price target Wall Street mostly positive. I'm just looking through here. Novo Nordisk, Chewy, and FedEx are among the top 10 large cap losers last week, 15th to the 21st. Bears, Palantir, Walmart. We shorted Walmart last week. That was a huge trade. Let's see here. What day was this? It's like nothing. Oh, it was earnings. Oh, shit. Okay. And why isn't it on here? That's crazy. Alright. They don't even have the earnings on there. That's weird. Alright, whatever.
AIMD, INOS to initiate Taiwan clinical study of Eldona to treat Sjogren's syndrome.
Alright, so it's up at highs. Alright, so here we go. I already did this. Alright.
AIMD.
I think FedEx, honestly, this level here, that's your previous highs, and you broke it. What is that, 260?
GHSI, Guardian Health,
260, broke it.
announced the termination of its president and CEO, Janet Hall.
Look at that head and shoulders, inverse head and shoulders.
And CEO prior to October 17th at Scuffle Hotel, Sandy, India, GHSI.
So this thing actually might go negative on the year, guys. Oh, look at that. I don't even have... Oh my gosh. Remove. So there's an old 50-day bar that I had there with FedEx. Good thing I found that. That's so weird. Sorry I'm taking so long, guys. Let me hurry up. My fault. Okay, so right now, FedEx was... Where's it at? 255 right now? So it is officially... Damn. Right now, you're sitting at 1.5% green on the year. Wonder what happens to this thing if it goes red for the first time on the year. So, 255. I think we got to look for bounce backs if we can. I do. I would look for bounce backs to 260. Oh, it already did do it. Look at that. It already did it. Shit.
The moment I met him, I knew he was my soulmate. Soulmate? Why do you need me? But then we switched to T-Mobile 5G home internet.
All right. I'm not really even probably going to watch this. This isn't one on my board, but I would look. You'd probably get a move. I'd look for a move.
Proposing to offer $700 million in senior secured notes. That's letter W. It's like a lot about me. AMRX, Amnio
It's a pain in the ass.
Crexont to treat Parkinson's disease.
I don't know. I don't even like the chart. I got to be honest with you guys. I don't even like the chart.
That's Alpha Michael Romeo X-ray.
You know, maybe you could get a move down to 240, but I would want to bounce back to 260, 268. All right, I'd like a bounce back to 260 and or the 200-day moving average for a short. Like, I'd have to wait for that bounce back to get short on FedEx. And again, they had earnings here.
The Fed's 50 basis point rate cut last week and much more is Neil Kashkari. He is the president
Yeah, look for 250 could be a target today if it continues to the downside. It's all up to. It's not. It's flat right now, so let's get off of that. All right, what else do we have in here? Palantir. I wouldn't short Palantir. I wouldn't even think about doing that just yet. So Palantir's daily chart, if you go back, this has the same setup as Meta's IPO. All right, so if I pull this up, all right, and Meta ripped, and you're getting it out of Palantir. If I go here, we talked about this a couple months ago. It was like a month or two ago. Like, I've brought it up on the stream a few times. Look at this. See how you get this? Oh, it's not. Get this sell-off here. Sell-off. Get the consolidation. Get the bounce. Consolidation. Bounce. Am I on a weekly? Weekly. What year is this? 2012. Consolidate. Consolidate. Boom. And look, you guys see here. So if I draw this level right here on Palantir, right? And here is that level on Meta, right? That previous high right there. Right? Consolidate, rally, hold above the IPO price. It just has the same setup here. I'd have to go to a daily chart. Pull back, it held it. You just like this area right here. Right? Boom. Boom. You hit it. And you tested it, right? Kind of like a double top there. Pulls back. Pulls back. It's just, see how it's extended? Right? I just can't. I can't not forget Meta's IPO in the same way that Palantir is setting up in kind of the same manner, in my opinion. So I wouldn't, I wouldn't. I would wait to short Palantir when the market is pulling back. Do you know what I'm saying? It could be, but you just, like, here's the thing. When you have a bunch of money flowing from the fact that the labor market's kind of tight and, it's mandatory for fund managers to put money to work, your Vanguards, your retirement accounts, your investors. The fact that it just gets indicted to the S&P brings along buyers that way that they can perform, as the S&P is your kind of your base, your that's what you would compare your performance to if you do better or worse than the S&P. But I would wait for the market. Now, I agree with you, but here's the thing is you have to time it. This thing could just consolidate here, right? And if you haven't watched some of these Palantir videos on YouTube, I would. They're going into airplanes. They're going into, they're doing all kinds of stuff that I don't know if a lot of people know about. I talked about a few of them, and we actually watched a couple of the videos, how they're going to help the airline industry save money. So they're doing a lot of things. I would just wait for the market to start to pull back, which would then give you, you know what I'm saying, you'll have the market at your back. I wouldn't try to short in front of strength. Like, look at this volume. Look at the volume. And just because it's overvalued, the premium can get higher. You're just going to have people that, you're going to have individuals that want to track the S&P that buy it to track the S&P. Right? So I think, in my opinion, you have to wait. I think doing it here, sure, you could be right. You could get this thing back down to $34, but it just, when something is in a trend like this, I wouldn't fight it. And it's giving you the volume and everything else that you need that says, like, you haven't had a bit of selling pressure come in more than the buying. Like up in this like weekly 500,000, 0.75, like just under 1 billion shares. You haven't had that yet. So, institutions aren't showing us that they're ready to short it. So why would we do it? Friday volume for Palantir seems too high. It's that one. It's that one wick. It looks like there. You know what? If you want to look for like an intraday trade short, this could be it. This is a nice range. This is a beautiful range right here. I would look at 37 to like 37.25. If you get it. It might start turning around right now. It's got a little more room higher. I think it might pull back. Like today, what I would do, I would play this like this, right? Look for a pullback down here to like 36.60. Then I'd look for a long off the bell to shoot up to that 37.25 area. Boom. And boom. Like for the first half of the day, I would look for a move higher. Look for it to pull back, hold, and look for a move higher to test the top end of that range today. That's what I would look for. That's how I would trade that. And then what you do up there is completely up to you guys. Let's look at... I got to bring up some of the news, guys. Let's go look at upgrades, downgrades. Okay, here we go. All right, so here we go. Pinterest was the other one. I knew there was one I was forgetting. All right. Tesla has an event coming up. That FDS event coming up here in October. We were talking about a couple weeks ago how we were going to see if we could catch a run-up on Tesla into that meeting through the month of August and September. It's happening. It's just you'd have to swing trade the idea. It was like, seeing if we could get long in front of the meeting or in front of that event and see if we could capitalize on, a run-up into the event. And whether it rallies from the event or sells off in the event, that's, But that was the idea, and it seems to be working. All right, so Intel we talked about. Talked about watching that 50-day and that $23 level. See if we can get a pullback back to $21, $22. Sienna Network software maker added more than 4% after a double upgrade from Citi. Sienna. Let's see, in the broader telecommunications cable industry, the bank sees bookings growth heading into next year. Keep this one on your list. Let's look at it. Where's it at on the chart? CIEN. Let's look at the daily chart really quick. So this is kind of what I'm talking about here. Like this looks to be a name that says that they're going to have some growth coming. Like you see the selling pressure that's here. Like look at the volume here on this daily chart. Look at that volume. Look at this volume. So that's kind of an inclination on what institutional money thinks about it. All right, even here. So they're coming in and selling the hell out of this thing when it gets to the top end of the range. All right, so I'm going to ignore this one, but Constellation Energy, the nuclear energy provider, gained about 3% after Morgan Stanley hiked its 12-month price target, implying 23% upside. The investment bank believes Constellation plans to restart the 3 Mile Island nuclear plant in Pennsylvania to meet demands for power from Microsoft data centers, position it for further growth. Yeah, so we need to watch some of these nuclear plays. Uranium takes uranium to make nuclear power, so they could benefit from it. And what was the name of that? One more time. Constellation Energy. Now that news came out a while ago, like couple months, like a couple weeks ago.
It's a complicated topic, Andrew.
Shin-
Just to clarify before we let
Oh my
you go,
gosh.
you're thinking 50 basis points more cuts this year, meaning 25 basis points in November. And
Not
December.
Constellation Brands, but they never give you a ticker. Constellation Energy.
Neil Kashkari, I want to thank you for joining us today.
Fed's cash carry, more comments now.
Coming up on the other side.
Says,
All right.
25 or 50 basis
262. All right, here we go. We're on to something now. CEG. Yup, you got it. Thanks, bro. Damn.
Get back to 3.5% unemployment rate.
Isn't
Market has not been driving inflation. Job market allows the forecaster of inflation penciled in 50 basis points.
when did this news actually come out? I thought it was a couple weeks. I thought it was like I thought that this wasn't new news. They were just like reiterating that, like, hey, that news we told you about, starting it back up, like we're really going to.
Kashkari speaking on CNBC.
Using responsible AI doesn't make you a rock star.
I wonder if I didn't forward my TV. I rewinded it to watch something. So they're saying Kashkari is talking on CNBC, but we already know where they're at with things. It's not really a play here. Friday. I've been watching CCJ. Oh damn, it's already up here. All right, so we've been trading CCJ for the past little while. We traded it up here when it broke out to new highs. Traded the downside, and then 2 weeks ago, on the Sunday watch list, we gave you this trade idea right here. All right, and you had a second chance off of $40, targeting 44. We're above 44 right now. You got above it Friday. We're holding 45, 45.25. So you still have to worry about 46 in that 200-day moving average. Let's see here. Let me see.
Travel like you mean it with IHG Hotels and Resorts. 19 hotel brands, 6,000 global destinations, one loyalty.
Look at the volume coming in here, guys, too. Look at that volume on that move Friday. They say we're coming. Corporate is coming. 200-day. So are you is anybody taking notice to a lot of the names that we looked at and the color that I'm using? This is like the third to fourth stock. Yes, we're going to go to Boeing. And we're going to do Alibaba. All right. We're going to have a wide range here. We still have some time. Notice how a lot of the stocks we're talking about, Intel, CCJ, what else? There were a couple others, FedEx. All these names are underneath the 200-day moving average, underneath of it. So the more and more stocks you're starting to see not above the 50-day, but below the 200-day, even though this is both above and below, right? It's above the 50 and below the 200. That's why, on top of the overall market, it's healthy when the market's making highs together, starting with mega cap tech, go down to your JP Morgans, Goldman Sachs, Home Depots, Walmarts, large cap, right? They follow mega cap tech. Then you have the middle ones start to run back up, MSTR, Monster, and then the little ones, they start to go, right? So the whole market moving up is kind of healthy, but now it's like you've had that happen. You've had your UNH, your JP Morgan, your Apple, Microsoft, semis, all went up to highs. And now you had regional banks and stuff. So like, what's left? And where do they go from there? So it's why I think even if we try to extend a little bit higher, it's going to be hard for these markets to hold up. At least, maybe and then you add in the uncertainty with the president that we haven't had. Okay. There's still a lot of uncertainty for the market. So, let's look for pullbacks on CCJ. All right. We could look for pullbacks here on CCJ up here at this 200-day moving average. 30-minute. I'm actually going to take this and look for a move back into $44. So it's not much, but a dollar on 45 is just under 4%. It's about 3.7% move. So that's not too bad. All right, so yeah, I would look for pullbacks on this, and maybe you get more. Damn, that's huge volume.
Meantime, last year, the Federal Reserve had the nation's 6 largest banks perform a pilot climate stress test on their portfolios. The results released were less than conclusive as the banks reported data gaps and also some modeling challenges. Now there's a new report out that's filling in some of the gaps with some striking results. I want to get straight over to Diana Olick, who joins us more with that.
43.50. 43.50, yeah. 43.50 in that 50-day moving average. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm going to target. I would target Friday's low at 43.50 if we can catch a, if we can get a pullback on this 43.50. CCJ pullbacks to 43.50. That's what I'm going to write down real quick, and let's go into Boeing and some of these other funner names. CCJ. So far, I'm looking short. Pullback. And what is this? 46, 45.50. Pull back off the 200-day. And I'm going to target 43. We'll target Friday's low. So what I'll do is I'll do this. That's going to be our target. Okay, that dotted line is my target. And I'm going to use... double topped up here, 45.50. 45.50 / 46 short target 40 44 43.50. You guys got that? So this is my target entry. This is going to be my entry here. All right, that'll be my entry. This will be my entry, 45.50. I'll put a stop loss just above 46 and the 200-day. And we'll look to take it. Final take profits would be Friday's low. Taking profits in front of 44, and like 44.50 in front of that level, and seeing if we can extend down into like 43.50. That's a 4.5% move, just under. All right, Pinterest, and we'll go to Boeing. But again, this is a pre-market runner right now. It's got a catalyst with it.
Business. It's not a 9-to-5 proposition. It's all day and into the night. It's all the things that keep this world turning. It's the go-tos that keep us going. The places we cheer, trust, hang out.
I think Lulu may have made highs. Made a new high pre-market.
Partnership from Comcast Business, powering more businesses than anyone, powering possibilities.
Two retiring business executives turn their
Chicago Fed national activity plus 0.12
giving these former
versus
race
minus
stars a
0.2
real chance
expected.
to win.
KZIA, Kasia Therapeutics, announcing presentation
Pursuing your passions. A Raymond James financial
801 clinical
advisor
data
gets to know you,
on
your
ovarian
purpose,
cancer
and
symposium.
where you
That's
get there.
Kilo Zulu India Alpha.
All right, so Chicago Fed national activity came in at 12, previously negative 42, consensus negative 20, negative 6, 0.6, I should say, came in negative 12. So I don't know. See that forecasted 0.6, so that came in good. Came in good. Came in a lot better. I thought that said negative at first, but it didn't. All right, good deal. All right, so that was some good data there. Let's see here. Constellation, we talked about Pinterest. So, Pinterest, the media platform advanced more than 2% after Deutsche Bank initiated research cover with a buy. The bank sees increasing relevance from the platform users and expects strong revenue growth over the next few years. This is another stock. What happened to it? What happened to Pinterest? It got socked right in the mouth, and it got pressed for valuation, right? So, but again, it comes to a point where just because the growth slows down and or stops, once it sells off, it's like if there's still a balance sheet there, and there's got to be a price where it makes sense, right? Because it's not like it's just a bag of nothing. There's still money there. There's still a balance sheet. So Pinterest has an upgrade this morning. Let's go ahead and look at really quickly the daily chart. So all your moving averages are way above us. Just at $32. We're not there yet. We're not at 32, but that 50-day would be a nice level to look at. Damn, the 200 days at 35. 36.
Week after week of pretty good gains, and because of an earlier discussion, I can tell you that now that the S&P for the year is up 19.55%.
I like this level better.
Let's talk about what's going on with a new opinion piece. And our next guest says China right now, it's simply dangerous to get
36.
Chairman, Breakout Capital founder, CIO, and the author of What Went Wrong with Capitalism. You believe that getting too rich in China right now is, quote, dangerous. I'm starting to think Jack Ma. What do you mean?
Yeah, I think that was a very important turning point.
Last price was $31.30. It's at $32. So we have previous high support here.
Because they went after him, they went after Alibaba. But the reason I wrote this opinion piece is what happened in the last few weeks, which was a fascinating story, which is that the owner of PDD briefly became the richest person in China in late August. But soon after he earned that title, PDD, as you know, issued a profit warning, the e-commerce company, and its stock plummeted. So that brought somebody else to become the richest man in China, the owner of
It's at
this
32, 20-day.
And he then promptly went on to also issue a profit warning so that he would no longer have the tag of being the richest man in China. And that set Chinese social media buzz with speculation.
Dude, what is up with this thing?
Glorious to be rich in China, but it's dangerous that the moment you get that tag, the authorities could come after you. And that is what got me to write this piece, to show that how in China the attitude towards wealth creation has changed over the last few decades of tracking it.
And do you think that the government is going to do anything to try to reverse that view?
It's very
It's only getting
difficult to
worse.
see. Yeah, in terms of the fact that the economy is in very bad shape in China currently, the domestic economy is struggling, private investment.
All right, so pullbacks, if you get it. If you can get a pullback to $31, you could look for a long off of Thursday's high. And look for a move back into $32 on Pinterest. That's what I would look for. See if you can get a move back into that 50-day moving average.
On Xi Jinping on creating so-called high-quality growth, whatever that means. And so now in China, what's happened is a very interesting phenomenon that the best way to invest in China now seems to be that you buy their public sector companies. So it's the only major market in the world where its state-owned companies trade almost at the same valuation as its private sector companies. As you know, in most countries and markets,
31. 31, 31, 31, which is Thursday's high. Okay, so you got that range right there. Sorry, dude. It's just like my mouse is like so easy to touch. Like if I just breathe on it, it moves. Let's go to Boeing. Let's go look at Boeing. Boeing has an ascending wedge being formed. I talked about this last week. We actually traded off of 164 and 162 shorts 2 weeks ago. They actually, it was kind of funny because it sold off and then like it broke the 162 level. Watch, it was right here. It was right there. Or was it there? Was it here? Yeah, 162 bounced back to 164 and then it broke it. It was right there. So you guys can see here this resistance level at 164. We were watching it the whole time. We were like, all right, you know, this thing breaks 162. We're looking for 162 to be, you know, if we can get short and take this thing through 162 down into the low 150s. And it broke it, bounced right back to 164 because that was the actual resistance level. But that bounce back, the news came out and it was just like, boom. News sent it higher and they sold the news. So, but I'm watching this wedge. You have a pretty clear ascending wedge here. So I'm waiting to see. There's a lot going on with Boeing. I think you're going to need more news. There's a lot of union worker problems going on, and then you also have just the fact that they're not making as much money. They're spending a lot of money on the mishaps that have taken place, and I think it's just not in a good place right this second. But you do have support here at 150 to 145. This whole range is a bit of a support level on Boeing. So you guys can see prior resistance here at 150. Support tries to put in a double bottom, but the wedge, and look at the volume coming in. I think they gotta have something here. I don't know. I just think I'm not sure if there's enough here to just take this thing back down to the low 120s. You know, I think the catalyst for that to happen would be a credit downgrade. That's the other thing you have to worry about. There are credit risks here, especially with the workers demanding more pay and, you know, the deliveries of the new planes that they have, you know, aren't equating to enough. So there's a lot of trouble. I think Boeing's in trouble, guys. I do. Just like Intel and Boeing, two big American companies that are in trouble. So I think you just have to take it to the charts and kind of just, you can see how the price action slowed up, and look at the buying that came in there on Friday. So I would look for a breakout of this wedge if it can even do it. You have this level right here, prior low, and it looks like, what did it do here? Did it reject it or hold it? Looks like it's trying to reject it, in my opinion. Yeah, looks like it's trying to reject it.
At US Bank, when we say we're in it with you, we mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and the celebrations, but for all the hard work it took to get there. We are in for all of it. It's tough for sure, but less tough when you have the right people by your side, like Kayla from Kansas City and thousands of other bankers around the country.
If I were to trade this, look for 154 short down to 152. That's what I would do. All right, let's go to Apple. Let's go look at some mega cap tech names here. go to a daily chart so I can make sure I have the moving averages.
Just think about how fortunate I was to be able to grow up in this country. My ambition is to pay it forward and help other people reach their dreams. It's really fulfilling to cover healthcare. Trying to make it accessible, I think, is so important. Being at CNBC, I feel like the work I do here really matters.
Welcome back to Squawk Box. Take a look at the futures this morning. We got the Dow down about 8 points, 7.5 points. The S&P 500 up just marginally about 5 points. The Nasdaq up close to 15 points.
All right, let's get a check on some of the luxury retail stocks falling in European trade.
That's another thing is the luxury retail names like LVMH, Burberry. They're all down. I forget what happened. There was news about that over the weekend.
Meantime, Speaker of the House Mike Johnson announced a temporary government funding proposal that would keep the lights on in Washington through December 20th. The plan doesn't include any part of the
50-day, 20-day.
bill that's supported by former President Trump, among other people. That would require people to show proof of citizenship to register as a voter. Congressional Republicans and Democrats now have just over a week to strike a deal on funding. Otherwise, a shutdown would go into effect a week from tomorrow. House Republican aides say the new bill will probably get to the House floor by Wednesday.
Come on, it's not working.
$30 million in additional Secret Service funding.
Here it goes.
That follows, of course, the attempted assassinations of former
All right.
Well, Nim, a little more than a week remains before a group of East and Gulf Coast ports shut down. If dock workers can't get a new contract, that would throw a big wrench into the economy.
All right, so they're talking about dock workers over on the West Coast. Also, port brace for possible shutdowns for the ports. So it's just it's what happens in inflation. General Motors fell 2%, downgrade from Bernstein. Let's go GM. I just gotta finish this. I gotta hurry the hell up here. It's 8:42, guys. I thank you guys for joining us. If you guys have questions, feel free to throw them in the chat. If you could help us get to 20 likes, that would be awesome. If you could subscribe, I'm doing a cash giveaway at 1,000 subscribers too, guys. Just as a thank you. So General Motors is down on a downgrade. You have a move. General Motors, you can look for like 48, a short down off of 48. Look for a move back down to 47. I don't know, actually.
One thing to think about, there's just 3 buckets. First, you got supply chain. It could be disrupted again. You can have some Asian.
I think General Motors, this might bounce. I would look for a bounce, actually, back to 49, guys.
When you're having more expensive transportation, rails, and all those roads. And it's just a day-to-day disruption. You know, some of the typical goods that you would see.
Yeah, I would look for a bounce. I'd look for 49. I'd look for 49. I'd look for that level up there. See if this can hold. See if this thing can run up there and get short up there at 49. All right. Let's keep it moving. Keep it moving. Bullshit. So Palantir, we talked about Micron. Idaho basemaker drum chips gained more than 1% of JP Morgan reiterated an overrate. Listen, guys, Micron has earnings this week. So be careful with that one.
Doesn't make it better, but there are just going to be certain things that are going to be much more difficult to ship in advance. So produce.
Let's keep it going. Boeing. We talked about GLD making new highs.
Also, there's going to be certain industries that have more just-in-time nature. Think of the auto industry. That's also going to be a bit more disrupted.
Let's go look at Tesla and some other names here.
All of our Christmas goods. I think that we're well along the way with that, but there's going to be other areas where it's going to get a little bit tighter overall.
What's in your assumption that
ELAB, Elevai Labs, price
this definitely happened?
You know what? Yeah, if you do get a bounce back, I'm sorry, but I take that back. General Motors has a major resistance level here at 46. Oh, we did say 46, didn't we? We did. We just said 49 would be the entry. If it can even get up above it.
At this point, is that what Thompson is thinking?
Yeah, this is one where on labor negotiations, it's very, very tricky to
PLAB shares are selling
in
off
terms
here
of broadly
sharply,
speaking, you are seeing more
down
labor activity.
more than
I think this
50%
is just a natural
on that
extension
offering
of
pricing
what
announcement.
we've seen post-COVID
That's
and the
PLAB.
stress on labor overall. On the other end, you know, listen, there's going to be some winners and some losers on all of this.
Microsoft.
And, you know,
Here.
overall, I think, you know, there will be certain labor concessions that will be met.
All right, so we talked about Microsoft last week in the range here. Microsoft is in a range. Watch for a little bit of support down there at 430, 425. You have the 100-day moving average coming in.
If you're not importing as much cement, that means
Dude, why are the charts not saving?
Martin Marietta, Summit Materials, and Cemex will be able to have more supportive pricing in the markets. So it's a little bit of have and have nots. It just depends on kind of the industry and the focus you get into.
That's pretty interesting. And Thompson's written a report that highlights some of the possible winners as well as the losers.
Yeah, well, you know, we definitely have been talking about this for some time. You know, another area to think about is just the very obvious. We talk about the rails, CSX and Norfolk Southern are the two Class 2 rail partners with the Port of New York, New Jersey. So that's an example of one where, yes, they are going to get...
So what I do here, right, when you guys see me go back and forth, like, I'm looking at different times, and I'm looking to make sure where my moving average is. I just can't stay on this chart because my monitor is, like, wide. It just makes it look so bad. Like, I can't even read it. I didn't even have the chat up. Damn it. Sorry about that if you guys did message me.
And so that would end up being a loser. So you've got a mixed bag, you know, some obvious winners.
All right, so here's
Losers like on the flooring.
the 100-day. Let me get rid of that.
On the transport side. Trucking companies, that's the industry that will win then.
For trucking companies. Great. Yeah, I can't remember talking about so many different, I mean, Boeing is front and center. This would be front and center.
Major support down here at 430. Okay. Yeah, I think that's pretty given, guys, there. I think you just look for a move back down to 430. You look for a 435 entry and look for that 100-day to come in and act as a little level of support. Looks like she's going to bounce now. Look at Meta. Monster. Just ripping face.
Here's where I want to go. Great, let's get started. At Truist, we believe the same is true for banking.
In a world of conformity, it's often the innovative that stand out. At FlexJet, we've built a state-of-the-art operations control center with an international fleet of private...
I'm actually going to get rid of this stuff here. I'm not going to trade Meta this week. And I think Meta's... They have a lot of new products and stuff. You know, maybe if we find the market's like really in a bull trend, then maybe I'll look to get long Meta. I'm good on Meta right now. I'm good on trading it. Pullbacks. Pullback. You can see 540. I know that's a ways away. Look at it go pre-market. Like, look at it this pre-market. It's still going, which is insane. Look at this. I don't know. I would not fight it yet, though. I'll tell you that right now. Do not fight. Do not fight it. You're just looking to get hurt. You might get away with it once or twice, but the one time you don't, it's gonna kick you in the ass. So pullbacks, it already somewhat did, but pullbacks to 540, 540, 50. Potential longs, or just be patient and wait. All right. I mean, maybe if you get a 560, but it's already pulled back into there this morning. Let's go over to like NVIDIA real quick. I want to go make a cup of coffee really quickly while there's 10 minutes till 9 o'clock and really hone in on what I want to trade. So NVIDIA is sitting at the 50-day, sitting right on it. Sitting right on the 50-day, just sitting here consolidating. Not much going on. Look, 20, 50, and 100, they all moving in up here. Yo, if this thing, if NVIDIA does break these levels, right, which I'm not assuming it's going to, but I'll be damned if this thing doesn't have room to the downside. Like, you give this thing a reason to break, like a contraction in growth or something, get a nice little candle that just breaks down out of that, and it gets below the 100 and all these other ones, you get that bounce back. Look for that bounce back, and bang, man, that thing would be on. That would be beautiful. Take it back down to the low 100s. That'd be nice. Because I would still like to be able to buy this thing for you know, but it's just, it's so far gone, you know. I don't know, but that would be nice, guys. That's what I would look for. See if this ends up breaking. If it does, it does. It doesn't, it doesn't. You have a gap fill above you at 125. AstraZeneca falls on a cancer drug trial. Let's see, boom, resistance, resistance. So this is the range you're watching. If you break in, you know, down, out, or up and out of it, this is your range, in my opinion. It's right there. I think that's your range. Anything, any breakdowns, you look for the bottom end of the box to be resistance. If you break out, you know, you would look for that support at 120. So maybe you get some support at 115 today. Let me see something.
Let's start there on Intel. What do you make of a potential transaction, either with a Qualcomm or an investment by Apollo?
Andrew, I think something is likely, given the reality is that despite Intel's difficulties, their revenue is going to be down for 3 consecutive years. Despite that, I still believe that the tech industry has a different view than...
You know what, guys? We might be able to catch a long here on NVIDIA. NVIDIA might be setting up for a long. Let's see.
But when you think about what's going on the chip side, and setting aside
1 hour.
product decisions that they've made, they have a great infrastructure that ultimately can be redirected to help build what will be ultimately something that is bigger than the internet over the next decade.
15.
And so I think that this makes
5.
a ton of sense, whether it's Qualcomm or...
Yup, let's, man, this would be awesome. This would be awesome if we could get it.
$100 billion market cap, so it's a relatively small amount. You need about $20 billion per fab, so that's just a starter.
I don't want to see it break the 50-day, but I'm going to be honest, guys. If you get a pullback to Friday's low,
I just want to highlight another point on the AI infrastructure build. Again, this disconnect between how investors are thinking about
all right,
this.
so Wednesday's Fed day.
Tech industry is over the weekend. The
We still have to go over Boeing.
the UAE is considering making some significant investments in fabs from TSM and also potentially from Samsung, about $100 billion investment. And so this belief that, again, that NVIDIA's business is going to significantly decelerate in 2026, that's the investors' belief. But I'm telling you, these tech companies believe that this is going to grow faster for longer, and I think that is ultimately a good sign for Intel.
Gene, the thing that I can't understand is, has the market somehow mispriced Intel, or is Intel as troubled and challenged as we think it is?
From a product perspective, it is as troubled and challenged. I mean, they simply just don't have the products that the customers want. And so, I mean, it's shifted to what's happened with NVIDIA and some of their, obviously what's going on with their GPUs.
I'm going to play this real quick, go make a cup of coffee really quick, guys. Give me 1 second.
It is as troubled and challenged. I mean, they simply just don't have the products that the customers want. And so, I mean, it's shifted to what's happened with NVIDIA and some of their, obviously what's going on with their GPUs. But again, they have this core infrastructure that I think is really valuable. So they've got it right, down 54% year to date. NVIDIA's up 140%. I mean, a remarkable, the break here. But again, it comes down to revenue growth. I mentioned Intel's down for 3 consecutive years. NVIDIA is going to be up 250% over the past year. I mean, their revenue growth. So the market's got it right, but I think the piece that the market struggles with is the ability to look forward beyond 1 or 2 years. And so they've got it right, again, for given the context of the business and their products over the past year. But I think the piece that they miss is this concept that they actually have a core infrastructure that is valuable, specifically around their fabs.
Gene, the other piece of this, though, is what happens to all of the subsidies that have been committed to Intel. In many cases, they've been committed to Intel, but by the way, they haven't even been given over yet. If you had an acquirer in a Qualcomm, in an Apollo with an investment or some other kind of form factor, do you think that those issues change? And what does that have to do with the value of the whole enterprise?
Well, for all of this to work, you really need those subsidies. And I think one of the pieces you asked about kind of the struggles and has the market gotten it right, the market's given Intel some chances, but they haven't fulfilled on those. And so ultimately they need this plan that they have of kind of building out these fabs to be more successful. To get there, they need the subsidies. As I mentioned, that $5 billion versus the $20 billion, what it basically is taking to build a fab today. And they'll probably have to build multiple fabs to be competitive longer term. And so, yes, they need the investment. Who knows what the status of that from a government perspective is, but those subsidies are going to be critical to Apollo or Qualcomm to doing this deal.
Right. And then I wanted to ask you just about Apple, because those phones did come out on Friday. There's been a lot of excitement over the weekend about it. But, of course, we also have this question about when Apple Intelligence, which is their AI features, become available, whether that gets you 2 or 3 or 4 bites at the apple over this coming year, and somehow the cycle looks different. What do you think at this point?
So we're kind of call it a weekend, don't have a ton of data points over the weekend to date, but ultimately I think that, again, this is the substance of this cycle is going to start early in next year when these Apple Intelligence features come out. The reviews that have been relatively muted over the past few days, really you can throw them out because this is a software update and we don't have the Apple Intelligence. I'm still a believer that this is much more than a feature. This is a paradigm shift. This is more akin to the shift from the keyboard to the touchscreen, which turned your phone into a computer in your pocket. I think that is ultimately what AI can do. And so I'm a believer here, Andrew. I think that the iPhone can grow 15%-ish in fiscal 25. The street's at 8%.
And then finally, I don't know if you saw over the weekend, Johnny Ive, the original designer of the iPhone, saying that he is in business, confirming that he's in business with OpenAI and Sam Altman about creating a new phone and a whole new form factor that would use generative AI. Does that pose a threat to you, or do you think that's pie in the sky?
Well, it's a threat. And when Johnny Ive is involved in something, I mean, undoubtedly Cupertino is taking eyes on this because obviously his design piece, it's a big part about why consumers do what they do. OpenAI is the leader, 200 million weekly active users. And I think that when you think about the competitive landscape, when it comes to Apple, the only true threat that they have is a Johnny Ive OpenAI combination. It sounds like that's something, again, it's still relatively low probability, but as someone who has been looking at this company for a long time, that combination has some substance to it.
Gene Munster, always good to see you. Thank you.
Thank you.
And another reminder, tomorrow at 8:30 Eastern Time, billionaire hedge fund veteran John Paulson will join us for his first TV interview on Squawk Box ever. I don't think he's been with us before.
I don't either.
We're also going to talk markets, the economy, the 2024 election, and so much more.
Last week, when I don't think you were right with it, but were you with us when I was talking? Have you ever used a Huawei phone? Have you ever used a Samsung or an Android? Are you
Yes.
Are you an iPhone snob? I'm an iPhone snob. I do not want. Is it just because of the ecosystem, or should I try those other phones?
The Samsung is pretty cool.
Really?
It is
So
pretty
you've tried
cool.
it.
Having said that, I'm an Apple
You're an
guy.
iPhone
I got the
snob?
whole ecosystem. I like it better. I find it easier to use, but Samsung's pretty cool. The Pixel's pretty cool. It's got a better camera, by the way, than the iPhone.
That's what I've heard.
Yeah.
All right, I've never tried it. All right, John Paulson, tomorrow, make sure you join us. Squawk on the Street coming up right now.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to Squawk on the Street. I'm Carl Quintanilla with David Faber, Sarah Eisen at Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Kramer has the morning off. Pre-market is mixed, coming off Friday's record Dow close, and back-to-back positive weeks for the Nasdaq. Lots of Fed speak and macro the next few days, including PCE, 10-year 3.76. Our roadmap begins with a big week ahead for investors. 16 Fed speakers and a barrage of data, including GDP on deck.
Plus, Intel shares are on the move a bit this after Qualcomm did approach the company about a potential takeover.
And FTC Chair Lena Khan warning that a Kroger-Albertsons merger could increase grocery costs. We're going to break down what she had to say.
Let's begin with the markets after a week which saw some new record highs for stocks, actually turning into a not bad September. We talked a lot about seasonal weakness coming into the month, but right now it is the best September since 2019.
Yeah, I guess not all Septembers include a double jumbo-sized rate cut, which off to the races, especially if you compare that with the soft landing. And that is the outlook and what has propelled stocks. So here's a good stat that I read over the weekend from Bank of America. On the day after the Fed cut, when equity markets were ripping, basically, equity trading flows saw the largest long-only inflows into U.S. equities in one.
All right, so if you guys have anything that you guys see running or that's, you know, kind of making some noise here this morning, you know, let us know in the chat. I almost forgot about GameStop again. It's a good thing I have it up on my, whatchamacallit? Oh my God. Sorry that noise is happening in the mic. I'm sorry. All right, let's go look at GameStop. And Roaring Kitty. Oh wow, it broke down. I hate that I have so many levels there. Let's go here first. Let's see.
Right now, you're looking at 116. In Q2, it was 147. In Q1, it was 267. Morgan Stanley over the weekend said if we get 100 or near 100K next week on Jobs Friday,
September 6th.
then you would be, in their words, watching Powell's forcefulness of not falling behind the.
Okay, so that was referring to Chewy. DJT. I don't want to forget about these names. DJT, Reddit. RDDT. GameStop. Baba. All right. So.
A surprising uptick in inflation or a surprising uptick in unemployment? It's the latter, at least it is for me.
We traded GameStop 3 times. Long, short, and short. 2 for 1. Or, 1, 2. Yeah, 2 for 1. 2 right. The last short that I did didn't work. Oh my gosh, come on.
She was worried that to the public, a 50 would be a sign that we are declaring victory on inflation when we are not back at target on 2%, which is why PCE is going to be so important because that is the Fed.
So we have room on the daily chart. Why do the freaking indicators look like that? I'm going to get rid of all these. Going to get rid of all these levels, even though there's some important ones.
We did hear from Waller, of course, joined us at least when talked about Money Movers on Friday, who's now throwing out 4-month annualized and rolling in PPI, which he argues would be running around 1.8 right now.
Which is dovish, right?
All right, we're going to keep that 21 there. Keep that 21. Edit this. Make it not as bright because you're not going to be able to see the price action. Usually that dark color would be a buying point, but so this is a major support level right here, okay? On GameStop. In my opinion, that level right there is a major key level at $20. We held it for really no reason other than I think you got a lot of profit taking out of shorts on Friday. I didn't want to open up that case in front of the mic again. Alright, and there's the Red Bull. The Red Bull's open. Alright. So again, if you were with us a little bit ago, I do apologize. I was getting a little tired. I've been up since like 3:30, 4 o'clock this morning. And sitting here for a few hours. Started to get to me, so. Alright, so we're above the 20-day right now. We had the 50-day coming right into us. You guys can see this little area right down here at like 22.50 to 23. It's like an area. It's a range. This little double bottom and resistance zone right here, right? Your 50-day is right there. Resistance, support, resistance, support. It breaks down. Now it's trying to turn it into resistance. So I'm going to keep that 50-day and $23 on watch. I'm going to keep that 50-day on watch. Oh, that's why that looks weird. Okay. So I was looking at the RSI level. I'm like, yo, why is that all the way down there? Because of the like when this thing extends, it extends like crazy past the oversold part. It just gets so oversold, it's like ridiculous. All right. So, I don't know, guys. I think I might try to short this thing. I might. So we're watching this pivot low right now. You have this little support level. That dotted line, all right? That dotted line's at $22. Oh my God. Yeah, I'm going to look for 23, guys. I'm going to look for 23. $23 to see if we can get a rejection up there at that 50-day. And really see when these sellers step in. You know, and you know what? We're at 21.50 right now. I have to be honest with you. We could probably look for a buy here too. But we got to get above and hold and close above $22. So I would say let's not worry about 23 until we get through and get to $22 first. But it certainly looks like in the short-term time frame that we're going to head up there. We're going to run right up into that area, right off the bell. So support 2150, the 20-day moving average. We're still above it. We're still holding.
Such as AMD, NVIDIA, Broadcom, ARM, you go on down the list. So while, you know, certainly, for example, they also admitting there are scale benefits in terms of
Let me look at the 4-hour chart.
their scale and scope of Qualcomm's business, there are just so many risks. Where else are the risks? Well, they're regulatory, and it's not really here in the U.S. Chinese approval would be needed. You really going to get that? Is that really a possibility? Maybe. You can never tell, but it could take an awfully long time if, in fact, even it were to ever come in a positive fashion.
Man, this would be awesome if we could get this thing going again. And really start to get running.
View of the U.S. part, where we've been trying, of course, to bulk up our domestic chip-making ability, create, in a sense, a national champion to rival that of Taiwan's TSMC. You know, if the U.S. were to feel that Intel was faltering in that, they might be encouraging of such a transaction. And then there are other questions, which is Broadcom. You know, I can go back a couple of years. Qualcomm at least had some interest in Intel. Broadcom has. You know, if in fact they were to go into sale mode, then it would be very interesting to see who else emerged. But again,
Yeah, that's going to be my game plan, guys.
many potential transactions very low. That always can change. Oftentimes,
See what happens up here at 2250, 23. I gotta say, even if you get above the 20-day or the 50-day moving average in 23, you know, the most you're going to get is 25. So let's look and see where we at. We got 20 minutes, roughly 20 minutes, a little less. Got about 18 minutes. Yeah, it looks like we're rejecting off of 22 right now.
Why not, right? You're Apollo. You see a potential opportunity. You can structure something to meet Intel's needs, perhaps in terms of debt or equity, and what might make the most sense. I mean, having spoken to Mark Rowan lengthily last week, that's the business they're in. Whether that comes to any real fruition also is unclear. But we do know Intel needs. They have significant needs in terms of capital, given the changing face of the business that they're in, the fact that so much has gone towards generative AI, towards NVIDIA, while Gelsinger is pursuing this long-term plan to turn around this company.
Just a reminder, I think, of what's happened in the third year of shrinking sales, right? They have this foundry business that the U.S. was
Third year of shrinking sales. So this is exactly what what we were talking about this morning. When growth comes to a slow. And is practically like non-existent. For a little while, then it gets priced to these valuations that make sense. You know, they sell it off, and it gets to this point where it makes sense at what they're doing, and then can they make a change from there? So, all right, GameStop pulling back here. Shit. Guys, I'm trying to find like a pattern, a setup. You know, the thing is, if we pulled all the way back to $21, we already pulled back and tested it Friday. That's a failed hold of the 20-day moving average. I think you are going to hold this area, which is Friday's high and this previous high here. And I think you're going to see GameStop bounce off of 2150 and try to get through $22. That's what I think is going to happen. And it's going to try to make a test of these previous highs. At least that's what I would like to see happen.
Since you like to get schooled, that's a pretty good burn, right? Got him. Game. Thanks for coming to our clinic. First one's free.
Meet Sologenics, a NASDAQ company, stock symbol SNGX, now advancing a phase 3 pivotal clinical trial with High-Bright for patients with cutaneous T-cell lymphoma, a rare and chronic cancer where abnormal T-cells attack the skin. In its phase 3 trial, showed statistical significance in its primary endpoint, working with leading scientists
All right, so that's that. All right. Friday's highs holding up. Looking for a move to 22. Bro, once again, it did not save. Are you serious? Was it me? Did I do it? And notice here at 2150, you have a gap fill, right? You have this gap where we just fell out of bed on that earnings. So that's kind of why I'm looking for $23. You got the 50-day. There's like all these reasons why it should go there. You rejected it here, and here. It recaptured it. Support, support, support. You know, kind of just curves itself around, and then it just falls out of bed. Goes right back to 23. Earnings come out, then you come in with the gap down. So these buyers are probably waiting and just sucking their thumbs like, hey, can I just get this thing back to 23 to sell for like somewhat a break even or a small loss? That's the psychology of the markets. You know, I know you guys have heard me talk about it, but why does resistance become support when broken? Because those sellers that sold just saw the stock go higher. And what happens is they say, you know, if I can buy it for the same price that I sold it at, I'll buy back into it. It comes on in. What happens? They turn to buyers. And same for the other way around. Right? When support's broken, it becomes resistance. Why? Because all the buyers that were holding it there, it breaks. They're like, oh shit, now I'm down. It goes back to where it was. They start selling. Those buyers turn to sellers for a break even or a very small loss. That is the psychology of you know, a lot of the trades that go on. So anybody that was here being a buyer has not had the chance, or if they did not, between 9:30 and between 9:30 and 4, if they were not able to sell, they came in with the loss. So we're going to see that same psychology. If we can get up there, and it doesn't have to be right at it, it can be in front of it can be an area. Do they start selling now that it's back up to 23 and start to, you know, pretty much manage risk and say, all right, you know, we're back to 23. I was a buyer. Now I want to be a seller. I got my chance to get out of this unscathed. All right, so that's GameStop. And I think you're going to get that. I do. I think you're going to get a long right off the bell. And let's look for a run up into that area. Let's see. Reddit. Baba. Baba's one I've been watching for a few days. And look at this. It's making another new high.
I haven't really experienced that. NVIDIA has been in India for almost 25 years. Our design centers are in Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad. Really fantastic.
Sorry, I was watching this NVIDIA thing.
Almost 10,000 NVIDIA engineers are in India. They do every single aspect of our engineering.
Often complain a lot when trying to do business in India. He said it's not a problem for NVIDIA.
I haven't really experienced that. NVIDIA has been in India for almost 25 years. Our design centers are in Bangalore, Pune, Hyderabad. Really fantastic engineering capability there. Almost 10,000 NVIDIA engineers are in India. They do every single aspect of our engineering, and so they've been a part of our company since the very beginning.
Look at this. Alibaba teams up with NVIDIA to supercharge EVs for Chinese automakers. That doesn't even make any damn sense. Alibaba is an internet, like Amazon type deal. What? That's insane. Like, now I feel like they're just putting out anything to make a headline, whether it's real or fake.
We were just talking about semiconductors and how America wants to become a center for semiconductor manufacturing. Is that some of the, because that's what's needed, right? The picks and shovels of AI. What's happening on that front in India?
Yeah, that's what Jensen Wong talked to me a little bit about, and I'll go back to his comments there in that first soundbite I played for you guys, just really talking about how they understand, or Modi understands, the kind of infrastructure that needs to be built out there. Also point out that the hyperscalers that we talk about all the time, Amazon, Google, Microsoft, they've announced numerous infrastructure for AI investments in India, billions of dollars being spent there on that front as well, Sarah.
Steve, appreciate it. While we have you, this downgrade of Microsoft is interesting out of DA Davidson. We believe competition has largely caught up with Microsoft on the AI front, they say, which reduces the justification for the current premium.
Yeah, this is something, a theme that we've been hearing in recent months, Carl, this kind of commoditization of all these large language models. Look what Meta's doing with Llama, that open source version of these large language models that have been closed down by
Come
Google
on.
and OpenAI and Microsoft.
You can do it.
And this idea that maybe you don't need to necessarily go
My
out
God.
and build your model or buy someone else's model. Maybe this is to become commoditized to the point that you don't necessarily need to go to one of those hyperscalers. At the same time, I also noticed that DA Davidson didn't really talk about Copilot that much. That is another really key piece outside of the Azure cloud business for Microsoft. But there's really not much indication of what demand looks like for that Copilot product. That's another.
All right, if we get through here, you have room. I'm telling you, back to 95, $100 bucks. We break through this.
Competition among the hyperscalers. Steve, thanks. Steve Kovac, whose plate is very full today. We'll get a look at the pre-market as we go to break. More Squawk on the Street continues in just a moment.
Is it me or is work not working? At least, not the way it could. The people who are very busy work. You might be thinking, can AI make it all work? It can. On the ServiceNow platform, AI transforms your entire business. Because when your people work better, everything works better. So, let's get to work.
Idris Elba works here?
Yeah, he's super nice.
Tony, it's gone.
No.
Welcome to the MD1 Midcap.
All right. So Alibaba,
Today's challenge is to play 9 holes without the
for the 20th time, has a pivot high here. And what we have is a runner. I want to see, do we holding, can we hold, and can we get above and hold $90? If we can get above and hold $90, I want to see this thing extend higher. I was wanting to get a pullback, but it's not giving it to me. It's already tried to pull back a little bit into like 86, 87.50. So I'll say, you know what? Let's watch $90. If it gets above it, you know, I'm just going to let it do what it needs to do. Let it show me that it can hold $90, and then I'll take that long. There's a gap fill here. You have a gap.
What we do and how we do it. But the amount of light we
Right there is the entry of it, and then there's the exit. So your gap starts at like 91.77
find the light for your life.
to 94. It's about $3 wide. Right? Am I right or am I wrong? 91, 92, 94, $2.
Men statistically play rock, but he played paper and lost, and the mind works in patterns. He's going scissors. He knows I know he'll go scissors, but knowing I know he knows.
Scissors, shoot. I've written rock, paper, scissors, shoot.
It's always rock, paper, scissors. Think like a trader? Join the club, genius. Tasty trade.
For 1 week. This American team is on
REV Automotive kicks off U.S. production with Roush Industries as contract manufacturer. That's
take a look at some pre-market gainers regarding the NASDAQ 100. We covered Intel. We'll get to Tesla and some of these headlines coming out of commerce this morning about autonomous software in driving. Micron's going to give us earnings later in the week. Nice upgrade for KDP out of Citi. Opening bell coming up in 5 minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Got 5 minutes, guys, for the bell opens up. All right, 1 hour. Here, or the hourly chart. Let's see. I think we could start to pull this thing back, man. But every time I think that, it's shown me otherwise. Here it goes. This is a perfect sell trigger, guys. This is a perfect sell trigger. Oh my gosh.
I've had terrible flooding problems on my porch. Now I understand why.
Right now, Leaf Filter is offering a free inspection on your schedule. Leaf Filter is a permanent gutter solution, so you never have to worry about costly damage from clogged gutters again.
Call us today and schedule your free inspection.
To schedule your free inspection, call 833-LEAF FILTER today or visit leaffilter.com.
There's no book with all the answers when it comes to raising children, but any book can give them a head start. Studies show that reading to your kids 10 minutes a day can improve their memory and concentration. So pick a book, any book, and read. The more you know.
All right. Let's see. Friday's low 88. I would target 88, 87. It's game time. Let's get it. Sorry, I had a drink. All right, let's get it. See if we can't get another little pop there right back into that area. I want to try to get short Baba off of that news up there at that level. Here's the problem with that. We're at 89.50. 89.50. And we're going to be above trade line and VWAP. So as we pull back into Friday's close, if you pull it back in, you're going to be above VWAP and trade line. So they're going to be there acting as support. So I would be cautious. I've tried to be short Alibaba for a while now, and I feel like now may be the time. Good luck today, everyone. If you see something, throw it in chat. Give us a like. Subscribe if you haven't already done so. If you want to give back to the stream, if we help you guys, make any money and you guys want to give back to the stream, continue to make it free. That link's in the description. If you want to reach out and just say, thanks, buy lunch or whatever. Again, it's not going to buy lunch because, again, it's not made to go to me. I want it to go to the stream so that we can bring people on and we can start to do different things to help other traders and whatnot. So with your help, that would be awesome. But if you insist, let's see. Like I said, I can make my own money. I don't need anyone to give me any handouts. But if you want to help the stream, you're more than welcome to. And it is appreciated. So thank you. Again, I'm also doing a giveaway. Once we get to 1,000 subscribers, I'm going to do a cash giveaway. And that'll be interesting and fun, getting everyone's names and stuff all together in one list. All right, 30 seconds here. So Alibaba, Tesla, all at resistance levels. The QQQ, I'm watching this 484 level. On a broader range for the overall markets, the SPY and the Qs, I'm watching Fed Day. I'm watching last Wednesday's Fed Day to see if we cannot extend off of this area. All right, here's your Fed Day from Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. If you start to extend higher, hold 485 and start to rally to a new high, cool. But if we just stay here and we can't get off of this area and leave to go higher, I'm going to know everything that I need to know. All right, so here we go. There's the bounce on Baba. See, this is what I mean. I don't like it, but I do like it. Like, I just feel like Baba's a bit overextended here. But it just sucks that when we pull in, you're going to have trade line and everything else down here. Which is okay. It's just so insane. Look at this level up here. If you break above this thing, Baba's like so overdone to an extent. Dude, what is going on here? Hold on. Is my shit froze? Oh my gosh, come on, bro. Dude, what is going on? Why is this stuff not available? Do I gotta restart my damn fucking computer? No. Let's see. There we go. Something was going on there. Okay, was it just... Yeah, I don't know what the hell happened there. Something was lagging. Look at Baba. It just screamed up above it, and it's so overbought. I had a feeling that was going to happen. 27, 22. Okay. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened there. It was just like all at once. It was just... Oh my god. Remember GameStop? Look at Tesla. Tesla rejecting 245. Tesla, I'd look for a move back to 238, like test Friday's low. If you can get that. Yeah, I'm seeing the circle on my stuff, so it's trying to... There's a lot going on here. Yeah, I don't know what happened there. It was just, I feel like everything just fell behind. Alright, watch GameStop here at 2150. It's got to hold. But I don't know if it's going to. Fuck. I really thought that this thing could at least run back up to $22, $23. Alright, looks like 21's coming in. I'm just going to give it a little bit. I'll let it hang out. Still need to, still needs to break this double top wedge from Friday. Those wick highs. So, I would be careful. You know, it just, the question is whether or not do you get the extent, like massive volume, and like you can't even see the volume. So... And look, there's the reversal.
in non-US, but there's no doubt about it. It's very similar to growth versus value. It's US versus the rest of the world. So I do think they don't have the same secular growth sector we have. That's now 30% of our market, but there's no doubt about it. And you know, we've had an
If you think the 20-day is going to break, I would look to use, you know, 2175 area as an entry, if you can get it. Let me see. It already turned it into resistance pre-market. Yeah, it already 2170 is already resistance. Alibaba pulling back here. Man, this thing is going to be on another run. Like, are you kidding me? That's so ridiculous. So ridiculous.
Interestingly, after the Fed cuts for the first time, Treasury yields do tend to drift higher. I mean, this Treasury market really anticipated this move, and in fact, some would argue pushed this move. You know, in terms of what the 2-year note yield did. So I do think you can give it room for yields to lift a little bit here and not really have it be much of an issue. Remember, we were talking about, oh, can the U.S. economy handle a 4.3% 10-year Treasury yield? That was not that long ago. So right now, what you do want to see is these yields
say 88.
go up, stay kind of tame. You don't want mortgage rates shooting to the moon. The Fed doesn't want to see that. The Fed doesn't necessarily want to see that. So, yeah, obviously a lot of moving parts to fit together. But at this point, it's, you know, the don't fight the Fed, don't fight the tape rules suggest, you know, give the market the benefit of the doubt.
Still under 4% on the 10-year, which I think people see as encouraging. I was just looking for individual stocks.
That's so weird. Like, look at VWAP. Like, what is this? Yeah, something's going on with Alibaba. What the hell's going? Like, look at VWAP. Look at it. What the heck is up with this? Oh, because of the order that got filled down there. That's stupid. And now it sells off. And now we don't have VWAP because of that reason. Oh, you gotta be kidding me. I've never seen anything like that. Oh my gosh. And there goes Tesla again. Dude, how much more volume can this thing bring in? It's already brought in like a shit ton of volume. Watch IWM if it can hold 122. 222, I'm sorry. Go ahead and look for that move higher.
I was thinking, page 1 of the journal today is Israel and Hezbollah approach warfare, full-scale warfare. And I wonder if you think that's getting reflected in anything beyond crude back to 71.
Doesn't seem like it. No, I mean, the market usually, I think, has a pretty high bar for, like, what exactly should we be repricing today based on this? And at this point, you know, not a lot, you know, for correctly or not. It seems as if
That's so wild.
a little tangential to it at this point. So, you know, you did see oil, you know, bounce just on a technical way, I think, more than anything. But you also had kind of an everything rally after the Fed, which included some commodities. So,
Like, this is just insane. This is insane.
this is the moment where if you're going
It really is.
election year give back seasonally, it happens now. And I don't know anybody
52, 53. I should. So, if you're asking yourself why I'm not short, I'd refer you to the top right of the screen. You know, this coming right into a support area. Boom, 38.2 fib, trade line, all coming in right here. This could be a buy trigger. Or we could use, oh my gosh, we could use Friday's low, which is the same.
Really the rise of the data center in terms of power and generative AI and any number of other areas. Of course, it was last week that they said they're going to bring back on the power from one of 3 Mile Island's reactors in order to essentially provide power to Microsoft to run what else? Large data centers. This has been a sort of an unexpected story, I think. If you had told people when ChatGPT was introduced back in the fall of 22 that would be the case, I'm not sure that they would have immediately, Mike, rushed to buy utility stocks.
No, it was definitely like the third bank shot off the AI trade. You know, if you look at a chart of industrial production, electric utilities, basically just electricity production.
You know what? Just, there you go. Leaving it there. Leaving it right there. I'm done fooling with it.
So this is all kind of on the calm, obviously, in terms of electricity demand.
Although the percentage gains that are at least seen by many of the experts are very significant. We're talking 20-30% over, let's call it, the next 10 years or so.
Right. And so off of no growth for that many years. So it's obviously very, very new. You do wonder if it also just catalyzes, you know, reduction in cost in terms of every other alternative kind of energy. In other words, innovation. It just seems to
It did exactly what I had a feeling it was going to do and just continue to extend. That is insane.
that seems a little bit of a stretch to me, but I guess we have to see, you know, how.
Well, and to your point, many of the biggest companies in particular, the ones that are putting out so much of the capital to actually
Do we have anyone here at all?
climate commitments that require them to take most of their power from renewable sources.
So what did we say we were going to do here? We said we were going to look for that bounce and rejection
Automobiles and using the grid.
on Intel and look for a move back to $21.
Where we are right now, obviously natural gas is far above that. And that's one reason why perhaps Vice President Harris, for example, at least she could cite it. I haven't heard her do that for the national security needs of the U.S. to say I'm in favor of fracking because you need natural gas.
It's at 22 major level. We're above it.
We have to be able to produce power.
Arguably, we have too much natural gas for how many years now. If you look at the chart, you know,
Value stayed the same.
Right. Sorry, thank you.
Yes.
Correct. The value stayed the same. Right.
Speaking of AI, Microsoft, it's having an impact, that downgrade. I mean, I don't know when the last time Microsoft was downgraded, but Deloria, D.A. Davidson, did downgrade the stock and cited, you know, competition in AI. Microsoft has outperformed over the year. Also cited margin pressure on the fact that it's just getting more expensive. They rely on NVIDIA, for instance, to supply the NVIDIA chips, saying Microsoft now guiding for a decline in operating margins in order to pay for those data center chips.
It is interesting. Microsoft is in the top 10, according according to FactSet, of names with a high percentage of buys.
Yeah, absolutely.
Along with Amazon, NVIDIA, even Delta United have a high percentage.
I was going to say that it now feels a little safer to downgrade the Magnificent Seven because they've obviously kind of faltered a little bit. They're no longer leadership. It no longer seems like the clients who just feel compelled to buy every day. Only Meta's making a new high. We've talked about that. That's kind of got its own drivers to it. So it is. You should get a little more two-way, ratings and flow through this.
I also want to point out this is not like a pure downgrade as we would think of it because he kept his price target at 475, which is still higher than Microsoft is trading right now, but took it from buy to hold. So it's not exactly bearish.
The other name there is Tesla on the winner list today. Commerce, according to Reuters, is proposing prohibiting key Chinese software hardware in connected vehicles on American roads due to national security concerns. A move that Reuters says would effectively ban nearly all Chinese cars from entering the U.S. market.
Yeah. This has actually been, a pretty resilient chart. I mean, it's obviously got a lot of work to do above this 250 level, but yeah, at least right here.
I'm here.
Like that's been
Yeah.
one of the big overhangs. Is this idea that this is not going to be able to compete long term.
PMIs in Europe were not necessarily strong.
All right, so 2250, just rejecting.
These aren't necessarily strong either, but some of them are above 50. Let's look at S&P Global. On the manufacturing PMI, 47.0. We're expecting a number well over 48. In the rear
Come on. It's not grabbing it. See, look. See how it changed back to the hand for no reason?
services, it is above 50, 55.4, but it's still the weakest since, well, just July of this year. And if we look at the composite, 54.4, same scenario. It's over 50, but it's the softest since July of this year as well. So 2 out of 3 are above 50. Services, of course, pushing up the composite. And similar to Europe, manufacturing not doing well. Think Germany here. And some highlights to keep and pay attention to. We do have 2s, 5s, and 7s, 183 billion in supply. That'll all be occurring Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday of this week. And we want to pay
Dude, come the fuck on, bro.
the yield curve spreads. 2s, 10s right now, hovering around 17.
Sorry for my language.
On a closing basis, it's been at 27 months.
This is why I'm not in a hurry, because I'm getting like, these levels here. Looks like you're getting some support and stuff that's coming in underneath of you. So it's just not really enticing. SPY pulling back here. Let's go look at banks. Another JP Morgan rejecting again, but it already pulled back to 210 and held, so
And we'll send you a copy for free. Look at the return on options. Most stocks can't even compare. Relying on just buying and holding stocks in this market? It's not an option.
To claim your free copy, go to itsnotanoption.com now. That's itsnotanoption.com.
You'll find them in cities, towns, and suburbs all across America. Millions of Americans who have Medicare and Medicaid, but maybe
all right, GameStop broke and retested that Friday's high there.
be eligible to receive at no extra cost.
QQQ.
If you have Medicare and Medicaid, you may be able to get extra benefits too through a humanitarian
Holding, trying to run back up to 485. Could look for a move to 485 on the QQQ.
All of these plans include doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage, plus something really special. The
I forget where it was. But somebody said, how can you be, like, how do you stop from being scared to push the trigger or something? Like, it comes down to understanding, in my opinion, that, hey, we're breaking through this level at 483, 484, that what you're going to pay for like a 484 or a 485 call is well worth the risk. Like if it's going to charge us 20 cents, let's just say for a daily, they're going to charge us 20 cents for a $2 move. And that is, like if it's again, it's got to be your, you do have an area of resistance here. I'm just using it as an example, but a move, you know, less than 0.5% move for like 20 seconds. So you just have to understand that the risk to reward is worth it. And if you're paying a cheaper price, you're paying, if you buy correctly, you're paying a cheaper price, and you're not going to have to wait or know as long or lose as much when you're wrong because you bought correctly. If that makes sense. If I buy down here at 480, right? I buy down here at 480 instead of buying up here at 482. Right? If I buy at 482, I got to give it $2 to 480 and then plus another little wiggle room of like 25, 30 cents, this pivot low here. If I buy it down here, I'm paying a cheaper price than up here. You're going to be paying more if it's up there for calls. And I only have to give it 20, 30 cents, where here you got to give it $2.20, 30 cents. Right? And you're paying more to make less. So we're paying a cheaper price. Right? We're gonna lose less because we're paying a cheaper price. We're gonna lose less because we don't have to. We'll be able to cut it fairly quickly, right? To know that we're wrong. And we're gonna make more on the upside because we paid a cheaper price. I don't know. I thought about that for some reason. It just popped into my head because some people want to know those things. How can you make it easier to take the trade? Like, when people are scared, I think it just comes down to understanding, hey, you have to be okay with losing whatever you're okay with losing. If you can only risk $50 a day, don't be trying to go out here and trade, $500-600 stocks and risking 150, 200. You're not going to last very long. And you're putting too much pressure on yourself. I mean, again, for me, it's going to come down to the setup, but, All right, so GameStop, right back up. Alibaba went higher, pulled right back again. I'm waiting for $23 on GameStop, so I'm just going to be patient and let it do what it wants to do. Baba, still just go ahead, do what you want. You're making these puts cheaper. I should have taken it there. Fuck.
Just say for you into your Xfinity voice remote to jump back into your favorites, or get a new recommendation based on what you watched or saved, so you can get right to the good stuff. Steak and Maine, fine dining in the heart of Northeast Maryland. Whether you dine in the upscale steakhouse or casual bar and patio, you will enjoy the highest quality of prime meats, fresh.
KAVL hitting $1.86 at the high, now at $1.68 up.
KAVL. Just this chart looks so ugly. I don't know why. KAVL.
Look at the trend. It really is very, very powerful. I just want to show you what the sectors are and how they're moving right now, because we have historic highs.
I feel like I saw this one.
Look what the leadership is right now.
Did we talk about this one this morning?
Historic high right now.
I thought we brought it up on this first pop here. I think we may have. Yeah, we did. Because look, there's not much to it.
Banks are doing really well. And utilities. Well, look at this leadership group. This is the kind of stuff you expect to see with the economy strong. These are cyclical by and large, and interest rate sensitive stuff. There's utilities. None of this is dramatically overbought, believe it or not. Utilities probably, it's been on a tear for the last 3 weeks because
utilities is essentially two stories. It's an AI story for all of the power they're going to need to supply to the AI companies, and it's also a low interest rate story. So arguably, utilities are a bit overbought, but nothing else really. It's really quite remarkable to see that kind of leadership.
We're going nowhere. I kind of want to listen to music.
Throughout the month, but not disastrously slow. Nobody's terribly worried about it. Staples and healthcare have been lagging.
I've been this weekend. I kind of took it back a little bit. I was watching Skrelly's channel, Martin Skrelly's channel, and I ended up listening to a little bit of some older, like, metalcore, I guess you could say is what it is. I wouldn't call it that, but
For Meta, this is another new high for Meta, and believe it or not, it's not stupidly overpriced. We're talking about 23 times, 25 numbers.
so I'm still watching these puts. I think they just hit a low of like 40 some cents, like 48 on Baba.
Equal weight S&P all-time highs. Breadth, advanced decline line for the S&P is at a historic high. That's the biggest sign you're gonna get for market breadth. And the Russell 2000.
Yeah, the 88 puts.
A new high here. Everybody talks about weak September.
Looks like they're paying now.
One of the weeks of the year. The last 2 weeks have been terrible. But if you look here, what's going on here? The average week.
How did I finish that Red Bull that quick?
You get down 1%. S&P 500 down 1%.
Damn, I must have been thirsty.
Normally this week is notably weak, but they said that
Thirsty mother trucker.
remember we were talking about 4 down months for September for the last
You guys mind if I put music on?
September is up.
I'm not sure how many people are here.
Declines that we saw the last 4 years. So not only you have not the seasonal weakness that we're having here. Look at this, we're up 1% compared to all of these poor seasonal Septembers. Got the Fed easing, we got no recession. It's no wonder people are optimistic right now. There's good reason to be reasonably optimistic.
Look, I put that up there too.
Yes, it's closing, but they all
I put that 117 up there to pay attention to on NVIDIA.
TGL, Treasure Global at the highs now, $1.31.
Oh my God.
Lima.
Swear to God. Come on. Let's go.
On a circuit breaker. KABL halted on a circuit breaker down, and BVE halted on a circuit breaker down.
Dude.
We believe in the potential energy of fixed income. Fueled by 50
I don't know what's going on with this shit today.
approach to fixed income investing has delivered
Coming up at
strong
10:15,
long-term
Vince,
results.
we will be
Power
speaking.
portfolios to reach investor goals. All you have to do to activate this potential energy is activate
1, 2, 3.
Capital Group Fixed Income. Actively different.
The healthy meat snacks market is currently valued at $10 billion annually. Now, Meat Strive Foods, a NASDAQ company, stock symbol SNAX, an emerging leader in the healthy snack foods category. Second quarter revenue of $6.2 million, up 34.4% quarter over quarter. Fiscal 24 revenue guidance implies year-over-year growth of 30% to 47%. Strive is poised for profitability. Strive Foods, stock symbol SNAX.
The real. For when packing light isn't in your vocabulary. Millions of people, millions of
NNE,
costs, millions of
nanonuclear energy getting up top here, November Echo.
TheRealReal.com for an exclusive offer. It will take billions of solar panels to power the world today. AES is making scale like that closer to a reality. Introducing Maximo, our new AI-enabled solar robot, designed and built in America.
This is ridiculous, man. I don't know what the hell's going on with these fucking charts today. Like, I never have this much of an issue.
Smarter. At AES, we designed Max with powerful features that accelerate.
Like the bar does, like, it wants to stay on the hand when I like go here to move the stuff down, and like it's just ridiculous today. I don't know what's going on. The options chain isn't coming up. Look.
And a mobile microgrid gives Max the endurance to run carbon-free for extended shifts. At the heart of Max, a supercharged GPU empowers it to learn and adapt. Solar energy is changing the world. AES is changing the world of solar.
Each time they closed it below 118. Look, there it goes.
My first job was in Mexico City as a sales representative, selling to mom and pop stores. I had no idea, no clue that 24 years later I would be the CEO of the company. Success is about having the support and trust of people. Success is also about will, sheer will, and never losing that ambition. I wanted to do great things in this country.
Good Monday morning. Welcome to another hour of Squawk on the Street. I'm Sarah Eisen with Carl Quintanilla and David Faber, live as always from Post 9 of the New York Stock Exchange. Stocks are building on gains from last week and building on these record
Oh, look at that.
5 of the last 6 weeks.
That's so funny.
Up about 0.1%. It's energy leading today. Best performing sector up almost 1.5%.
So that's moved. Come on, give me. Oh,
Utilities right up there at the top of the market. Real estate. So some of the defensive.
this is ridiculous. It's like rookie hour.
But you still got strength today in groups like financials, industrials, materials, so cyclical groups as well. Tech is underperforming a little bit. The information technology index down. Broadcom, Oracle giving back some recent gains. Salesforce under a little pressure as well. The Dow is down 14 points right now.
All right, we're good to go now. All right, let's go take a look at BABA. NVIDIA running a test right back to the top end of the range. So NVDA, we talked about this range from 115 to 118. Yeah, I'm sorry, 120 to 115. So see if this range here, the support and that resistance zone right there, it's $5 wide. You're above all your major moving averages here. So see if it's going to run a test, you know, back up to 118 and or back to 120.
Constellation Energy shares coming off their best week ever after a new nuclear power deal with Microsoft and adding to those gains again this morning, almost 4.5%. Best performer on the S&P 500 now this month. And then we are watching shares of GM as well. The company temporarily laying off about 1,700 workers at its assembly plant in Kansas. It's retooling the facility to make the next Chevy Bolt electric vehicle, which will come out next year. Guys, as far as what we've got in the week ahead, there's a lot of Fed speak. I think 16 Fed speakers that we are expecting, which investors have been paying attention to after we...
GameStop. GameStop's up there at 22.
for the size of rate cuts going forward into next year. We'll hear from Goolsby this hour of Chicago. Also, we've got some economic data to watch this week, and I think the highlight of that will be on Friday, where we get the spending numbers and the income numbers, and most importantly, the PCE price.
DJT. So, shit, man, I missed that one. It's a little late there.
Showing a year-over-year inflation rate down to 2.3 or 2.2%. Which, remember, the Fed wants to...
All right, Baba. I'm just going to keep this up. Again, Alibaba still, in my opinion, I think this is a top sell. I just think you have to watch this $90 level because it is... Give me the fucking arrow, please. Stop bullshitting me. Okay, so 90. Right now it's rejecting it, trying to. But that's, you know what I mean? Look, bounce, we pull back, bounce, it got above it. You know, that 89.50. So, it's got a straight run to 95. Especially if it holds. Might as well call that 95 100.
China's been so tough. A piece over the weekend looking at this new phrase that the Chinese have to describe their economy. Did you see this?
There was news that Baba is teaming up with NVIDIA for like electric vehicles, battery stuff. I don't understand. I don't know. But I don't know. I don't see how their business does anything of the sorts. GameStop, $22. We're watching 23. We're watching that 50-day and $23.
To stimulate the consumer, which they just refuse to do. It's always more supply side focused. They have such a high savings rate, though. They really do. I mean, they could.
Because they don't have a social safety net that is that reliable.
Yeah, Larry Fink always talks about it.
Yeah.
30% savings in China, so high rate there.
STLA Stellantis presenting the Bank of America conference today. The CFO said our target is to cut inventories in North America by 100,000 units by the start of 2025. That's STLA. Sandy Tango Lima Alpha.
On the policy side, look, there's some room to other central banks when it went double on the rate cuts. The chart of the day.
Man, I want to listen to music.
Their economics team about where rates are going all over the world. Just a reminder that we are now in a period of.
I've got to use the restroom. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. If you guys have any questions, throw them in the chat or tickers, anything.
We will get more on the policy side. Look, the Fed gave some room to other central banks when it went double on the rate cuts. The chart of the day for me comes from Citigroup and Nathan Sheets, their economics team, about where rates are going all over the world. Just a reminder that we are now in a period of coordinated central bank easing. So all the lines are the major central banks, and you can see how tight policy got, right? They all hiked together, and the U.S. is right there at the top of the list because we hiked the most. And then the dotted line shows where they are, or cities expecting those policy rates to go. And they are expecting the headline here is that for them to all come down, not all the way back down to zero, which is where we started, right, during COVID, but to come back down, and that should offer some support for economies. Is it enough to keep economies from going into recession and from stress in the labor markets? Perhaps in the U.S. is the thinking, maybe not so much in Europe, where the fundamental backdrop has been a little.
Let's go take a look at Microsoft. Microsoft had a major level here. If this level breaks, guys, this level up here at 430, looks like we're getting a 435, or we pulled in the test. Yeah, we pulled into 430, tested it. Yeah, it pulled back. Now it's getting bought. Testing Friday's low. This could be a trade that sets us up for the next couple weeks. I wonder if Qualcomm's just being a big troll with this. Will buy you out because they know about the FTC and what the heck this Biden any type of when you get politics that are like this, they're never gonna let any of that shit through.
What has already been sort of viewed as the national champion that is Intel, and the money that has come to it under the CHIPS Act to get it to increase domestic production of high-end chips in this country so that we're no longer as reliant on TSMC, which essentially fabricates.
Once again, go to the arrow. I go to the arrow and click it, then it goes right back to the hand.
So yeah, when it comes to structure, when it comes to anything
Support,
else,
support.
we're there. The analysts
440.
wouldn't say they've given positive reviews to the possibility of it. Certainly there are plenty of synergies. You're talking $52 billion in revenues, but you're also talking roughly $50-odd billion in debt that Qualcomm would be taking on. There's Stacey Rasmussen, who we have on frequently, who's considered perhaps the most insightful of all those and most influential of semiconductor analysts. He says, don't do it, Qualcomm. It seems very risky to us, given the uncertain returns, the amount of time it would take. Even if you got China, it conceivably would take years. And B of A weighing in with a similar sort of refrain of, yeah, we get it. There's certainly benefits, but you know, the way, how long it would take, the confusion that it would potentially create would give even more of a lead to Intel competitors who've
I hate the way these charts look today.
already been benefiting from that company's, as
I really do.
so many times with Jim in particular, who's been correctly critical of them for years. It's just been a sad saga, frankly, in the midst of positive or turnaround under CEO Pat Gelsinger that is going to extend for years to come, potentially?
Its comp has been notable for different reasons, namely its size, and then even attempts to introduce new clients, so to speak. People point out, well, AWS has been working with them for some time. What's really new about this iteration of business?
Right, that was the latest announcement, of course, that we got in terms of a potential shift.
Looks like our Sava, LUNR are looking like shorts.
Capital investment required by Intel. We've talked often about how constrained they conceivably are. One reason why they bring in the likes of an Apollo or a Brookfield to help them finance these new fabs that they are planning on building. Apollo also figuring into the weekend's news as well. Bloomberg reporting that that company at least looking to potentially make a
Damn, that's wild.
investment in Intel.
That is wild. It's already down to $27.28.
People who do nothing but try to originate credit for the most
Let's
part
see.
deals at Apollo. So you might imagine
See if you get a bounce back to 28.50.
if they can figure out a way to structure something they think Apollo needs that would benefit them, that's sort of a hybrid security between debt and equity, they may pursue it. Doesn't mean it's going to happen.
They also, it was pointed out in the article, have a almost $1 billion investment in Western Digital, so some experience in the chips sector specifically. I do wonder if that makes it less likely that Intel would have to pursue a deal with a Qualcomm if they get this sort of equity investment.
It's not clear to me at all that Intel was the one that obviously, first of all, they were not the one that reached out. It was Qualcomm, which I believe a couple of years ago also had interest. I remember at the time, at least, I didn't report it, but
It's just still falling. Shit. It's not even going to give you a bounce back. Sava.
and then there's Broadcom also. Again, if Intel were to
I gave up on them. It sucks, man.
figure something out, there might be other potential suitors. Although, again, all of them come with a significant amount of difficulty in terms of getting.
Sounds like a lengthy regulatory review process.
No.
Let's turn back to the broader markets today. The major averages coming off those record highs of last week. Our next guest says the S&P has become a, quote, mega cap growth fund, but that the rest of the market is not as expensive with a few financial and energy names worth looking at.
All right. There's GameStop up there at 22.
Portfolio manager joins us today. Hey, Bill, good to see you.
Thanks for having me, Carl.
Dive into that, this mega cap growth fund idea. What leads you to that, and what parts of the market reflect it?
Well, when we look at the Oakmark Fund and we think about it as a place that an investor could put money and not think much about it for the next 5 or 10 years, the S&P 500 has always been that kind of index where someone could put the majority of their capital, believe it was reasonably well diversified, and not think about it very long. But there are 4 or 5 names.
I keep moving these charts way too much.
Have a larger weighting than our largest position in Oakmark. The technology sector is becoming dominant.
All right. There's previous highs on Intel. All right. Let's try it. Where's the overall markets at? SPY.
As investors think it is, and I think we'll see investors revisit the idea of the S&P 500 being kind of the low-risk way to invest in equities.
And what do you think would take its place?
Well, I think just a more diversified portfolio. You know, there's no reason to think.
I'm going to try to get short Intel up here, guys. Let me make sure. Oh, no, it's still got room. Don't do it, guys. I mean, you could. It might work. I would caution all of you that are thinking about it.
They would want their whole portfolio to be mining, gold mining, and minerals. The U.S. economy has been pretty well diversified for a long time, but today, the way the market is valuing the technology sector, an S&P 500 investment is really a pretty heavy bet on tech.
Yeah, but Bill, can you blame them? I mean, what is it? 93% of active managers have underperformed.
30-minute, 4-hour.
Fed's goose
Why
bait.
would I want to go with you?
See, make more rate cuts over the next year. Comfortable with Fed's 50 basis point rate cut shows Fed is focused on relative employment, not just inflation. Inflation is way down from peak labor markets and full employment. Keeping rates at decade high does not make sense when you want things to stay where they are. Goose bait said to reach soft landing cannot be behind the curve. Rates must come down significantly.
It's gotten to the point that some academics think there aren't enough value investors to force
why it's become so important to us that we invest
2275.
into their own hands and using excess capital to repurchase their own stock.
Yeah, but you're raising an important question. It's one that, again, I'll reference Mark Rowan from an interview we did last week
2258.
about the public markets themselves. I mean, you seem to be indicating, I don't want to use words, but, you know, is there a crisis here because of the lack of price discovery and or at least the lack of people like you who are actually doing that?
Well, I think there is an issue with how many investors today want positive price momentum in their portfolios. They don't like to buy companies that have fallen to a cheap price. They want to buy after they've gone up somewhat. But I wouldn't call it a crisis at all. I think it just creates a tremendous opportunity for companies that are good businesses, generating a lot of cash flow. And it gives
It's hard to keep my eyes on everything. INTC.
Yeah, but you gotta get money to actually recognize that, don't you? I mean, otherwise they just keep getting cheaper. If there's not enough assets chasing money, actually chasing these names, I mean, look at small caps. They're lost right now.
But I look at a company, David, like one in our portfolio, Corebridge Financial. You know, it's about a $15 billion retirement services and life insurance company. Was spun off from AIG fairly recently. It's a name not many people know about. $27, $28 stock price, should have a book value of about $50
Wait. How is that
next year and be earning
48.49 cents?
So we're talking 4 to 5
Let's see.
times earnings. They can buy back 20% of their stock a year. So they don't have to depend on other investors to recognize the value. They just keep reducing the flow.
Okay. Bill, very provocative view. We're going to obviously come back to you time and time again before the year's out.
Something tells me we might be able to get to 2280. I'm going to be patient, guys. I'm going to be patient because I'm not forcing anything here. I just don't know why the hell my damn charts look like shit. I don't understand why.
For the Fed to act, he says that jobless rate of 4.2 is at a level many consider sustainable full employment, and adds that inflation is way down from the peak, adds that it's been coming in at target for multiple months, which kind of takes us back to what Waller said on Friday, too.
Less of a surprise coming from Goolsby, who's been leaning a little more dovish. Again, not a voter this year, will be next year, but you know, they all want a soft landing. I think they differ. Economists and investors differ on the right way to get there in terms of what level we ultimately settle at and how fast and how big the cuts are. But clearly, Goolsby is out here.
Just can't see anything when a damn stock moves 50 cents in a day. It's so hard to put it in to see where everything is at. I mean, looking at it on a software, on a chart that the software isn't from the early 90s is a different story. But when you have such an old program like this, 44 cents there. Gotta log back in, of course. It's okay, let it go.
AVL shares halted again on a circuit breaker. You'll have a picture of Lima. AVL halting. Go up the highs now at $1.71.
Medical breakthroughs, every second counts. But without investment, those breakthroughs are often paused. Cities seamlessly
Israeli military said sirens sounding in the Shmoron area of northern West Bank.
Something about sirens sounding in the Northwest Bank or something of that nature. I don't know. Just came through the wire there.
Take back control with Or Health. Or Health provides access to medication proven to make it easier to drink less, or quit drinking altogether. Qualify for treatment today at orhealth.com.
Han is 22 years old. He's not just a pet, he really is a part of our family. Knowing that he's getting good nutrition, that's a huge relief for me and my dad.
Oh, the piglet head. Yes, that is your name. If you saw his piglet head, you would say the same.
October 1st, join CNBC's Evolve in New York City as industry leaders break down AI and how new technology is giving them a competitive
That's so crazy. Like Alibaba, Intel, they all have the same looking charts. Like, you guys see what I'm saying? Like, look at this. You see the gap between the bottom of the chart where the volume is and to where the candles are? It's like right here, and it's like, it's really small. Like, what is this? Like, give me something like that. Like, it can't just put itself in the picture to, like, for the person to see it, which is crazy. You know what I mean? You come in with the gap up and everything looks really small. Because it doesn't self-adjust like newer charts do. Let's see here. See if you can extend off of this. Here we go. Oh, it's 10:30 already. Damn. That was a quick hour. All right, so that looks like that's working on GameStop.
Officially going on sale this weekend, and our next guest says his channel checks are showing, quote, strong demand. Dan Ives, Wedbush Securities Managing Director of Equity Research, joins us now. He's got an outperform rating on Apple. Price target of 300. Has been super bullish about this.
Okay.
Got a 16 over the weekend, but I was a little surprised that they had the inventory. They had it in stock last night here in the Oculus, the Brookfield Place store. Is that a sign of demand or?
Yeah, I think it's been depending on the stores, but everything we've seen, it's trending about 8 to 10 million ahead of iPhone 15 from a unit perspective, and that fits with everything we saw in Asia over the last few weeks when we were there. I think what you're really starting to see is just the reason this is going to be what I believe is an AI-driven super cycle with iPhone 16. Partially, like you, 300 million iPhones have not upgraded in 4+ years.
Yeah, mine was stale.
And then the next step,
Yep.
Apple Intelligence.
I need to get my upgrade too. I'm due as well, which is going to be coming.
We think 20% of consumers worldwide will ultimately access AI through an Apple device.
Some of the reviews suggested that if you were really going to give a healthy diet of AI tools, you'd be giving more than, for example, 8 gigs of memory.
Sure.
Is that fair?
Oh yeah, I think for iPhone 17, they're going to have to step that up.
Really?
But I do think it's an
8 gigs of memory. Yeah, that's awful.
If you really think about it, they were definitely late to the game when it came to AI. You had to have the OpenAI partnership, ChatGPT. I think other partnerships will come along, but it comes down to that install base and the way that they're doing these upgrades. And I think you're going to see more and more marketing material rolled out into holiday season. And I think for Apple, this is the start of a renaissance growth. Everything we see from Asia shows high single-digit, potentially double-digit unit growth coming out of iPhone 16. That
Dude, the weirdest shit is happening this morning.
high single-digit, potentially double-digit unit growth coming out of iPhone 16. That happens, I think, going into early next year, we're looking at a $4 trillion market cap for Apple.
So do you think that they were just their shipping has become more effective and their inventory management has become effective, and that's the reason why people are able to get them?
Yeah, they've added about 10 to 12 million more units this year than a year ago. So they were prepared for that. Now, I think in terms of pre-ordering, because there was some noise about it last week in terms of, you look at pre-orders and that was down. So I actually disagree because you had essentially 10 to 12 million more units that were available. You actually look at lead times, everything we're seeing in Asia, I think it's tracking to what will ultimately be 240 million more units or more, which would be a historical record for Apple in a year in terms of iPhone units.
So you think channel supply checks leading into a cycle are getting less and less useful with every cycle?
Look, I think you have to understand, it's part of being in Asia 2 times in the last 6 weeks, that you have to be able to put all the pieces together. For me, just to go on the website and be like, okay, lead times, compare them, and then have some mathematical gymnastics, I think that just tells one part of the story. For us, it's about what suppliers are saying, what that looks like, what we believe the pent-up demand from an install base. You have 300 million iPhones haven't upgraded. You go back 2 years ago, that's 140 million. So that's almost more than doubled. And I think that's why when you look at Apple stock, I think investors are kind of looking through this to be like, what can incremental services revenue be?
Look at Walmart.
What ultimately does AI mean to Apple? We think $30 to $40 per share. And that's why I think some of the parts, this could be not just $4 trillion, I think this could be $4.5 trillion. We have a $300 price target. I think it just starts this, what I believe is a super cycle.
Now, I know this is a very smallly held view in terms of AI for Apple, but it also could, some believe, be a threat, an existential threat. I mean, you know, these reports over the weekend that Johnny Ive's working on a device with OpenAI. Sam Altman's quoted basically saying, generative AI made it possible to create a new computing device because the technology could do more for users than traditional software. Is that anything that anyone in Apple should be worried about long term?
Look, I think they have to be concerned about just broader trends, but when you have what Cupertino has, 2.2 billion iOS devices, 1.5 billion iPhones, that is the key ingredient to their success. It's about that install base, and I think it's them further monetizing the install base. If we said a year ago that they'd have a partnership with OpenAI, you'd be like, no way, that's not Apple. But look what they did. So I think they are starting to change with the times, and I ultimately believe Google and others are going to have to integrate into iPhone 16 to iOS 18, because otherwise you're on the outside looking in of this AI consumer revolution.
Making the case for Apple again, Dan. Thank you very much for coming in off the new weekend for iPhone 16. Dan Ives.
Still to come this morning, we'll get a closer look at the new government funding proposal that would avert a shutdown. We'll go live to Washington for the latest next.
NBC and Peacock.
Welcome back to Squawk on the Street. I'm Silvana Hanau with your CNBC News Update. The Israel military launched a series of airstrikes across Lebanon today, appearing to signal the start of a broader military campaign. Lebanon's health ministry says more than 180 people were killed and hundreds more injured as Israel warned civilians to move away from Hezbollah positions. The FBI revealed today that Ryan Ruth had a list of dates and venues where former President Trump appeared or was scheduled to appear, that one of his cell phones showed searches on how to get from West Palm Beach to Mexico, and that he left a letter with a neighbor admitting to the attempt. Ruth is charged in the apparent assassination attempt with 2 federal firearms offenses after he was spotted with a rifle outside the fence line at Trump's Mar-a-Lago club. And Apple's former design guru, Johnny Ive, has confirmed he's working with OpenAI CEO Sam Altman on a new device.
Big government trick your brain into thinking. It's so crazy. People are so fucking stupid. They really are.
So this is a stopgap bill that would keep the government funded at current levels until December 20th. And that gives lawmakers time to hash out how to fund the government for next year. Now, that bill also includes $231 million for the Secret Service to bolster their security. This is following the second assassination of Donald Trump. Now, the bill notably does not include the measure to require voters to show proof of citizenship. That was simply too partisan to be able to pass. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer told reporters yesterday that he was optimistic that a shutdown could be avoided.
We really now have some good news. There's a really good chance we can avoid the government shutdown with all the pain it would cause for New York and America this week.
The House is expecting to vote on the bill on Wednesday, but ahead of that, there could be some rocky moments with procedural votes, given the divides in the Republican conference. Lawmakers have until 12:01 a.m. on October 1st to pass something. If they don't,
This is so insane.
will be impacted, including air traffic control, TSA, food inspections, and even some aspects of Social Security. Sarah?
Yeah, I have to think they don't want to own that just ahead of the election. Thank you, Emily. Keep us posted on any developments there from Washington. After the break, Nike shares coming off their best day in 2 years as a new CEO is about to take the reins. But is it enough to turn the stock around? One of the
See, SPY. No, that's the IWM. Why do I keep thinking that that's the SPY? It's just one of those weekends. The market's not moving. I feel like everyone is tired from this weekend. I don't know if it's seasonally or what, but Oh, come on, baby. Let's go. Hold on, guys. I'm trying to get out of order here for Intel. Oh, man. I should just take it and do it now. I'm so fucking stupid. Come on, man. I knew it. Can I get a 44? Can we get a bounce back 44?
I think that's basically over the next 12 to 18 months, and that'll be the margin stabilization story with the top line growth.
Oh, my God. It's just going to keep going. I'm not going to get it. I'm not going to get it. Oh, my God. All right, well, I tried to get in there at Intel, guys. I'm watching this. Oh, my God. You fucking asshole. That was it. Perfect shot right there, guys. Oh, my gosh. It's not bouncing back. It's not trying to give us the bounce back at all. Oh my God, 2175, 2175. Come on, come on, come on. That was a beautiful double top right there. Oh man, fuck. It's already at 50. It's already at 50. That's already 20%. 40 to 50. Fuck, man. I have a limit order out, but I don't think I'm going to get that filled. I don't think they're going to give it to me. That's wild. That's what I say, guys. It's why it's important to be a little patient and not just swing for the fences. Just let things open up a little bit. I'm not going to be able to get 44. There's no way they're going to give it to me.
Into their key wholesale partners, particularly run specialty. And so now the competitive door has been open, and I think you have lost market share, and now it's going to be, in my opinion, a multi-year effort to gain that back.
I mean, it was all about having a tech executive there, and that was very appealing for a company that was digital first and focusing on direct-to-consumer.
I moved it up to 45. They're not trying to do nothing. They're not trying to do nothing, guys. That's it. Damn.
So is it like Peloton Light in a way?
I mean, it was overemphasized, the direct-to-consumer strategy, and it came at the expense of relationships with wholesalers. And then when people started going out shopping again, it was a very different world.
If this is another trade I miss, I'm going to be frustrated.
Having said that, Nike's still pretty dominant, right? It was really just the trajectory of where they're going.
Yeah, what I was going to say is that as we look at some of our recent...
Whoa, 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 whoa.
To me, the focus is
Hold
on
up.
brands that are agnostic to channel, and they're developing innovation. Product improvement drives pricing power. So a Birkenstock,
48.
a Ralph Lauren.
That was dangerous.
To me, those are three brands.
Those things went crazy wide.
Tapestry, whether they do the deal or not.
I think the Coach brand, 32% operating margin with a handbag 20-year cycle that's delivered mid-single-digit top line as the #1 player at 5 to 6 times EBITDA, with or without the deal. I think this is a mispriced security.
It's done okay this year. I mean, it's up 20%. Matt, thank you very much. Could talk retail with you all day long. Appreciate it. Matt Boss from JP Morgan.
Well, still ahead as the Fed cuts rates. One question, is the worst over for commercial real estate? The chairman and CEO of Walker & Dunlop joins us. Give us his read from the ground. That's right after this.
Oh my God, bro.
Real-time exchange sector
Come on.
sponsored by Sector Spider ETFs.
Fuck. I'm not gonna get it. I'm not gonna be able to get in this. You gotta be joking. You gotta be joking. You gotta be joking. You gotta be joking. Just gonna have to remain patient. Oh my God, you fucking asshole.
Enjoying a comfortable retirement like these folks? As I remind our clients, you get what you plan for. You may have a retirement plan in place, but are you sure it's the right one for you? Creating a plan with Fisher Investments gives you the confidence your money can last through retirement. We'll shape your plan to meet your unique goals, needs, and lifestyles so you can enjoy the retirement you dream of.
Take it from legendary money manager Ken Fisher. You don't have it coming to you unless you plan with this. 3 indispensable flexible guides to help you achieve the comfortable retirement you deserve. Call 1-800-446-7711.
Return of the Mac.
How much you need to retire. Ways to
I don't know why I have that in my head.
questions. Call for your free guide.
30. That was it right there. That was it right there. That was it right there. Oh my God. I mean, I think that was a really nice move.
Our new triple pepperoni magnifico pizza is stacked.
5 minute.
And new bold shredded pepperoni. It's triple the flavor and only at Marco's. Just $11.99.
Again, guys, I'm throwing out limit. I'm just figuring out what I see here. 40. No. 46. All right, I just threw out a limit order for 46 on that.
From financial experts on advocating for yourself and funding your future. Register for free at cnbcevents.com/women.
And they're not filling me. Fucking assholes. Dude, you gotta be kidding me. Come on, bro. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. You gotta be kidding me.
The award-winning trading platforms. Bring your trades into focus on Thinkorswim desktop with robust charting and analysis tools, including over 400 technical studies.
Oh my God.
Tailor the platforms to your unique needs with nearly endless customization.
All right, I just got in that. I just took those. I just market ordered in. The hell with it. Even though it was on lower volume. What the fuck? That was garbage that they didn't. That they did not fill me at 46. I probably made the wrong move there. But I'm willing to take the risk and see if we can get this thing to pull back to low a day. There we go. There we go.
Find top-rated certified pros in your area at Angie.com.
Welcome back to Squawk
Oh
on
my
the Street.
God.
With the Fed cutting rates and more companies mandating workers return to the office, well, could the worst finally be over for commercial real estate? CEO of one of the largest players in that space, Walker & Dunlop, Corey Walker, joins us right back.
I have a limit order of 55 out there for the first take. So we're aware, guys. I just got filled on those. I got filled on those Intel puts. Starting the week off green. Let's get it. Now, if we can get the market to pull with us in our favor, this thing could really get going. NVIDIA is red, just a little bit, and Intel is green. So I'm really trying to get Intel to pull back and really start getting green. Here's why I took that trade off and just got out of it. It could still continue to give it to you. Just watch your trade line. All right, so like I said, guys, take your profits there. That's a 50. There's 20%, just under 20% there, but depending on where you got in, you got over 20, you know, you could have got these at 40 some cents, 40 cents, you know, low 40s. Now you're hitting 60, so that's like 50. It all depends on where you got in. So let's see.
Dell and Palantir officially a part of the S&P 500 today.
Let's go take a look here. Let's squabble along the markets and see what we have going on. I'm just curious what happens. You know, and if you want to swing trade this, by all means. By all means. It's pretty liquid. Hold on. INTC.
Meanwhile, check out what's happening with Dell Technologies. Opposite direction. Dell shares have been underperforming as of late compared to some of its peers. Meanwhile, 86% of analysts have a buy rating, 14% say hold, none say sell. But this target price implies what could be a 25 to 26% upside for Dell. So keep an eye on those two names. And of course, David, the honorable mention for Erie Indemnity, which also goes in today. I'll send things back.
Yeah, so they're pretty liquid.
Glad you mentioned that one as well, Dom. Thank you, Dom.
10, 19, 26. That's wild. All right. I'm telling you right now, man, if you're able to hold this and you break 22, I mean, you just pushed 56 there. You know, you're getting the pullback. So I'm wanting to see if we do bounce back at all. Which you already tested 2250. I'm just curious what happens here if we can break that level now. If we don't and we get another like bounce, just like another test of like 2250. I will, I'll get back in it. Because I want to break this level. I think we can. I think we can look for a break here. And this would be a nice trade. This would be a really nice trade here. If we can break this level, I'm looking for 21. And if you're paying 50 cents for a 22, that's $1.50. That's 150%. Alright, that's 150% on a dollar at where we were in, if you can get in at 50 cents. You pay 50 cents for a 22, you get $1, that's 100. You know, if it's not by Friday, you should still have 50 cents of extrinsic value there. That's why I say about 150. Sure, you paid 50 cents, but if you can get there by Wednesday or Thursday, you still have time on your side. So that's where I'm getting that extra 50 cents from, versus the full dollar from 22 to 21, which would give you 100%. So yeah. So you're looking close to, depending on where you can get in, you can get anywhere from, in my opinion, if you can get this to $21 by like Tuesday or Thursday. And again, the closer you get, the faster you get to 22, if we can get there before Friday, you know, it all depends. You get in at 40 cents and you're at 20, you're at, you know, you get down to this 21 level, in the low 20s by late today, tomorrow, this could be 250%. So it all depends on when you entered, where you entered, how much. It all depends on how much you paid for it, how much you paid for the position, and how fast or slow it takes to get to where, like I'm using the 22 puts and the 21 target, because this was the last area that you had buyers, and the last time we were there, they were sellers. So let's go back down to those sellers and turn them into buyers, because they just saw this thing go higher. So that's where I'm trying to take this, which it looks like I'll be entering in it again. I really would really like to get like the 40s or so. We are up 1.8% on Intel right now. And other semiconductors like NVIDIA are green. Fuck, that was it. This fucking mouse sucks. That whole down move, honestly though, if I gotta be completely honest, that down move was on lower volume.
It's going to matter, but I think everything has to be in the context of exactly what the pulse is of not just the services part of the economy, labor market. We get personal income and spending on Friday, of course.
See what I mean? Look, lower, right? Stocks pulling back, it's selling off, and the volume's just getting smaller and smaller. That's not a good look. See how when this thing goes higher, you have an increase in volume, not a decrease. That's why I was taking profits as fast as I was. Like, I want to see this thing pull back. Like, that's one of the reasons. I want to see this thing pull back on volume and all that stuff. Like, I want to see this thing going. You know what?
Jobs and the consumer were all about the kind of, well, if this continues at this trajectory, then we're going to have a reason to worry. Or it was about, some credit indicators of basically delinquencies going up. And so parts of the consumer base that seems a little bit strapped. In general, 4% wage growth annualized. You have 4% unemployment. Typically, the consumer economy doesn't get into a tremendous amount of trouble there. So I don't know if that means XLY is the place, but it is interesting that going into the Fed meeting, we had defensive leadership. And so there's a room for that to transition around, and we'll see what that means for the NASDAQ 100, which is still 3.
Watch this rejection up here on the SPY. Some little opportunity right there. Dude, I really hate what these charts are doing, man. I don't understand why it's so hard for Thinkorswim to just fit it. Just fit the price action. Like a normal chart.
No, that's a great point, Sarah. We took advantage of the early August weakness to do two things. One, we added a little bit more to large caps where we've been favorable for a while. And then two, we took small caps from most unfavorable to neutral. So that was a big move for us. And, you know, we really kind of leaned into that weakness. And kind of to your point, next year, if we anticipate an economic recovery, if the curve is starting to steepen, if the Fed is kind of taking the sharp knives out of the room, so to speak, with respect to the economy, then small caps can at least
You know what? How about this? Just gonna do this. There we go. Just gonna leave it right there.
Bank of America this morning warning of the impact of a possible port strike. With that, we'll turn to Frank Collin this morning. Hey, Frank.
Hey, Carl. Good morning to you. Bank of America saying the odds are rising of a potential strike 1 week from today. That strike could impact about $2 billion in trade of daily imports and exports at the East and Gulf Coast ports. And new this morning, the operator of those ports, known as USMX, out with a statement saying the Union for the Longshoremen, or the ILA, has not responded to recent requests to negotiate. They also added, we will be open to working with the FMCS, that's federal mediators, as we've done successfully in the past, but that is only possible if both sides agree to mediation. We have reached out to the ILA for comment. No response so far. We are seeing a response in stocks that provide logistics and air freight services. They're outperforming the market. FedEx, Expeditors, C.H. Robinson, just some of the names seeing a move higher as air freight demand would likely spike in the event of a strike. More than half of imports and 2/3 of U.S. exports, they move through those East Coast and Gulf Coast ports. And a strike could disrupt a number of industries, including the auto industry, pharmaceuticals, and also aerospace. But retail is expected to be at least somewhat less impact. I spoke to Freightos earlier today. They estimate about 80% of holiday imports are already in warehouses. That's compared to about 70% in previous years at this time. That's led to a normalization of container prices from the peak that we saw in recent weeks. But analysts say the tensions today in the Middle East or severe weather, in addition to a strike, that would likely lead to a big upside move for prices of containers and air freight. Back over to you.
Is this something where, so how the Biden administration could intervene?
Yeah, the Biden administration does have the option to intervene, obviously.
Guys, look at GameStop. There she goes. GameStop is going. GameStop is going. Alright, let's see. So we got a little bit of profits in the bag here this morning on Intel. I was going to look at FedEx really quickly. They said FedEx was up with this news of some of these port strikes that could be coming. Damn, it's so weird. You would think a president that talks about how well they've done, you wouldn't think that all these people would be so unhappy that they can't make ends meet. But yet your president's out here talking about how good of a job he's done. And the fact is, it's the furthest thing from the truth. Alright. 5 minutes. It's just about a little. So we said $23, right? Isn't that what we said this morning? We said 23. Here, let me pull up this chart right here. 4 hours. So we got above that pivot low. I think we said 23, 23.50. Yeah, 23. Holy cow. If you can get up there and hold that level. Okay. Looks like we're going for the 50-day. Alrighty then. Dude, what is going on with my...
to prevent the misuse of fentanyl and accidental overdose. Once approved, Aversa fentanyl will be the first and only fentanyl patch with abuse deterrent technology. Nutraband, stock symbol NTRB.
I was born in Havana, Cuba, and my dad really felt that he wanted to be in a place where there was opportunity.
I'll let you guys know what strikes and whatnot I go with on GameStop here. I'm just getting so tired of these. Oh, that's what happened. Damn it.
It's really fulfilling to cover healthcare. Trying to make it accessible, I think, is so important.
My stream went off on my phone. Alright, here you go. Pulling back to previous highs here at 22. Oh my god. This software is so garbage. It's just old. It's just ancient. I think we got to look for $23, guys. You got to watch that 50-day and then look to see if we can't get above it. I think we can get above it. I think she's going after 23. And that was your previous gap fill too. So, you know, that 50-day will be a little bit of a resistance zone. A little bit of a zone to watch out for. Let me pull up, make sure we can see the volume. And can everybody see it okay? There's a Nike check from Friday. Boom, boom, boom. Now we're pulling into Friday's close, Friday's high. Let's get it. I mean, I would think risk to reward wise, I would look for, oh my goodness, shit, just watch this level, I guess. Watch this 21.97 level and maybe 21.80 here, but then you'll be cracking trade line. Let's pull up a 5-minute. And that is way up there too. 23 is 48 cents. So I'm just gonna pull these up right now, guys. 23 calls is what I'm looking at right now. They're 47 bid, 48 cent ask.
Gold is up $8.10 at 26.54.40. Bitcoin futures up 330 at 63,000.
Let's see here. Let's see. Can we get it? Can we get the extension off here? That's a nice break with volume here. It's a break to new highs with volume. Alright, the only thing we can do is go for it, and we know if we break down through here, give it a little bit of room, give it about 10, 20 cents, and you know, if that's a failed breakout, then that's why, like I said, going back to that question, like, how do you not be scared? Like, you're not scared because you know, like, you're gonna know very quickly whether you're right or wrong. You try to put everything you have together. If you've made money and stuff, just dwindle your position size. Go in small. Don't just keep like thinking you gotta put on and put on and put on. Like, your job is to keep your money. You know, at least you gotta wait for the best setups. I mean, honestly, what should wait for um the short up there at 23, but if we could get a full dollar, like, the thing is, this thing could really get going. It really could, just like it did Friday, you know, where it spreads quick on this, and you get this thing going through the scanner. 23 calls. And you'll see this thing like Friday. This thing can go nuts, bro. So that's why, to me, the risk to reward is worth it. You know, you're not getting any volume off of this either, so gonna just be patient here. Where we at? 49. Select price. I'll let you guys know what limit order I throw out.
Hey, Paul, I know it might be on the periphery of your coverage, but we spend a lot of time these days talking.
I'd like to get like the low 40s again. If we could get a pullback like 44 something.
What's your performance been like, Paul? And how often are you into and out of these big tech names?
I hate that I'm so tired today. I got up really early. They went down to like 45, 44 cents. You can see those bids really dropping off on that GameStop. Right there. 30, 18. So if you could get it down here, man, you might be able to get 20 cents, 27 cents or so.
Good stuff, Paul. Always good to get your guidance, especially given how many changes we're getting in this space day to day. Paul Meeks, talk soon. Thanks.
Yes, sir.
Up next, one stock index in Asia hitting new all-time highs, plus China cutting at key lending rates. The story abroad is coming up next.
Watching that gas today, highest level now since July 1st. Over the weekend, tensions rising in the Middle East with both Israel and Hezbollah.
And there it goes. It's really starting to extend now. God damn it, I should have taken it there. I was trying to get 45, low 4, seeing if I could get another entry, but it is what it is. Look at that, 65. You could probably put them at like 68 and catch a fill at 68 cents, depending on where you got in at. You could get your first one off, I think, at like 68. I think you'll get another little extension up through there. And if you put your orders up there anywhere from like 64, 68. Oh, nice rejection. Just going through the different time frames here. 30, we got a little bit of time. It's exactly what I thought. And we talked about this pre-market. Make that run right up into that 50-day 23 area. So be careful. You are getting a little extended. It's not like you have mad volume, like a bunch of volume coming in. I haven't heard anything on the scanners yet. So they're not like... So anybody that like forgot about this thing popping on Friday, it's not getting much love from the scanners just yet. 2250 though. 2250 right here, this top end of this little area right here. Right there. Oh, come on, you. All right, 2250. Take your money. All right, that's a 40 to 60 some cent there. It's a really nice trade. Yeah, we're probably getting ready to top out. Why can you not see any of the damn volume here? Like, come on. Like, there's no reason why it shouldn't be able to, like, just, like, show it. And not be, like, too dumb. That's the thing with Thinkorswim. It's just so old. Oh, my God. And this guy shouting in the damn mic. Right, just keep getting this bread, man. Just put it on them. Just put it on them. I'm going to be catching the reversal on this, too.
Finally getting some kind of reward after years and years in the wilderness. What else I want to show you here? Look, value. How many times have you seen value for years and years underperforming growth? Since August, value has notably outperformed growth. A lot of what I showed you is value stuff. This is essentially knocking on the door of a new high. Value at a new high. The major value index at a new high. It's been a long time since that's happened. Finally, Sarah had a great point about India.
59.61. Should start to pull back a little bit here.
This is one of the India ETFs here, and it's doing very well. It's a new high. It's not outperforming the S&P. This is up here.
Look for that 22. Look for pullbacks to 22. Let's see if we can do this on low volume. All right, this could set up for a nice little long. But again, I will reiterate, you don't have much volume. They're not talking about it on the scanners. I don't see anybody really talking about it on the message boards or anything. So, I mean, it's popping up on the scanner for large cap high, but, you know, I don't know. So you have to be looking at it to see it, right? So we'll see if we can if this pullback can hold. I'm watching for $22. Look for the 15-minute trade line. And let's see if we can get a low volume pullback and extend and get some volume in there. Hold 22, which we've already done. And look to try to extend higher to the 50-day. And then we're going to look for the other side of the trade, and that's the downside. This has room to 23. You have a gap fill here and move in your 50-day. So if she can just pull back, I'm going to start throwing limit orders out. Maybe 44 to 48 cents. I really need this to pull back, though. You might even be able to get 38 cents. All right, I want to get this trade line down here. I want this thing to pull back. Come on.
Crypto Watch is sponsored by Grayscale. Crypto investing begins with Grayscale.
What's the greatest invention of all time? New hands-free Skechers slip-ins. You just slip in and they're on. It's like they have an invisible built-in shoehorn, so your foot slides into place without bending down or touching your shoes. Then the heel pillow technology keeps your foot comfy and secure.
Sorry, guys. I just had to... I don't know what's going on with my monitor or like what's going on with these things today. All right, so let's see here. They're trying to hold the bids up. There. I feel like I'm asking for a lot just to get this thing to pull back to trade line.
Indispensable guides to help you achieve the comfortable retirement you deserve. Call 1-800-446-7711 for the 3 guides that show how much you need to retire, ways to create income, and help answer your retirement questions. Call for your free guides. 1-800-446-7711.
Fisher has answers, and our fees are structured so we do better when you do better. If your portfolio is 500,000 or more, call us today.
Call 1-800-446-7711.
The healthy meat snacks market is currently valued at $10 billion annually. Now, Meat Strive Foods, a NASDAQ company,
So I'm just going through the scanners. I'm just kind of like looking around.
leader in the healthy snack foods category. Second quarter revenue, $6.2 million, up 34.4% quarter over quarter. Fiscal 24 revenue guidance implies year-over-year growth of 30% to 47%. Strive is poised for profitability. Strive Foods stocks.
Let's see if the SPY rejects this 569 level again. Come on. 41, 42, 51, 45. They're really holding these bids up. Isn't that crazy? Look at that. Look at that. So the market makers are holding this thing up. It's kind of a sign there for those options.
Hey, Sarah, if you had to choose, would you listen to elevator music all day or deal with payroll compliance?
Payroll compliance for sure. Gusto automatically calculates and files my taxes for me. Hold up. Compliance? Easier?
Choose payroll compliance without the ups and downs. That's working with Gusto.
Things go sideways. Will you be prepared? I want to introduce you to the use the endless free power of the sun to power lights, your TV, medical equipment, even run your fridge. And that's without gas, heat, or noise. Go to 4patriots.com.
GPUS shares spiking now. Hyperscale, an earlier letter.
Could you guys give us a like, subscribe, something? We're trying to get to 20 likes.
That's Ralph Papa uniform, Sandy. Shares resume trading, spiking and then pulling back. GPUS.
Let's turn to big tech and the competitive environment in Europe. First, there's Google. In the last 2 weeks, the company lost an appeal to overturn a nearly $3 billion antitrust fine from the European Commission.
All right.
Winning its challenge to throw out a separate penalty worth more than $1.5 billion.
Oh my gosh, NVO finally went today. Look at that, guys. Oh my god. And I randomly had this stock on my watch list. Look at biotech right now. Is that's probably got to do with, did the 10-year rise or something? And yields bounce back? Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. You can't make it up. You literally cannot make it up. You cannot make it up. Oh my gosh. So we talked about this pre-market. Another gap down. You piece of fucking shit. Oh my god. I will look for 126. 15-minute chart. That's crazy, bro.
From the state aid law, where you're actually trying to rewrite a member state's own tax law, which I think was why it was so controversial and why we didn't think that necessarily you'd prevail.
No, we have learned a lot from the courts. First and foremost, of course, that member states are sovereign when it comes to setting their legislation. But we can check if they actually follow their own legislation or if they deviate from that in order to provide a deal for a specific company. But all of that being
Wow, that's so insane. Was there something pre-market that set that off? Somebody in the chat, do you guys know anything at all? What happened? Was there a downgrade? I was just talking about it and some other people decided to take it before I started taking the trade and telling other people. So they just said, to hell with it, we'll get short now. Oh my god. No, I don't want to add a fucking drawing.
But if you want to have tax justice, well, then you need to implement broader agreements. In Europe, we have done our part of that. We have passed legislation for minimum 15% effective taxation. Now, of course, we hope for the rest of the world to do their part.
I wanted to talk to you broadly about how you approach antitrust. I know you're leaving by the end of the year, and your successor has been named by the European Commission president. And we just got this report from Mario
All right.
the former ECB head, about competition.
Oh my god, bro. I get sidetracked and then I mess everything up.
On productivity and growth. And one of the takeaways, I think, at least according to the narrative, is that Europe has been too tough when it comes to antitrust competition and has actually hurt its competitiveness. Do you agree?
No, I do not agree. Competition, open and contestable market is an essential ingredient in strong competitiveness.
DEN and Denny said that their CEO and president, Christopher Bold, will return effective September 30th. That's Delta Echo November.
Primarily. So you need to do quite a number of things. And the thing is that the question about these mergers is actually a question about whether or not companies should be challenged. Because in Europe, you can merge to become a gigantic company,
still have to be challenged in order for someone to push you to do your best to deliver to your customers and to end consumers in affordable prices and innovation, high quality.
All right, so looks like GameStop is bouncing now, finding support.
10, 15 years ago, because we did not provide a single market when it came
Okay, Nova Nordisk will appear in front of Senate Committee Health, Educated Labor, Pension. Oh, Tuesday. On Tuesday, discuss the outrageously high cost of weight loss drugs. And Bernie Sanders on Friday.
dynamic capital market, and that is the essential ingredients in not only having startups, because Europe has plenty of startups, but actually having the scale up all businesses that stay in Europe.
This is so funny.
Yeah, I was just looking at a comment that the Goldman desk made over the weekend of the 25 largest companies in
UXIN, Uxin shares hitting new highs.
It's just so funny, this top sentence here.
From X-ray India November, UXIN.
Will appear in front of the Senate Committee on Health, Education, Labor, and Pension on Tuesday to discuss the outrageously high cost of weight loss drugs. Senator Bernie Sanders said Friday. Bro, they don't do anything. That is literally what they do. They sit and they talk. And if they wouldn't fucking sit on their fat asses and demand more and more money, things wouldn't cost more, for the most part. Like, with the amount. If they would have never shut the states and counties down, you would have never had this problem to begin with. But no, we had to spread fear. We played the amount of people that were dying. We weren't sensible about it. And then we attacked someone else for saying that they didn't have good unemployment when they left. When in fact it was that very same side. It's just everything about it is just so funny. So they're okay being able to do that. But the company charges American Type 2 diabetes patients $9.69 monthly for Ozempic. Well, the same drug is available for $155 in Canada, $122 in Denmark. Okay, here's the thing. The $155 and the $122 sounds good, right? It sounds good. But guess what? That's also after you've been brutally taxed 3/4 of your paycheck. So you're still fucked. You still can't afford it. So does this mean that the government can step in and help? Say, sure, inflation, shipping, getting the materials, getting all the procedures. You guys love to, at least from what you've shown in the past, up until now, you love to regulate everything to the tits. And guess what that means? We got to pay more employees. We have to pay for more filings. We got to pay for more testing. So that's all going to go back in on the back end to the person who's buying it. So do you want to help us? Or do you want to be psychopaths that, make things harder? Right? You want to just continue to make things harder and harder for people? Or do you actually want to do something about it? So, like this one. Like this one. Listen.
But AI, that you do a proper job.
Well, you've gone after a lot of these big tech companies in your tenure. With the remaining time that you have, what else is on your to-do list?
Well, what is most important when you get new legislation is to enforce it. You need to implement it and then enforce. Otherwise, it's not worth it, and it's also disrespectful to the legislator. So we will push on with the cases that we have, both when companies do not live up to.
All right. Let's see here. just one of those days, you guys. I'm sorry that I'm so tired. This is a little bit of a prior resistance and support here. And it looks like you just bumped into that resistance and made it resistance. Dude, come on. Why isn't it just giving me a line? Oh my god. There we go. All right, so there you go. 124.50, 124.45, 124.44. You should go ask the government why they made PDT so high for people. And that was back in that was back in the 2000s. So they can do it, but a company can't do it.
Google TV is expanding to more countries, including Thailand, Indonesia, Vietnam, and the Philippines. That's from a blog post. That's GOOGL.
And to see if you qualify. All of these plans include doctor, hospital, and prescription drug coverage, plus something really special, the Humana Healthy Options Allowance, your allowance, to help pay for essentials like eligible groceries, utilities, and rent, even over-the-counter items. And whatever you don't spend gets
There might be a second entry possibility here on Intel for anybody that likes the short side and never got the first entry.
Xfinity Internet customers, ask how to get a free 5G phone and a second unlimited line free for a year. Switch today.
Delaware Cadillac is the area's #1 volume Cadillac dealer for the last 4 years in a row. Choose from over 300 new Cadillac vehicles in stock and on the way with incredible offers. Go gas or electric, same payment. Lease a new 2024 Cadillac XT5 or Cadillac Lyriq all-wheel drive. Your choice, just $419 per month. Or buy with low 3.9% financing plus thousands in incentives on most new 2024 Cadillac models in stock. Shop Delaware Cadillac and DelawareCadillac.com.
Tech Check is sponsored by Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
We've talked a lot this hour about antitrust regulation, but that may not be the only threat to Google's core search ad business. AI search startup Perplexity in talks to introduce sponsored questions in a bid to cut into the search giant's massive share of the digital ads market.
Oh, shit. Boring day. Market puts you to sleep and then bang, out of nowhere. Just limit down or limit up. And you're like, shit. I am kind of hungry. I don't know what it was about the weekend, but it feels like the market's just chilling. Like the market's tired. Everybody must have had a rough weekend. Alright, so we know Novo Nordisk has their stuff tomorrow where the politics are going to say, oh, you, right? They're going to put all the blame on Novo Nordisk, but not themselves. So it's going to be a shit show. And these are the very people that don't do nothing but sit on their ass and say yes or no. Oh, get together. You know what? Like, they have no problem getting more money. They spend more, and it's a mess. It's just really funny to see when a politic tries to get angry at another company because they charge too much. Well, I guarantee you, they haven't. They have either they have looked at the balance sheet, or they're just playing the game of not looking at the balance sheet on purpose. And just trying to do the blame game of, oh, you're the reason why inflation's up, this, that, and the third, when in fact, we know it's not really the truth. Everything is up. Shipping cost, energy prices. So. Alright, so we have GameStop here, guys. Really ready to test 23. GME. Let me go back here. NVO. I want to watch Novo Nordisk.
Something the regulators could take aim at as part of the legal battles being decided now. Sarah, your guys' conversation with Vestiaire was fantastic, sort of offered some of those insights from the regulators, and you asked a really good question. What does this result in for the users? What kind of experience? That's sort of the Google argument as well. They've been reluctant to add more features, right? The rules are so strict with privacy and everything else. It's one to watch. Thank you, dear.
These are the level 2 for the options. The 23 calls.
We have winning as one of our core values.
values, because to be sort of sad, winning is no longer a core ethos of America. And I think firms like ours almost have an obligation to keep people focused.
56.60. Fuck. I was hoping to be able to get a pullback and get like 44, 47, something like that. They never gave it to us. They were holding the bids up really tight. Holding them up. Which they rarely do, but that's why I said when I saw them doing that, I felt like they were holding the bids up. When they do that, that kind of tells you a story.
Griffin, speaking by was hired at Citadel just 5 years before out of college, because I think people are fascinated with him, his leadership, how he's built the firm. The firm, which the FT actually spotlighted recently, has outperformed the S&P 500 through its inception 11.5 times. They profiled that in Millennium, which was another one that did as a multiple of the S&P 500. I can tell you in terms of performance lately, the flagship Wellington multi-strategy fund, it's up about 9.9% year to date, was up about 1% or so in the month of.
I'm going to put that we're going to put the lunchtime panel on here in just a second. I'm going to use the restroom, grab a snack real quick. Be right back.
Donations really presidential race. Meantime, things are just going to heat up in the next couple of days, whether that's Fed speak, as Sarah said earlier, 16 speakers on the week, and the macro data leading up to PCE Friday. Let's get to the judge at Post 9.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Welcome to the Halftime Report. I'm Scott Wapner, front and center this hour. New records for stocks, new questions on how to play this post-rate cut market. Joining me for the hour today, hopefully with some answers, Joe Terranova, Jenny Harrington, Steve Weiss. We will check the markets. We do have another record high for the Dow. A little bit of work to do elsewhere. NASDAQ and the S&P up about 0.25% each. As you see, Goldman's Tony Pasquarello today, choppy, but Weiss, the trend is still higher. That's what he says. The setup's demanding. The path will be choppy, but it's a bull market, and the primary trend is still higher. Give me your thoughts. Do they match up with Mr. Pasquarello?
They match up perfectly. You know, you got to feel a little unease, though, at how easy it's been to make money in the market. It's not supposed to be this easy, and how much the market has really rallied. You didn't even have a correction. I mean, you had a correction arguably in semis, arguably in big cap tech, but I'd hardly call that a correction when those stocks are up anywhere from 50 to 150 to 200%. So it's troubling, but yet I see nothing really getting in the way. Now, there are potential for blips there, like if the port strikes that are going to happen in the East Coast and the Gulf Coast, but you're going to keep the West Coast open. People may have inflation concerns, but I don't think that's going to be an extended thing. I think it actually can get settled before the strike. So the point is that you never know what's going to hit the market, but I do think you do have to keep some cash because it's just unnatural for it to be this easy, for it to keep going up day after day.
Does it matter how many cuts we get and when? Because if the market obviously has its own expectations. Goolsbee today talked about seeing, quote, many more. The Fed must stay ahead of the labor market weakness, he said rates need to drop, quote, significantly. He talked about a slower Friday. Now we're going to be sort of listening to everything they say and trying to figure out what the actual pace and size is going to be.
Many more? No, I disagree with that. I don't think the market needs many.
some form of significant economic contraction. I don't think that's where the market is at all. I look forward to the earnings season. I think that's the potential catalyst from where we sit right now. And to go back to where we began the show is where do you want to be? I think it's critical that the viewers understand that a lot of the places that have been working so far are the places that are going to work as we move forward. Stay with the large caps. I keep emphasizing the small cap trade. I have been trading the Russell futures from the short side since the announcement of the Fed meeting. If the Russell was going to rally, post Federal Reserve, it got its 50 basis points. That is the moment. So I know we have a couple of charts if we could show them. Let's look at what the Russell, the IWM, has actually done since Wednesday.
Not great.
It's right back to where it was before the announcement. What else are we waiting for with the Russell? This is exactly what the Russell wanted. It wanted its 50 basis points in a good economic environment.
You know what we're waiting for? Unless the economy has its actual soft landing. Why would you buy small cap stocks, many of which are in the financial space, by the way, if you are not fully on board with the idea that the Fed's going to be able to pull this off?
Hold on. First of all, large cap financials are performing well. The overwhelming sector largest weighting in small caps is healthcare. Now, you're saying you're going to wait for the soft landing. Everyone's telling me the soft landing is here. The soft landing is already here. So I need more evidence. I need more data. I need to see the unemployment rate to go perfectly below 4%.
No, everyone's not telling you that. Who's everyone? I mean, even Goolsbee, who is as dovish sounding as you can possibly be, was talking about the labor market weakening. There still are significant enough concerns that they're going to pull this off.
Scott, it's
so you're not going to put 2 feet in the pool.
It's weakening from a historic level. It's not weakening from a 4.5% unemployment rate. It's weakening from a historic level. And yes, I keep hearing from all the investment banks, from the analyst communities that we're in the midst of a soft landing. Look, the point is very simple. Throw up, if you can, a chart of the QQQ, because I keep hearing from everyone, you want to make this rotation out of large caps into small caps. Look at what the QQQ has done since the Fed announcement. That's when the rotation should have began. When you got the 50 basis points, we should be talking about a Russell that's up 2.5% from Wednesday, not flat from Wednesday, while the QQQ is the one up 2.5%.
Jenny, what's your take? Citi talks about at the index level.
Yeah.
Right, we're talking about, that's exactly what we're talking about here, that it's going to be tougher. 6,100 is their bull case. Their base case is 5,600 for year-end 2024. 5,600, below where we are now.
Great. So this is where I disagree with Joe.
Is the AP News citing the Pentagon?
I guess they're sending troops to the Middle East, rising tensions or something of that nature. It just came across the wire, guys. That just came across the wire. It wouldn't be long. I know it wouldn't be long. When you get Obama, Biden type politicians in there.
What I see is a ton of that expectation was pulled forward up until the rate cut.
Right.
And then everyone just took a pause. Right? Fine, fair enough. Whenever you have, and this goes to your point, it shouldn't be so easy to make money. Fine, we made a ton of money in those sectors up until the cut. Now we're just pausing. But here's the thing. I think you think it's over. I think it's a pause. And what I think we need from here on, because we know we're in a soft landing, right? No one's questioning that. We've been in a soft landing for a long time. It looks like we're going to be in a soft landing for a long time after this. What we need now is earnings. So for the next 2 weeks, there's no catalyst to keep it going. All of that, those huge returns quarter to date were pulled forward.
Well,
now we sit here and
you're going to get some data. You get buybacks and things hanging. JP Morgan's trading desk, by the way, says we're bullish, inclined to buy every dip. They want to stay tactically bullish. The macro setup is supporting the rally into year end. They also agree choppiness is likely, but aren't they right?
We're all right. It is still a bull market, right? A lot of growth was pulled forward. Things have faded. I think choppiness, buy dips in individual stocks when you get them. I mean, you always buy dip. That's always a smart move. But I think it sounds so lame, but I think everyone's kind of right here. It's a bull market. It's going to trade off on leadership. We've already seen that. I think that continues, but we really, really need earnings to see to keep the utilities, to
Joe's
keep the small
point,
caps.
though, is well taken, though, that the Russell, you had a lot of people come on the network, have conversations with me leading up to the cut, suggesting, hey, you can't buy the Russell until you get the cut. Now you got the cut, and people aren't buying the Russell. It's true.
Okay, so now you got the cut. But the Russell, what's it up year to date right now?
Can I give you 3 words?
Yes.
Sell the news.
The Russell's up
9.5%
9.5% year to date.
The Russell anticipated the news that was announced on Wednesday afternoon. And to me, it was a classic sell the news moment. I will be the first person to step in and to go buy small caps if I see the type of price action that's suggesting that you do exactly that. But to me, you're talking about the quarter. And it's been a strong quarter for the Russell relative to the other areas of the market. To me, that was all in anticipation of what was announced on Wednesday, and what was delivered on the other side of that was a sell the news moment for the Russell.
I hear you. I just think that the valuations are still kind of mismatched. And so, again, if we go back to some of the data that we were looking at over the past quarter, where you saw earnings growth expectations sector by sector for each of the quarters, right? Large cap tech, actually, they're still growing a lot into the fourth quarter, but their earnings growth rate versus the first quarter is significantly diminished. As we go into the fourth quarter, small cap, Russell names, value names, those actually different sectors actually pick up steam into the fourth quarter. So I hear you. I think it's take a pause. I don't think it's sell the news.
So here's how I look at it. The Russell 10-year performance, okay, the Russell 2000, is just under 7%.
Right above
the 10-year performance for the Qs is 19%. So why would you leave? You think it's going to catch up, but already it's ahead of what its trend line is, right? 50% ahead of its trend line. So why would you get out? If you're an investor looking for something to do and you have cash, that's one thing. But if you're mostly fully invested, why are you going to pay taxes, sell your winner, your long-term winner, and your future long-term winner to take a chance on an index that's flawed?
Well, you're not, because that's why Alphabet's on pace for its 10th straight gain.
Yep.
That'd be a new record. And Meta hit a record high again today.
Yeah.
And there are more bullish calls. So your point on that is well taken. And aren't earnings, which Joe says, and Jenny says is what it's all going to matter, earnings? Aren't earnings going to underscore why the money continues to flow to those stocks?
Yeah, but if you take a look, yes, except what if they miss? So it wasn't that long ago that Meta missed, or actually a good quarter, but their CapEx was going to go up.
I know, was it really a miss? I mean,
no, it wasn't. It wasn't a miss, which is why I bought a significantly larger position at about 435, 440. Now I've since pared it back, but that's when you have to buy them. That's why Alphabet right now is my largest position, because it's somewhat damaged merchandise. The street's really mixed on it. And people just don't look to the future and look at the asset values and what their cash flow generation is and what it could be. So I think Alphabet's one of the best. Obviously, I think it's one of the best.
These stocks are still well off their 52-week highs. Like Alphabet's 15% off its 52-week high.
How often do you get that? You know, Meta is still off its 10-year multiple, despite where the stock is. So to me, those continue to be great holds. So why gamble on an index where you got to figure out, okay, what am I going to do about financials? What's in financials? 18% of the 2000. Why mess with it? Just go with the proven winners, and that's what you're supposed to do, is ride your winners until they're no longer winners, and they will be perennial winners.
Meta's target today goes to 645 from 580. That's at Citi, reiterated their top internet pick.
So you're in a period right now for the Mag 7. Well, what are they trading on? We're anticipating what's going to happen with earnings. You're in a blackout period as it relates to buyback. You had on Friday Apple increasing its exposure in a various different indexes, so that lifted Apple as well. And obviously you had the product announcement. But right now this is really a story of these stocks are trading off of momentum. And if you look at these Mag 7s, to your point, Scott, it's Meta that has the strongest momentum currently.
Crazy momentum.
And it's the one out of the Mag 7 that's actually making the new all-time high. I would actually turn the viewers towards Amazon, because I can tell you, and we own it in the ETF, so I'm not going to, unfortunately, I can't personally buy it until the other side of the rebalance at the end of October. But I could tell you, second to Meta, it's Amazon that has very strong momentum.
You know what's so interesting? Let me ask you a question real quick. You don't own any of these personally. Is that right?
No, I own all of them through the ETF.
You own all through ETFs. You make,
and I would buy Amazon.
You make a big case as to why these stocks are still going to be the ones to outperform. Why don't you own any of them personally?
Amazon would be the one I buy on the other side of the rebalance.
Why the only one?
So that is the one to me that has the opportunity from a relative outperformance perspective to catch up against the other Mag 7. Because if you pull back the lens over the last 3 to 4 years, there has been a degree of underperformance. Now, the question that you're asking me is why did I come into this moment not having any of these stocks owned personally?
Well, especially when you're making such a big case for them.
I think one of the reasons that I could point towards is that I had owned previously Microsoft and Apple. Apple, we were kind of thrown off sides with the ETF strategy, and I talked about that on air. We got out, we got back in again, and I didn't feel comfortable personally maintaining a position that was actually the opposite of what the ETF strategy was doing. So it wasn't from the perspective of I think these stocks are bad or I think these stocks are going to underperform. It was just from the perspective of I didn't like the ethical narrative of doing something that was counter to what the strategy ultimately was doing.
You see, sorry, go ahead.
Okay.
Let Ginny go.
Thanks. I think it's interesting because I just want to get back and use this kind of as a case study. When you said Meta, for example, right? It's on momentum. But let's think about why it's on momentum. It's on momentum. The first trigger that kind of got the momentum going was a couple years ago when they said we're going to have our year of efficiency. And they cut their costs and they started cranking out the free cash flow. People woke up. Now the momentum that's keeping it going is that it's starting to be valued like an AI play. When you're not a momentum trader, when you're not a technical analyst like I am and you're a fundamental analyst like me, here's what you see. Here's what you see on a lot of these. You see a very different construction now than when we started. You've got a 3% free cash flow yield on Meta, not the 5% it used to have. Now it's trading at 23 times earnings. To your point, it's gone drawn up on momentum, but I don't know how sustainable that is because we don't know if their llama model is actually more valuable than others. We don't.
Keep an eye out on Intel. And now the markets might pull back with you. It was everything you were looking for if you missed the first entry.
I'd say you're picking a moment in time. It's an isolated moment in time. Jenny owns the stock, by the way. When the stock was below 100, number one. Number two, different sectors, different companies have different free cash flow yields. So you can't argue that a free cash flow yield for an industrial.
She's still sticking. Let's go look. So I'm looking at the 22 puts, okay, for this week. It's about $1 away, $1.50 away.
I do believe it. We get the announcement from the Middle East today about they want to build their own fabs. They believe it. You just can't stop. It's the fastest option cycle in history. Period. End of those are all good.
Again, it is green today. It's red on the day, but from Friday's close, it's green.
Today downgrades the semis to neutral. They were constructive. What do we think about the semis? It's been a brutal quarter for the semis. If you look at the SMH, I think it's Texas Instruments and Broadcom that are higher, 5% maybe for Texas Instruments, Broadcom 8% or that I might have that backwards, but very few.
This thing's going higher, guys. Fuck.
Higher. I think we're at a moment where it's kind of you've got this line in the sand.
Crude hitting 69.70 at the low, down about 1.6%.
This thing's going higher. I think we'll get another opportunity up at highs, you guys.
Would I be selling them right here? I probably wouldn't. Would I be selling them on the other side of earnings if they don't deliver? Yeah, I probably would. Weiss, you were alluding to the fact that Taiwan Semi, one of your large positions, there's chatter around that in talks with the UAE.
Looks like the market might turn around here. In my opinion, this is just my opinion, and for anybody that's here, you're going to hear me say this. It doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but in my humble opinion, I have a feeling like that this could be from here to the end of the day, we rally. You know, I don't know if we do, but it feels the way it feels like that is very much a probability that you run and test like Thursday, Friday highs. Like the SPY would be 571, 572.
The multiple is higher than NVIDIA. So what are people thinking of? It doesn't have that growth. Now, it doesn't have the technology. It wasn't 1 year ago. It was the valuation alternative to NVIDIA. Exactly. And the AI component was beginning to grow. I agree with you. Where they are now you can call that
It's crazy to buy Broadcom here.
I do. I own it. And I've trimmed it previously in the last several months. But I agree with you. Where we are right now you
GILD, Gilead issues voluntary nationwide recall of one lot of Vilturi for injection, 100 milligram vial to the presence of a class of particle buffer.
I just thought of, God damn it, I just thought of a name and
they've got significant exposure to the industrial complex, whether it's autos or basically
fuck.
So you've had a broadening out of where chips go, right, versus 20 years ago they're in everything. So I think they go as the economy. My point though is do you need to control both sides of the line of scrimmage in this game?
LEVI, Levi's Women's Wear Daily, says Levi's teases a new Beyonce collaboration. That's Lima Echo Victor India, LEVI.
You need the semi-trade to work, or eventually you're going to start losing ball games because you can't control both sides of the line anymore. As dominantly as you could before.
That's a big one, guys. All right, so there's news right there with Levi Strauss, Levi Jean Company, working with Jay-Z's wife. I forget her name. I know her name. I just am tired. I'm having a brain fart.
Levi says,
Listen.
Levi Strauss now at $20.39.
On the back of that.
1.5% LEVI.
On the back of that news. On the back of that news. Beyonce news. Yes. You heard it here first.
There are certain other areas I would risk. So defense, aerospace defense, except for Boeing.
All right, let's go take a look at YouTube. See what we have here. It's lunchtime. We have some mostly sports.
Peyton Manning in full uniform.
Lil D, you seen a dose mistake at the end of the rally. Uh-oh.
Landrum Arms with Alexis and Tay at the time that they shot at them.
I don't know.
Did you tell police they were?
I don't know.
Were Summer, Alexis...
There's so much in a glass of wine.
Good morning! Today's the day we cross the border going to Singapore. We're going to go to F1, but before that, we got a little racing of our own to do. We're going to a track day, that's right. And it is a full fat track, just as Mr. JWW would say. Full fat track. Full fat track now, Damon. We gotta get out of this parking garage and go meet up with the crew. Oh shit. What the hell? That's wild. You don't see that every day. He's like, no, pull back. This is the last day of driving on the route. We do have the track day, but also a police escort all the way through Singapore, which would be pretty epic. This border crossing is no joke. It is not like the last ones. It is very serious. Very serious. Very not laid back. Yeah, it might not be as easy. The last ones we were like walked around and we were homies. This one, I mean, might be a little bit more strict. This is the one that Gumball is actually concerned that some people might not make it in. Weird laws with the cars. They were even checking like window tint and stuff even to get into Malaysia. It's Toyota. Oh, don't I only do nipples. Okay, fine. No. One time. James, these nice young men offered to guide us there on the Range Rover.
That's very helpful.
And they're gonna run hazard lights and break every law for us.
Let's take the assistance, make like a donkey's dick, and hit the road.
So about Singapore, it's pretty strict. This is for Max. No chewing gum, no drugs. Punishment is the death sentence. The death
Come on, there's no other options?
You can't just say, don't do it again. I love the arrow in the back of the gun, yeah, that's insane.
Fixed wing on top of it all is really cool. That's a really good looking car.
Yeah, I love it.
What's that worth? 4 million?
Damn.
If you could believe it, they even sound better than the SVJs that you're hearing.
Heartbreak. Well, this must be the place. The DD shirt on. Hello!
Hey! Hey! Hi! Hi!
Oh yeah. Little slap of the bumper. Oh, I see a Bugatti.
You made it! Woo, got some new shoes thanks to Tommy. Used to call him Tommy Teeth. Now it's Tommy Thailand.
Tommy Thailand trainers.
Tommy Thailand trainers. These are amazing. He had these at the beginning of Gumball, and I was like, "Where'd you get those?" And we tried to find them online. We couldn't find them.
Yeah, that night you sold out.
And then he went and found me a size 12 and gifted them to me this morning. So thank you.
Pleasure.
This guy's amazing.
Dave, we'll have to get you something.
I don't want anything from you.
What do you want, Dave?
Your tea.
We're getting the cars. We're doing a big formation parade lap. And apparently, Damon gets a chance to do a hardcore flyby with the SVJ F1 Cantani exhaust. So looking forward to that.
That arrogant prick with his doors up. You know what? You give him one Lamborghini,
Yeah.
it completely changes it.
What was the line I used? Turn him to a piece of yeah. But in a good way. All 106 cars here on Gumball 3000 in Malaysia. The final parade lap. Short run to Singapore, and it's the finish line. I can't believe that we're almost at the end, and I can't believe this car is still running. But we're not there yet. We're not going to jinx it. We're going to take it chill. Damon's going to drive super chill. No revving, no speeding, nothing. They'll probably be in 8th gear down the straight.
Here in Sepang Raceway in Malaysia. Super excited that we got all the cars from Gumball here on the racetrack. We're doing this epic photo shoot. Now is a great time to smash the subscribe button. Thanks to you, we just hit 4 million subscribers on our main channel. I say our main channel because we also have a behind the scenes channel, which is daily driven exotics stories. You can also go and subscribe there. We're gonna go for 5 million next. Dave and I are so grateful. Dave?
Thank you guys. In total, we have over 10 million followers across all social media. It's an amazing number, so thank you guys very much.
So we're super grateful. Thank you guys. It's a huge accomplishment. 11 years plus in the making. I know I freaked you guys out a little bit not too long ago because James, our boy, Mr. JWW, who's around here somewhere, influencer in the wild.
He's combing his hair.
He's combing his hair. He actually asked me, you know, if we were ever gonna, you know, sell the company like Hoonigan did, or what would we do? And I said, I have no plan. I want to do this. I want to keep doing adventures. I want to do epic things with the cars for as long as I can. And one day, if I do choose to ever do anything, Dave and I had a joke that what we would do is we'd turn everything off.
It's gone.
Delete it. We'd delete the channel, delete the Instagram, delete everything, and just be like, we had our day.
Mic drop.
If you saw it, you saw it. If you didn't, too late. not expecting that.
Season, 7 and I'm eating. I cooked it all myself. It's like barbecue Korean. Always rep the Northeast, but I had to switch
We're
the
door to
region.
door now here.
Living in the cold weather. Don't you know that I'm freezing? Right outside, you know what's up. It's icy in my veins, boy. I'm cold. I got the battle showing up. Why you talking? You don't know enough. Pull up at the door and tell them, open up. I'm right outside, you know what's up. It's icy in my veins.
Crossings very complex, and there's a special gumball line that closes at 5:30. It is almost 2, and it's a 4-hour drive. So we really can't f at gas stations. And after that, Lee was like, bro, it's so complicated. We have a police escort apparently to the border from somewhere, and after the border, right to the hotel, police escort. Let's go! In Singapore, we cannot do anything bad, because they'll kill us. Love it when we pay off the police. Won't be the first time. Gives you wing! SVJ update. We currently have a check engine light. The red transmission arrow light went away. Reverse came back. Thank God. I don't know what that means. Here's what I don't want to do anymore is guess. There's a lot of guessing happening, and everyone in the comments being like, it's vapor lock. This demon's lost weight. The car's not used to it. It's all bullshit. It needs to go to a certified technician to try it. Border closes at 5:30. Look at our ETA. 5:27. We have no room for ups. None. We're stuck in Malaysia. The touch-and-go is not working now. We have to back out of here? How the hell do we do that? Sensor issue. He went too far forward. Well, the delay just cost us 3 minutes. We're now going to get there right when the border closes. Everyone's trying past us. The challenge is, we'll get stuck with all the other people waiting to try to get over the border. There's no special line that'll be closed, so we'll be so screwed. We will be there for hours, 6-7 hours. Okay, to address a really common comment in the comment section, that was fun to say, did we purposely send a broken car? Why would you do that? The answer is no. This car went to a few people, Lamborghini in London for like 6 months. They said we fixed it. They didn't. We tried a few things with Yoast, changed the relays and all that. That didn't work. Then we swapped the transmission. Then we drove it for a day. Mike Essa drove it for a few hours to see if it was dialed in. But some of these problems are just intermediate. You can't predict what can go wrong. There was no problem before it left. That's just the nature of these cars, these locations, the car being at sea. Alright guys, final push. We have to really make up some time. But Mr. Fryer is talented at this game. He knows for this. We also have our own fast lane if we need it. All the Canadians have banded together to destroy this traffic. Team Lamborghini. Alright, it's helped a bit. We're now at 528, but we'll have some fuel again for sure. So, keep pushing. and it's the gumball lane. They're going to the gumball lane, everyone's using it. Well, the car club here in Malaysia. Well, the car scene here, obviously, a bunch of R35 GTRs. Super Leggero over there, which is absolutely sick. And a bunch of gumballers. We've re-met. We still have quite a bit to the border. We can't waste a lot of time. Yay! Hi.
Say hi.
Hi, how are you guys? Hi, whole family. Hello. I love it. What are you eating? Did you eat a sandwich really quick? You're heading in for Max?
I didn't get him. I didn't get one. He was in such a rush. He was like, I gotta go right now. I was like, okay. And I sit down in the car. I'm like, let's go. And he's like, did you get me a sandwich? I'm like, no, bro.
All right, we gotta hurry get to the border. I think this is a bike gang. They're trying to pick up some speed by getting really aerodynamic. I'm gonna roll with them. Here is following him, so we figured that's okay. All right, there's an update on our border crossing, 5:35. You need to cut 5 minutes. I thought a cop was pulling us over. It's just the Russians with their police lights on behind. Oh, can you title up for a second there? Yeah. But look at all the cars actually in this lane now. Causing like 10 cars in 10 It's called the Gumball Express lane. That's a trippy effect right now. It's like you can't look to the left too much. It makes you dizzy. So we've literally knocked off, look at this you guys, you ready? The Gumball Express lane. Now it's 5:24. It's knocked off like 15 minutes of traffic delay. Crushing. How the hell? A rolled over box truck. Those lights still on. And they say crime doesn't pay. They just saved us 23 minutes. New ETA is 5:16. Unbelievable. That's awesome. I mean, I have to sue you now, but it looks really good. I'm joking. I'm joking. That was a good little drive we had there. What's up? Nice car. Sick.
Yeah, the pen.
I love the livery. How was that?
Dude, how was that? We just covered ludicrous ground.
Yeah.
Ludicrous ground.
Gumball Express lane.
If anyone isn't doing that lane, they're not going to make this.
No.
They're just not going to make it.
We barely made it. I've done my best to try to get pulled over.
Can't do it.
Can't do it.
That was a very good effort.
All right, let's do it, guys.
All right, guys, get in your cars. It's time to go.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
I found the ultimate Bentley here in Malaysia. How sick is this? Is this yours? Whose is this? You?
Not me.
You? I like it. Sorry, the cop right. Submarine. That's what James said. It sounds like a marine vessel. Oh, he saluted me. That's cool.
You salute him back?
Yeah, I went like this.
Do you outrank him?
Probably not here.
Oh, this is a real deal. This is a real deal border crossing. They do not look happy.
Oh, this is the border right here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Look at this guy. Got his gun.
I don't think we're supposed to film in here. Hi. Hi. How are you? Just made it. Just made it. By the nick of time. Thank you. So, I don't think we're supposed to normally vlog in here. However, I think we got special permissions to probably not vlog in here. Jordan? Yes. Always looking so stylish, sir.
I try my best.
You're back in the car?
Yeah, back in the cars. Whoa, 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 whoa. Sounds like a submarine. How much fun is it to be in?
It's more than awesome. It's insane.
insane.
The way it takes off, you're driving like 100 kilometers an hour, and he just grabs down and he just shoots like a rubber band. Woo! It's insane. It's insane.
So much power, and and everybody else has to shift gears.
Yeah,
Or you
exactly.
don't have to shift, it just goes and goes and goes.
Yeah, so that's the main reason. But you don't miss gear shifting in this car because it has so much power instantly. But you can actually pull the lever here. It's like almost like a downshift, but then it releases the lockup, and then you get twice the torque instant.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
Yeah.
That's a fun fact.
Yeah.
This one's actually been driven. I love it.
It's so dirty. That's the most hardcore driven Koenigsegg to date.
I agree.
Probably, yeah.
Amazing.
New rim and all. Oh, not the rim, but new wheel this morning.
You got a new tire?
Yeah. They busted it yesterday.
We saw that the tire went on you guys.
Yeah.
It was up on the jacks.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what happened. Had a blowout.
Yeah.
Tire went. That's why they had it up on jacks.
So we hit the pothole, and it hit so hard, so the tire compressed, cut itself on the edge of the rim. Wow.
Brand new rubber.
Yeah. Now we can
keep it going.
Yes.
You guys look good in this thing. Ripping down the road. Damn. One day, you guys, mark my words, one day. A Yesco?
We didn't go in there.
What's that?
What's that room for?
I don't know.
Oh, we have to go there too?
What is that? Let's go have a look.
Connie, your car. That was people, now car.
Copy that. People, car. Car, nay, people.
There's a step-by-step process here. Step 1, just loosen the belt. Step 2, chains around the ankle. Step 3, assume...
Oh, do you have the carnet in there?
I don't know. Do I? I gave you everything. I gave you all the paperwork. Did you? You said you wanted to hold on to it all. You said you wanted to micromanage me, so I said, okay, whatever it takes, Dave.
Oh, you guys are lying. You can just drive across the borders. Yeah. It looks like you just drive across the borders around here.
All right, guys, let me show you what we have going on here at this exclusive take-through police escort with the customs and immigration here. We have the Nissan GTR, Audi RS Q8, I believe it's an RS. We have a Mercedes MC20. There's obviously a Porsche. Now, I don't know a lot about vintage Porsches, but this is sick with the duckbill and everything. AMG GT, Koenigsegg Regera, Aston Martin DB12, brand new. I really like this car, actually. We have another AMG GT, of course, the Mr. Gumball and Mr. JWW SVJ STO. This is one of my favorite wraps for just a simple camo wrap. I think it's so cool because it looks pretty traditional in the front and ends up going into this really wild design on the side. We have the GT3 and F8, another Benzito. These are actually pretty cool. I thought about getting one of these little like rally style A series. One of my favorite cars on the rally is this rally style Rolls Royce with obviously all the fog lights and the lights up on the roof and everything. Jordan in the 812 super fast. A couple more Benz's Brabus edition. By the looks of it, we got the Brabus logo right here. 765 LT Spider. Another Urus Performante. Can always tell by the louvers right here on the hood and these really epic kind of bronze wheels with a shaved face. I can't believe this car's still on the rally. So proud of it. The 575 Maranello, one of my favorite, naturally aspirated V12 front engine. Of course, I missed my 550. Then we have the Audi here at the back, the RS5, and pulling up the rear, another AMG GT. So this convoy, we are very privileged to be a part of. We just caught it by, you know, the skin of our teeth, so to speak. There might have been a little bit of shoulder driving to get that achieved. And we're about to cross into Singapore, which I'm very excited about. Again, another country I've never been to. You guys are amazing. What's up, guys? How you doing? 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 I like this. What's this?
Police.
Police?
Yes.
That's cool. I like the beret.
No.
Yeah. I need one of those.
Oh.
Yeah, trade your hats. You know what the best part of all this gumball stuff is? It's like they treat us with such high level of respect and prestige, and they allow us to do things like this.
And what we just did.
If you were to walk, like everywhere, every 10 feet, there's a sign that says no filming,
no photography or recording allowed.
And I'm pretty sure they'd come out and beat you with 6 if you did.
I have, however, just been informed that Singapore might be different in that, like, they are so next level strict across the border.
This is just leaving Malaysia.
This is leaving Malaysia, crossing the border into Singapore.
So we still have to go do a Singapore checkpoint.
Yeah.
Oh,
go.
This is not Singapore.
No, not yet. We still have to go do that. And then we're going to go to the serious section, which I believe is why we're having a police escort. It's not because it's nice to have. I think it's nice for them to have.
Are you liking the SVJ?
I love it. I love it.
Even with the single clutch?
The single clutch for me is the thing that lets it down.
Really? You don't get used to it and like it?
No, I don't like it.
I love it.
No, I'm like opposite ends of the spectrum. I either need full manual or twin clutch, like ultra smooth, efficient gear shift.
I
the
like
stuff
the
in the middle,
bangy.
I can't be doing with it.
It just kicks you in the ass.
Like at full send, it's really good in Corsa, right?
So quick.
And when you're like 90 to 100% throttle depression, it does what it, and it's amazing.
Check the mirror, see the reflection. Ain't nobody quite like me. See, I'm perfection. Unique vibe, can't duplicate. Swag is so cool, every day I celebrate. No copycats, just one original. Couldn't hide out, even if I wasn't visible.
Down to go around the track. So we come back to kind of close it, and this bit was sat right up in the air.
That wouldn't go down?
No.
And now it's stuck?
It is stuck, yeah. We think
wow.
Something's happened with the boot because there's a massive gap and we can't get the boot open.
Oh, it's not supposed to have that.
I think that's got an issue.
And then this is stopping it from going down.
You can do that.
Oh my gosh, that's crazy.
You can do that.
You can just flip it up and show off the LV luggage.
Exactly.
What the hell? What'd you do to it?
Oh no.
You're so hard on it.
It's been behaving itself all the time and now we've got this.
What the actual? What is this? What's going on here?
A bit of plastering and
is that a cracked windshield?
Yeah.
And you're trying to stop it from spreading?
Got lots of glue in there. Car is generally just become a
that
doors locked. We can't open the window sometimes.
Yeah.
And a fucking tag doesn't work either.
It's turned into a Ferrari trap room. You have to figure your way out of it.
Changing our t-shirts. My car is a
They waterboarded me in there. I didn't talk. I didn't talk.
You didn't talk?
I didn't say a word, man.
Damn. You're a poor border now, buddy.
Oh, that's the serious.
Get that lubed up.
Malaysia, you guys were absolutely nuts. We love you.
Absolutely freaking mental, Malaysia.
You guys go wild. Look at the lineup headed towards Malaysia. It literally goes for miles and miles and miles. That's why we were rushed for 5:30 because that special lineup is not normal. That's for Gumball. Gumball lubed the gears to make that happen. But this is what we would have faced.
That would have
hours and hours. It's the busiest land border in the world. How do I know that? I just made that up.
rules in Singapore.
We can do whatever we want.
Sorry, my hearing's pretty bad.
We can chew gum. Do you want some gum?
I'm bringing all the gum.
Singapore is a very different place. They do not budge around.
Look at first of all, look how intense the border looks. It's actually really big. And it's very fancy and new looking. Here we go. We have a special line. This guy's directing us.
Dude, they're way more serious.
Smile and he did not wave.
Look at the view though.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Hopefully this is fairly quick.
The last one was very slow.
Very bit slow.
You getting tired, buddy? End of the day? Last day of the actual driving portion of the rally?
Nope. Still got more coffee.
Oh, no, stop drinking coffee!
No, not in the throat, not in the throat!
What? I was like, I probably shouldn't film you like this.
I had to. Did you hear that in here?
It's pretty loud. Is that frowned upon or is that smiled upon? We'll find out in a minute. Don't go anywhere.
Did you hear it echo?
We might. To jail. Someone's gonna get in trouble.
They're taking down photos and stuff like that.
That's a dealer plate. How the hell? We don't ask questions here at the border in Singapore. James, did you hear that?
Can't quite get the sound of that, can you? Oh yeah, there's customs behind you. You're not supposed to film.
It's not happening.
You're not supposed to film. Right now he's taking down my license plate.
Yeah, he's gonna call you in.
Go. This guy. All right, we are here and now at the Singapore border area. They're doing all of our customs through this little box right here, which is crazy. How we doing? I don't know, man. How are you doing? Because apparently you guys lost your carnet. How's that possible?
Mate, it's been so smooth. Like the whole week, effortless. Get to the final border of the week. We've lost the carnet de passage. As the name would suggest, de passage. We're not passaging anywhere right now because we don't have our carnet for the car. Final border of the entire week. We're like we might as well be at 2,999 miles right now, is what I'm saying. That's where we're at, right?
And I'm also shooting from the hip up because we're really not supposed to film here. So, and I have some very serious looking gentlemen right over my shoulder.
There's a guy coming.
Is there? Oh yeah, I see him. I see him. I'm looking at the reflection in the window here.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what happens if I don't have this.
What's that?
I don't know what happens if we don't have this.
I don't know either. Thank you very much. Hold on. Thank you. Yep. Hey. Good luck. How did that go?
It's not going yet. I haven't done it yet. I'm missing a bit of paperwork.
I heard. Do you want us to run to Staples and quickly copy ours and forward some documents?
Mm-hmm. That'd be a good idea.
What do you think of the police cars? They drive BMWs here.
We'll be fine.
Oh, I know you'll be fine. Look at these. Those are actually pretty rad.
I mean, I get fined, which is fine, but providing we get the car through, and now they're just checking the customs, but we've got a scan of the carnet now on its way to me. They've said in principle they'll accept it. I've got to pay a fine and then we'll just be done with it.
Max looks a little stressed. He's always calm, cool, and collected. But when you don't have paperwork to get across the border on your own rally, it could be a little wee bit stressful. These guys smashed to the hell. Hey, you see these guys' bumper?
What?
The bumper on this.
Oh no!
Look at that.
Oh no! Damn!
Richard Emile RM 111. RM11.
Okay. Bumper?
What?
The bumper on this.
Oh no!
Look at that.
Oh no! Damn!
Carnet exemption waiver and a fine. And then, hopefully, if they accept the exemption waiver, which comes from a different department over there, we have to take that exemption waiver across to this box, and then they'll either go, yeah, okay, you can come in, or maybe not. So let's see how it goes. But we're in the middle of fixing that right now.
There's a lot of things going on right now. A lot of paperwork being checked. A lot of things happening.
We're in admin limbo.
Max is walking around. Max is still trying to figure this out with cars. How did you guys lose the bloody paperwork game?
I've been the driver. I ain't holding any papers.
You guys make it okay? How was it? Find your seat. No, tell me then. We're behind the Australian.
Shut up. No, see. Hey, James. James. Your paperwork was behind his seat. He didn't look behind the seat. The staff guy just went and pulled it out from behind the seat.
Every time he gave me a document,
we have it anyway.
just went straight in the car.
We cleared out to do these carnet things. We've had to put down a few million. But we get back, like, as you said, like...
So when you discharge the car.
So it's a bond.
So it's basically a temporary import permit that you can pay, yeah. It's to cover the dutiable and taxable liability of the car whilst it's in the country.
Yeah, you lose the money. Yeah. Like a couple $1 million.
Crazy.
In this case, $175,000 for one car. $175,000 for one car.
Oh, right. We are free.
Finally.
We were in there for 3 hours. Now, this is a very different country. We have rules here. We can get pulled over here. So we're gonna drive real chill and quiet. Down to the last 24 kilometers on Gumball 3000. Against all odds, I think we're gonna make it in the SVJ.
SVJ for the win! You can't keep this thing down.
From day one, we weren't sure. Way back in Vietnam, 3,000 kilometers ago, 7 days of the craziest roads, the craziest border crossings. It's gonna take us a week for a rally hangover. Then we'll go watch the vlogs to figure out what actually happened. Because when you're in it, you're in it. And only after you actually realize what actually happened.
You kind of take time to like digest everything.
Process what the hell just happened. So thank you guys for being on this journey with us. It's not
I wonder if it was the change in fuel. I do. I wonder if it was the change in fuel. Because it's been running okay. I know that there's other things going on with it, but just fixed it. You went from American fuel to that stuff. You had to tune it for it. Probably needed to let the car run for a little while with all the heat and everything that it was going through in Taiwan. I wonder if the fuel had anything to do with it, leaving it running like change. Because again, you got to change. There's different they're running different octane in those countries than they do in the U.S. So I am kind of curious if that, upon whatever else is going on, that's why it was throwing itself in a limp mode.
Oh yeah, don't worry. We saw the final and award ceremony, and then tomorrow's the F1 race. And we go home. A few days, then it's back to LA, the new Revolto, the F12 updates, Bentley updates, McLaren updates.
Mercy update.
Mercy update.
Mercy for an end. The Mercy for an end.
We have new merch coming.
Almost done.
We have all the things happening while we're here at Gumball, so you're in for some huge treats over the next few months.
And look at the van. Look at the van. That's amazing. Thanks, guys.
Guys, I might take the short on GameStop. I may do it here. I think. Oh man, it's still got a little room. Yes. All right, guys. I think I'm gonna go after it. One, two, three, four. Not one green candle. Yeah, let's do it. 22. Give me a 22 put. What is that delta? That is a delta of 40. GME. Oh my gosh. All right, that's what I'm doing, guys. Oh my gosh, come on, hurry. They're going to take this trade from me. 457. Oh my gosh, look how wide they already got the spreads. 52. I'm going to try to limit order this. This could be the wrong move, guys. This could be the wrong move. Okay, so don't think that, like, I'm going to be correct on this. You can and will. Intel's breaking down. Oh my god, man. Fuck. I'm not going to get it. Alright, I just took it for 55 cents. Let's see. I'm not filled. Come on, you assholes, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. No. I got filled, guys. I couldn't even go to 53. Alright, I couldn't even go to 53. I am a little nervous about this, but I have to be okay with my decision from what I've seen. Alright, so I just took that on GameStop. This would be the second trade of the day. Where is my stop? My stop would have to be above this 50-day moving average. Just gonna make my stop up there. Hopefully I don't have to stop out of it. Fuck.
I don't want to say the vultures are circling because that would be unkind, but the bids are circling. Let's say that. Yeah, I think you're going to continue.
I have indigestion. All right, so second trade of the day.
Number 4 in the bag.
Dude, 4 gumballs. 2 of those gumballs, well actually 3 of them. Broken piece of a car in the Middle East. Blown transmission over the European tour. And then this problem, electrical, who knows? And we made it once again. The SVJ, you don't quit. We don't quit. We don't
Did you hear that?
That's too much.
Did you hear that, Bobby White?
Come here for a hug, David.
Come on, bring it in for a hug.
We freaking did it.
And we're done with all the stuff with cars. The car is going back to Los Angeles. But there's one last thing we need to do, and that is go through that door. You won't believe what's behind door number 1. There might be some people out here. Oh, we're going out. Ready? 3, 2, 1.
No, it's still there. As we arrived to this fuel station just now, it said that it is now in a reduced performance mode. It's not turning over now. It's going so well.
Again, listen, make sure that the live stream is all the way to the right, that you are live. Just make sure you are live with us. Where we at here? 36 views. Not too shabby. Hardly nothing. Hardly nothing. Should we live stream? Oh, it's over with.
Consider paying nominal amount, like 500, 1,000.
Alright, let's see here. What happened with Coinbase? Hold on. I'm not sure if anyone else seen it. Dude, are you serious? Fuck you. God damn it. What did I pay for this? 55. Strong like bull. GameStop is strong like bull. I'm just trying to get my pullback to prior day's high type shit. Damn, look at that 4-hour chart, bro. Oh no, that's the weekly chart. I was gonna say, where's the after hours stuff at? So like, look at that trade line, man. That's wild. That is wild. Come on, Duke Stain. Pull it back, dog. Pull it back, dog. I think, guys, I do. If this could work out, I feel like this could be a really nice trade. I do. I feel like this could be a really, really nice trade. This could be a nice trade.
Is forecasted to be, right? By the end of this year, early next year, we're going to find that small caps, at least the forecast right now, we're showing that small caps are going to grow at a multiple of what, say, the Magnificent Seven are going to grow at. Now, that's not unusual, right? When profit cycles trough, smaller companies have greater sensitivity to that upturn in profitability.
MNSO, Minoso Group, Bank of America with a downgrade from a buy to an underperformance, double downgrade at Bank of America. That's Michael November Sandy Oscar.
So, some of the comments that people that you quoted before, profits are the lifeblood of employment. Profits are the lifeblood of investment, capital investment. And so as profits rev up, we should see normally the economy just get stronger.
Oh, damn it.
Now we've got the Fed easing on top of that. That's like putting fuel on the fire.
It doesn't want to pull back at all whatsoever.
Be out of character, but is there anything in this reaction function or the chart we just showed, which has the mega caps beating the smaller caps 2-to-1 year to date? Do you think, you know what, forget it? It's time to just load up on the Mag 7 and off to the races into year end.
Well, I mean, certainly there's a lot of managers doing that. The data show that that's what's happening. I mean, we are fundamentally based. If you're a momentum manager, I get it. That's where the momentum is. And if you're a momentum investor, I get it. That's where the momentum is. If you're a true fundamental investor, though, it's hard to argue that the Mag 7 are justifiable investing in them now by fundamentals. They're slower growth and more expensive than other parts of the market.
Come on, baby. Come on. Let's just pull back a little bit. Let's give us a little pullback. Come on. Once again, it's just going to hold it up.
We see gold up, crypto kind of taking off, the big tech momentum trades outperforming the rest of the market since the Fed moved. I mean, really, what does that tell you? That they shouldn't have gone 50?
I think, well, I would separate out a little bit about gold versus cryptocurrencies there. I think they're a little bit different. I don't think you're finding, there's economic use to gold, industrial uses and things like that. The only economic uses for Bitcoin are really for illegal purposes. We can't buy a cup of coffee with it or anything. So I think there's a difference.
Yeah, you can.
However, if we do see a big speculative fervor come into the marketplace, I think that's a very bad sign for the Fed. My argument has been for 20 or 30 years now that excessive financial asset inflation is as damaging to the economy as excessive real asset inflation, which we would call inflation. Right, we call excessive financial asset inflation, we like to call it bull.
I probably should have waited for 23, but again, there's a reason for this trade. There's a reason for this trade, and I'm going to do my very best to stay with it.
Within the economy, and that causes inflation. In other words, you allocate capital to things you don't need, I would argue cryptocurrencies, and you don't allocate capital to things you do need, like the electric grid and things like that. And so, I think the Fed has yet to truly understand that excessive financial asset inflation can be inflationary as well.
I think it's and I think about the weaker dollar, Rich, as well, and how much of this is kind of the flip side of that. You could say, I mean, it has implications for inflation, for for real assets, for financial assets. They all kind of rise nominally, but do they really increase in value? Putting all that to the side, I don't know if I could ask you before you go. I mean, as you're watching the saga with Intel, the saga with Boeing, you guys, I don't think of you really as stock pickers, and like you said, you're leaning small cap. But do you have kind of a preference or a view on what happens with some? I mean, these are U.S. champions of industry, which are adrift right now.
Right. So Kelly, I don't want to talk about individual companies, but let's talk about this in a grander scheme. I think the deglobalization is the big investment theme. Right? The reality is, you mentioned a weaker dollar. The weaker dollar gains increasing importance when we run a massive trade deficit, which is ever increasing in the United States. So the dollar imports more and more inflation as it weakens versus 30 years ago or something like that. But your point's very important because as globalization contracts, we have to realize that it's not just semiconductors that open up the United States to national security implications. It's the fact that we don't produce anything here in the United States. That's basically what our trade deficit shows. And so the risks to the U.S. economy are mounting.
Come on, baby. Come on, baby.
It's one of the reasons we're such big fans of mid-cap industrials that focus on the U.S. economy, because we think they are the big beneficiaries of deglobalization.
Come on. Flush it.
Kind of sounds bad. I don't want to exclusive interview with Bank of America CEO Brian Moynihan next hour on Power Lunch. That's coming up around 2 p.m. Eastern, I should say. Still to come, a pulse check on the consumer with the CEO of Whole Foods, owned by Amazon now, of course. We'll get his view on the state of inflation and incorporating tech and even AI into the grocery store. But first, the restarting of
What is this?
isn't the only nuclear news in the headlines.
Dude.
One of the world's largest
Hold on.
uranium companies is buying up Rio Tinto's assets in Wyoming. The CEO of Uranium Energy Corp is here.
57. Why is the asking price? This is why Thinkorswim is poop. Like, you obviously have the asking price at 57. Why are you showing 65? And somebody got filled at 53 on the bid. Like, get the hell out of here. What? Wait, that is it. 65, 57. So what are they doing here? They're doing some shit. They're doing some shit here. They're doing some shit.
Really matters to your clients is having peace of mind. Your dedication says you'll always be there for them. And at Trade PMR, it's our mission to always be there for you.
Tomorrow, legendary investor John Paulson. What's on his radar for the markets, the economy, and the Fed? Plus the 2024 election. Stay ahead of the market. Squawk Box. Tomorrow, 6 a.m. Eastern. CNBC. Strategy at the market's final moments. We're now in the closing bell market zone. Here to break down the crucial moments of this trading day. Market Zone. Commercial-free coverage. Sponsored by daytrade from Morgan Stanley. Trade commission-free today with no account minimums.
The moment I met him, I knew he was my soulmate. Soulmate. Why do you need
I
me?
don't understand.
We switched.
What the heck is going on here? Can somebody like let me know what the hell is going on? Why is there an like? How are they not showing the asking price on time and sales? Look, like 53, 62, 55, 57 is really what's going on.
A home router should never be a home wrecker. This is a good book title.
We're raking in the savings at Pilot
Makes 0 sense.
Fall Forward event at Sheridan Nissan. Drive into a new season in a new Road Platinum with financing as low as 0%. Plus, get an extra $2,000 Kelly Blue Book trade-in value for your trade. Joe knows when you visit Sheridan Nissan, you'll always get VIP treatment and great deals. Don't miss Joe's Fall Forward event on DuPont Highway.
This bastard. Fuck. It's alright.
Welcome back to the exchange. A lot of movement in the uranium trade lately with Global X Uranium, which is the largest uranium ETF, up 7% since last Friday. That's when Constellation announced its plans to restart 3 Mile Island nuclear plant in order to power Microsoft data centers. Today, the Financial Times reporting 14 banks have pledged to support nuclear energy, a move that could unlock massive new financing for the industry. And my next guest company is one of the largest uranium producers in North America. Today announced it's buying Rio Tinto's uranium assets in Wyoming, including a processing mill. UEC stock is up more than 8% on the news. And here for an exchange exclusive is Amir Adnani. He is the CEO of Uranium Energy Corp. It's great to have you. Nice to meet you. Welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. Big day to be here. So much going on.
In basically 20 years in the making.
This makes no damn sense.
Market in uranium before things started to take off.
No sense at all.
And it was unusually long.
Makes no sense.
Coming out of it with incredible momentum like we have never seen in the history of nuclear power.
How did we go from kind of left for dead? I mean, that was the way it felt to me 5-8 years ago. It was look at those projects. I think it was Southern Company's project in the South. It was these are going to be $10 billion projects that take 25 years. The U.S. can never do nuclear. It's over. And now suddenly we're going through a renaissance.
I think the recognition that there's no way to achieve carbon neutrality by 2050 without nuclear power was perhaps the beginning of bringing nuclear back into the mix. And nothing says nuclear is back like restarting 3 Mile Island. It's such a powerful symbol of the rebirth that nuclear is experiencing. So I really think when you consider that.
Come on, let's go.
UAC, Uranium Energy shares getting a pop here to
The,
the highs on
we talked about CCJ, uranium, this morning. Now I guess you have some talks now. Hey, there you go. You got the 200-day. We said pullbacks to where? The dotted line. I can't remember what I mentioned. I think that could have been the short. Which it did reject it this morning, but it recaptured it, so.
100%. But we got big tech, and with big tech's deep pockets and the need to power these data centers. I mean, the big issue with data center growth is it's almost exponential. The issue is energy. And the energy that nuclear power can provide. Microsoft, great example of that. Oracle has been talking about it. Amazon earlier this year. This represents really a paradigm shift in demand when it comes to that electricity output.
This area right here is going to be a nice level of support if CCJ can hold. Just trying to get a little pullback here. Just trying to get a little pullback, that's all. That's all. Just looking for a little pullback. We got a few days. I need to relax, but still. I'm not even not relaxed. I am relaxed. I'm just saying. I'm just getting a little weirded out when you're telling me on time and sales. Okay, so now it's moved. Okay, that's weird. So now it moved. Okay, because it was showing 57 on the ask, and then it was like 62 on the bid, or not the bid, but on the level 2 ask. So I'm like, wait, what's going on here? Like, I know that it likes to not show all the orders, but flush it. Let's go. Give us like a few dollars out of this junk. Let's go. Let's bust that ass. Let's go. Come on. Let's get paid. Let's go. Let's get paid right here. Let's go. Pile on it. Take your profits, longs. They're not doing it. You can just tell how slow it's moving. They'll probably run a test back to highs. Like little whatchamacallits. Alright, there's your 9 EMA there. I think I gotta give this. I mean, it's not a... you can't just break through 22 and not, you know what I'm saying, turn around and put your foot in the ground and leave it. Like, that just seems like this level here is just too good to just break above it and then just leave, like not hang out. Yeah, that's... and I feel like also this is why it doesn't want to, because it's just like it feels like it might be too easy. Like, it does not want to go back here to 22 when it knows it should. Like, it'll do it tomorrow or something. See what I mean? Like, you have trade line VWAP, all this stuff. Hourly chart, 50-day. Pull it back off the 50-day to prior day's close just to solidify that you've been, you know, that long is still intact. If you want new longs, you're going to need a pullback. Like, come on. Holy shit, 69. I have a limit order out. Take some profits on this.
Because on top of that, we have political issues. Russia's our biggest supplier. 1 in every 5 homes in America is powered by nuclear, but we're importing the uranium from Russia, who recently you've had Vladimir Putin say maybe we should consider exporting, not exporting.
1 hour, 30 minutes.
So I think it's a very fragile situation that
15.
and that's why it makes such a strong business case for uranium. And even with the shares down year to date.
Oh shit.
Look, that's why we made
Oh shit. Let's go, 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 go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on, let's go. They're all going to get in front of me like assholes. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Let's go. Come on. Let's go. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Let's go, GameStop. Audi. Let's go. That was a nice one. Let it bounce back to highs. Let's go. That was a nice move. Let's go. Let's go. Not crazy, but hey, man, we're just plucking along. Let's go. I want this thing in the money, but I'm gonna get back in it if we're able to. I'd be careful. If you guys are in this trade with me, take profits now. Limit order close to, you know what I'm saying? You're gonna get that bounce back. It's gonna mess you up. All right, take that money. That was a beautiful trade. Beautiful entry.
International Trade Commission issued a final determination imposing duties up to 317% on aluminum lithographic printing plates from China and Japan. That's Kilo Oscar Delta Kilo KODK.
All right. What do we do here? What do we do here? What do we do here? Man, I wanted to hold this. I wanted to hold on to this trade, but
Shares of Kodak getting a pop to the high, $5.14. Up about 3%. KODK.
two green trades today, guys. Nice job. Well done. That's how it's done. You want to be consistently profitable. You look for the chart to tell you when to strike, and you strike. And, you know, you hang on, figure out what the trade is. Look, those contracts are pumping to 79, 80 cents. They're really trying to bid them up. 96, 85. You're about to be very close to 100%. You're already at 50-some% now. So what would it be? 50, 75 would be 50%. That's where I had my limit orders, was 66 cents, guys. Moved it down to 65. I said, the hell with it. What's a penny? You know, not worried about wasn't the amount. Again, you got to focus on what that penny is in a percentage-wise, right? 50 cents to a dollar is 100%. $1,000 on 100% is $2,000 day. Or $1,000 day. However you want to view it. So yeah. And what are you risking there? You know, $1.50, $2.50. Not even a quarter. Not even. Exxon pseudo-plastic myth. Right. Right.
trace amounts of almonds which aren't listed on the label. The FDA warns it could pose a life-threatening risk to those with a severe allergy to those nuts.
Tyler, I'll see you soon. Thank you so much.
Listen to how he ended this. If I can still get it on.
States for Lactaid, the lactose-free milk, saying it may contain trace amounts of almonds which aren't listed on the label. The FDA warns it could pose a life-threatening risk to those with a severe allergy to those nuts. Kelly, back to you.
I bet Tyler.
It was just funny the way he said that shit. He said it all slow and like he purposefully was just like, that's what you get with him, because like old people do that. They're like, man, why are y'all so damn serious? We're gonna die here in a couple months anyway.
In of fascinating tidbits, from Ives' personal reinvention after leaving Apple to his real estate shopping spree and his budding partnership with who else? Sam Altman. Now, Ive confirmed to the Times that he is working on a new device with the OpenAI CEO and could raise up to $1 billion in funding by the end of the year. Now, it underscores this.
Regeneron.
Denial creates risk, but unclear if Amgen would just launch just yet. That's from your Echo Golf November.
I can't get over my call there on Novo Nordisk, and this thing's starting to sell off. The one random day I want to look at it, and I'm like, man, I want to short this.
Lower today. Down.
And this sector could be a little difficult, man. I don't know much about it, but.
From your Echo Golf November.
I gotta listen to some music, guys, and we'll go through some charts. I gotta listen to some music. I need something. I gotta make some coffee. What's going on here?
LEXX.
Oh, it's Philly. Good old Philly.
95% stake in Lexaria as of August 31st. That's down from the 5.79%
Fucking retards, bro.
on July 31st. That is Lima Echo X-ray X-ray.
While developing a rival to the iPhone. This is like the mystery.
You know, he does have an SUV. He could just run over your dumbasses.
Clade IA impacts have been reported, or Clade 1A impacts have been reported outside Central African countries. Where the
Dude, what is? Oh, it's a button. It's a circle. And they're holding up traffic here. Alright. This fucking guy's a goofball. I told you guys this a long time ago. Anybody that's seen a man in the flesh?
Now, who am I introducing? Who's next? Who's next?
They're like, what? What the fuck? He's just shouting shit again. Don't worry. It's okay. He's not all the way there. He still thinks he's in the middle of solving cancer. Doesn't know shit about the field, but he out there ready to solve some shit. Oh my god. Alright, let's listen to some music. I'm gonna actually make some coffee, and I am going to see what we can do at the end of the day here. All right, day is not done. We're still green. We're 2-0 on the day. Hit that like button. Subscribe. Giveaway once we get 1,000 subscribers. I need you guys to do me a favor. Share the stream, like the stream. I'm trying to get to 20 likes today. I'm trying to get to 20 likes. I know we can do it. I know we can do it. All right, I know we can do it. Let's keep swinging. When we see this, when we see the pitch, keep putting it in your pocket. If you don't take the money, shame on you, especially if you're trading options. If you're trading options and you're not taking your money when you get paid, each and every one of these trades has been about 30 to 45%, at least, on the first take. So if you don't take it, shame on you, and then it bounces back after I tell you it's about to bounce, more than likely about to bounce back, and then you go from green to break even to red, and now you're down money, sweating and praying to God you can just, you know what I'm saying, because you don't even understand how options work. You don't know, really, you don't know what you're doing, right? It's just like thinking you can fight, and then you go into a UFC ring or a boxing ring and you get your ass whooped, but you said you was a fighter. You know what I mean? Leave it to the pros. So yeah, but again, if you're somebody that's failing and want to do this, like, I mean, guys, you guys see me do this every single day. I come on here, I put on my positions, I take my money, and I get paid. You know, it does take time to get to this level to understand some things. Doesn't mean it has to take as long for you as it did for me. You know, it could take longer, it could take shorter, it could take just as long. But you could definitely shorten that trip up. If you guys want to get a hold of me, you guys can email me. All the description, links in the description. And if you just want to give back to the stream and want to do some lessons, that's cool too. We can do all kinds of lessons, whatever you guys want to do. Just donate to the stream in the description, and we will keep it coming. Again, you're going to help make this stream free, and you're going to help us be able to bring some people on in the institution/capital market world. So it is 1:40. So yeah, let me go ahead. I'm going to put on some music. Let's go over here. I don't want to leave right now. Not that I'm going to leave, but I'm going to make a cup of coffee. I don't want to because I feel like Intel may give me another opportunity. And I don't, I do this to myself all the time. The chart will be right at an area, and I'll get up and feed my cat, or I'll go get something to drink. I'll get something to eat, and I totally forgot that I had a setup that I was sitting there waiting on the entry, and I get caught doing something else because I forgot and I wasn't paying attention, I guess. But so this doesn't look that great just yet. I think this might actually go a little bit higher. I mean, you could get a small pullback. I just like GameStop better. This is looking better for the upside move than GameStop, in my opinion. I don't think that this is a long, like, you can get a few points, like, you might be able to get $1 out of this. Sure, could you make a run up here to the 50-day and $24? Sure. Oh, this dumb bitch. Oh my god. This dumb bitch.
Inflation went up by about 14% in that combined 24-month period, and we know that profit margins went up 75%. That is a 5-fold increase in profit margins.
That's false.
So like I said, I don't know if she'd be going after Whole Foods first and foremost, whose whole clientele, it seems, is meant to be a little bit higher price point. But what would be your response to that?
Well, I mean, the reality is there have been significant increases in costs across the supply chain, across products. And I think one of the things that we have to do together is retailers and CPG companies, food companies, is come together and find ways that we can bring value back to our customers. The reality is we're in a highly competitive marketplace at the same time.
Here's what other people don't also talk about. You remember all these stores and companies that left Russia because of the war? Think about all that money that they have to keep up with for those margins. Right? Yes, you got rid of some people, but that's still money that wasn't brought to the table. And the thing is that you have debt and obligations out at those valuations. So, that's like saying, you're taking out some loans or something, or you have a valuation on like your net worth, let's just say, 150 a year, and then that gets cut like 20%, right? But you have obligations out at roughly about what you get paid, and then that gets cut, and you're like, damn, I'm not worth what I was worth, and I owe more than I'm worth. Those things are real, right? Those things are very real. Of course, obviously, to dumb it down, the capital markets, there's ways, all right? There's offerings. There's all different types of ways to access money. I was just kind of just putting it out there. But to say that inflation is only up this much, that's not true. All right, home prices are up 40 times. Interest rates are up about 400 times. If you go from 0.25 to 5, that's 500 times the amount. So having eggs go from $2.75, $3.25 to $5, $6, $5.50, just throwing out numbers there, that's 75%, not 15%. Just because you're seeing inflation numbers come in, PCE come in at, I don't know, 4, 3.5, even when we saw 8. The price of goods were up well more than 8%. Well more than 20%. Take gas from $2.25, $2.50, take that to $3.85, $3.75, $4.05. You've damn near doubled it. You're pushing 50 to 80, 75%. So no, Elizabeth Warren, you are wrong. Okay, goods have went up a hell of a lot more than that. Inflation has went up a lot more than that. The funny thing is that they will never take the blame for anything, and this is the same person that yells at Jerome Powell for raising rates to bring price stability, because she, God forbid, a couple of people get hurt. Right? Here's the thing. If your people weren't suffering, you wouldn't be going through this in the first place if you guys didn't do what you guys did. If you guys didn't shut down for as long in all these other places and say, well, we're forced to give you money now because we're not letting you out of your house, we're not letting you go to work, we're not letting you go out to the movies, we're not letting you go out to eat, right? And what's funny is that the same people who wanted you to go to a football game and prove that you were vaccinated, go to this place, that place, prove that you were vaccinated, but they're not asking for that proof to vote. Come on, what are we doing? I'm saying, what are they doing? What are we letting them do? I'm just saying. Sure, do I think people that are that come to this country and seek asylum, that they should be able to vote? Sure. If they don't have a felony, this, that, and the third. And I would say, let me just say this, at least be here a year and a half to 2 years. Not just, we just came through the border, we just got asylum yesterday, we can vote. I mean, technically you should be able to, because it's your right, if you're a citizen of the state. But I just think for COVID, they wanted you to damn near, you had to prove yourself to get on a plane, to go to sports events, and just to go out to eat at some places, and yet they're not willing to act that way towards votes, which is, it just shows you their, under like a psychological aspect, what they're doing. They really don't have faith in themselves, and they instinctively know that we don't trust them anymore, and we haven't since Obama's last term. Hanging gay marriage over your head for a few things, like, to take a few things, and to raise taxes, and starting all these wars, and it just feels like, there was a lot going on. Yeah, sure, I'm going to give you a free phone, and then the feds are going to be watching it, and then they're going to take your door down and kill you while they're at it. Right? Here's the free phone. I'm going to give you a free phone. But I'm going to have to take your I'm going to have to take your life for the phone. I'm going to have to take, it's like, and people wonder why companies aren't here anymore. When yet you have people that are screaming raise taxes. They want you, they're trying to propose. This is the same person that voted if you spend or transfer over $600 to pay a tax on that. Like, what the fuck? Listen, the government has not earned anything, guys, in the past 10 years. There's a few good ones in there, but guys, the fucking government hasn't done fucking shit. I gotta be honest, the government isn't like it was back in the day when it was, what could you do for your country? Now what can your country do for you? Feels like that motto is gone. And it's just my opinion. I just don't think these people are deserving enough, because just like the deal they're doing now, they can for the most part spend and borrow whatever they want. You can't. Sure, could you go out and try to raise money? You could. You could walk around a neighborhood. You could post videos on Instagram, YouTube, TikTok. Like, if you wanted to raise money, you could. Right? But they can borrow it. They don't have to worry about going out and trying to get it. They just say, all right, we want this. Let's just tell them, let's just raise that number so we get what we want. We really want $2 trillion. So let's tell them we want $4.5 trillion for a new bill. $4 trillion for a new bill. Can you guys see that? Like, listen, the great financial crisis took $800 billion. Right? They borrowed $800 billion and pretty much solved that. I don't know about the rest of the countries. Pulled rates down. $800 billion in stimulus. You got your little $75 a week. And then, just to, spur spending. And then 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Not even 10. Like, it sounds like a long time, but it's really not. In just over 10 years, that's a little bit of time, but they go from 800 billion for a great financial crisis, like for the world, like there's some shit going on. People are fucked. Like, it's bad, right? It's bad. And they go and spend $7 trillion, $7.5 trillion. 10 years later, when it wasn't nearly as bad. People were still working. It was just New York, California. Can I say it? Mainly your Democratic states were closed. Just the bigger ones, right? The New Yorks, the Californias. So, I don't know. That's how you got here. And then what happened? You had Joe Biden come in office, go and went right back to his old ways. You had Russia. Say, okay, Joe, we're still here too. We're, if you still want to do that Ukraine shit, we're cool. We're good for it. You just let us know. Sure as shit. He starts going back in to push NATO east, bring Russia west. take Ukraine, you know, not mind your own business and kind of stay with where we were. And that's how you get here. And then you spend a lot of money on top of it. You know, if you had a kid, you were getting $300 a month for each kid. Like, what? Like, and what's crazy is they already get tax breaks. But what about the people that can't have a kid, that are single? Those are the people that are struggling. But yeah, it's just like, you got a kid, cool. We're going to take money out on your kid. And we're going to give you some of that money. Like, I don't know. I don't know. I just wonder how long can we consume? You know, because we are a consuming country. Like, because like people on Twitter, like you'll see it all the time. Like they'll bring up charts of GDP, and our GDP isn't like it was. Because ever since the 90s, or I'm sorry, ever since the 80s, when we became a country of being consumers and not manufacturers, you're seeing GDP just sit there around that, year over year, we'll say 2.5%, 2.5 to maybe 3.5, maybe 4. Sure, you'll hit 6, you'll hit 8, but we don't export, as much as we used to. So we pretty much take in other country stuff. Like you'll see Poland's GDP. If you go here, like somebody posted this. Like here, let's see. There was something that was posted a few days ago. Oh, Tim Seymour. Yes, a credit issue with Boeing. I was saying the same thing. Right here. 1,200. It's pretty wild, but it's not, because they're shipping that. The majority of that is getting shipped off to other countries.
To maintain quality, and I think the dynamic of free cash flow is maybe $15 per share of free cash flow by 26. I think it's not late 25 anymore, but I do think that some of the union negotiations, there are a lot of headlines that are probably intended just for that. I think this is not the quickest turnaround, although I think this is the story that I actually have the most long-term confidence in the value here.
Interesting. I love the hint. The worse that they do right now, maybe the better that helps the company in those negotiations. Although, as we know, they're facing a very tough battle, and some of the other recent wage negotiations indicate that as well. Let's move along to Starbucks, which now has former Chipotle chief Brian Niccol in the driver's seat, and the shares are up 4% since then, but they're still negative on the year. Now, he wants to make the store experience smoother, but they also have some demand pressures, especially overseas. Big questions about what's going to happen with the China unit, but you're a buyer, or an owner, I should say.
Yeah, and both. I mean, I think for me, it's been a trade where I've lightened up exposure over the last 6 to 9 months. I think Brian Niccol is looking to turn things around faster.
Look. It finally broke out. It did it. Come on, man. Asshole. Bro, what is going on here? All right, so here's the wedge that we were talking about. This is a descending wedge, and these are trend reversals. All right, these are signals of trend reversals. I should and look, it finally breaks out. That's a beautiful pattern. You just don't have. You had volume Friday.
chose it as your special boot on Friday, saying it's time for Pat Gelsinger to go. The shares are down 64% since he became CEO, but now we have deal chatter. So, what do you make of it?
Well, that's fine. The deal chatter is a function of just how much of a horror story this has been in terms of also the underlying assets, where you've actually had a case where, look, for Qualcomm, they need diversification. They've been looking for deals. I don't know that this is the deal that can get done. I think it does get done. There's certainly dilution for Qualcomm and a lot of regulatory hurdles, but a 3-year honeymoon is not a honeymoon. I mean, Pat Gelsinger has overseen not only balance sheet slippage, but real innovation slippage. The technology gap here is extraordinary. I think over the medium to long term, investors are going to be rewarded at Intel. I think there's
Keep an eye on that 155. See if you can regain that.
also an equity partner who's already invested in the Ireland fab, essentially entity, and owns 49% of that with 11 billion infusion. The company needs cash, and the turnaround in the short to medium term is the question: is what's the trade-off on capex?
In the meantime, as we're staring at that trade, Erez, if you feel like it, feel free to hop in and share some thoughts on uranium. But you've been on top of uranium for a long time, and that event between CEG and Microsoft really, anybody who's still waiting to put money to work, that was the watershed, And the way I'm going to trade it is look for, let the first excitement kind of wear off, find out which are the best setups, and then start putting capital to work. So I'm working on the whiteboard. Why do you like EU, Erez? What is it about EU that attracts you?
Well, first of all, the management. I really like the management. I've been following them for a few years now, and especially in the phase they are in now, they are producing. But in the last few years, they are ramping up for this stage, and they delivered. And another reason.
Siggy Skier, full of protein.
Nice. All right, who we have next, Steve?
And
who's your number one so far? Oh,
for the photo, I'm gonna say boing.
all right.
They can't all be.
No, I'm just
what
saying,
you're saying.
It's giving, and not looks wise, but the aura of the photo is giving almost famous.
That guy's gonna turn. He's out.
There were probably like 435-ish. We whittled them down.
Okay.
So they all should be fine.
Okay.
Next contestant is Emily W.
Oh, a W.
Emily W., your ideal Saturday. Sleep in, get in a good workout, go on a little adventure, get some good food, and have a little nice in. 9:30
nice
bedtime. She wants kids, a research administrator. Her vice is trash reality television.
It's a good vice.
Like this.
That's a good vice.
Because it's not.
Exactly.
It's not really a vice.
Here's my question. 9:30 bedtime and sleeping in on a Saturday is crazy.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Well, you don't know what sleeping in
That's
means.
a lot of sleep.
Maybe
That's a real sleepy girl.
It's a really.
You don't know. You don't know what she means by sleeping.
I could never picture Malasek with like a drowsy chick.
Gotta be very high strung. And then she was
What
a
if she
research
usually,
administrator.
Jake? What if she usually gets up at 5 and on Saturday she gets up at 6:30?
That's what she's.
I would probably list that then if that was.
Well, she in her mind she did. She said sleeps in. Maybe that's what she means by sleeping in.
Getting
like,
her 18 hours of sleep in on a.
She's hibernating. It could just simply mean not setting the alarm clock.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, in your mind.
I probably would have specified, but that's just me.
But if she specified, you would have killed her for.
No.
She talks too much.
Talking too much.
I've never once said any of these girls talk too much. That was Brandon.
Sleeping in's pretty standard. That doesn't necessarily mean.
My sleeping in is like 1:30 in the afternoon.
Yeah, but that's her sleeping in's different.
Shit.
Sleeping
I'll
in,
sleep forever.
She does a little sleeping in.
Yeah, she can come give you breakfast in bed.
Thank God you approved her vice, though. She's probably pretty happy.
Great advice.
That you accept.
That was that was really risky.
That's the
of her
right
to go
kind of
out.
vice.
Yeah, like that's a troubled girl.
Yeah.
Could you do a night in watching Real Housewives of Jersey?
Oh yeah.
You could. Okay, so that's in your.
So what if it was a show that you hate, she loves? Would you still sit and watch it?
Yeah. I watched when I worked at the local news station in Roanoke, Virginia. The summer
Too much information
of my sophomore year of college. Me and
All right, we get sick brag.
Yada yada yada.
Me and the two saleswomen that were like in their 50s would watch Love Island every night and discuss it. So I'm akin to.
So if it's a show you hate, you would focus on it. Would you scroll your phone or try to finger or something?
No, I would watch it.
Okay.
Yeah. If you care, I care.
That's beautiful.
Yeah.
We got a winner, maybe Brandon. That one.
She had a good vice.
Good vice.
What was her?
Emily W. Brandon.
Emily?
Solid name.
What do you think, Brandon? React with an interjection, a sound.
Well, let me see the. Whew.
I know.
There's no way all of these women are warranting these sounds.
There are some very good-looking women in here.
There are some beautiful women.
Get a good workout, go on a little adventure, get some good food, and have a nice little night in. 9:30, yes. Research administrator, trash reality. Yeah, you like her?
Yeah, it was
Jake,
solid.
Jake, you know me. I don't do ugly chicks.
Yeah, true. I do.
I
know
wouldn't
that.
lie to you.
That's a good point. I trust you, Titus. That's a very good point.
A lot of beautiful women.
Yeah,
you are probably you're my
you know
go-to guy
that.
for
You know that. You know that about me.
I do know that.
Yeah, Titus has no vices, like ugly chins.
My vice every so often, internationally, if I have to. I'll bang a 6.
Next contestant is Brooke C.
Brooke, good name, Brooke.
What's a bad name?
We should have an intervention for Titus.
Mildred.
Long walks on the beach, no nuts included.
Oh, she knows about you.
Nice.
All right, 10 p.m. No.
No to kids.
Financial analyst and ice cream. I'm not fat.
So
That's concerning.
This girl loves her job.
What?
Why?
Too much.
What are you?
Too much. This girl is still this girl. No, let me explain.
She loves financial analytics.
This girl loves her girl boss work. And she's still stuck in that mind of like, I'm gonna make all this money and I don't need no man.
That's just her title.
No. I know a lot of those girls.
She put, what's your job? Financial analyst, period.
This girl loves work. Which is fine.
What?
Which is fine.
Is it because she doesn't want kids?
Exactly.
How do you know maybe she can't have kids?
Or maybe she just
maybe
doesn't
she was
want
told
kids.
You'll never be able to have kids.
Maybe not having kids
all I can
awesome.
all I can do, Mark, is go off of the information that I've been given.
That's all I can do. Not what you're doing.
That's all I can do.
No,
and I'm making connections from the information that I have.
This is so much fun.
This is incredible.
10 p.m. bedtime is good. I like ice cream as well.
It is. This is tremendous content, but I do want to beat the fuck out of it.
And I like the name Brooke. I like the name Brooke a lot.
And Mark's not going to lie to you about the appearance of these women.
I will not lie to you.
That's a good point.
I will not lie to you.
All right. Yeah. Brooke's a hot name.
Yeah.
Brooke's a hot name. Good for Brooke.
Too bad she's a financial analyst.
No, I'll get her out of that office.
She just wrote her title.
Jesus.
Wait, I got it.
Wait, what do you mean get her out of that office?
I'll take care of her.
You want to make her out? Oh, God.
Honest woman.
Oh, God.
Kate, I'm so glad you're here for this.
You have to go to that
Jesus
bathroom.
Christ, Brooke, I'm sorry.
The one by the lobby. They're standing guard at the other one.
Interesting.
She could be your sugar mama. You could live a great life with her.
Brooke was good. I like Brooke.
What if she makes, I don't know,
Yeah,
a lot of money?
I'm sure she does.
And that,
good for her. I'm going off of what I got.
well, why did you ask profession if that seems to be the one?
What did I tell you guys?
question.
Oh my God! I
forget
fucking
who it was,
knew it.
but
As
one of
soon
the girls
as I
like
looked
house
away
music.
from Boeing, look what happened. Dude,
All right.
If
there's been other
she wins
stuff.
it all, you should make her quit her job.
Oh my God.
Give her an
Also, you know what?
ultimatum.
Point for
Love
Brooke.
that.
Point for Brooke.
I'm
Didn't
having
say
trouble
financial
with all
analyst
this stuff
at.
here.
No, just
We like that.
But what if it's somewhere that's not very impressive?
What if she's like a cashier at a grocery
That
store?
wedge was telling us everything we needed to know.
That'd be a lie. She'd be a liar.
Well, no,
You're a cashier.
Oh my God. That's bullshit, man. I was
Seinfeld.
wanting this long.
Was it?
Is that a memorable line?
Were you not queuing that up?
That's like
I literally told you guys. This is
that's
a
one of the
trend
big ones.
reversal pattern.
That's one of the
What
big ones from
happened? That trend
Master of My Domain,
Ending of an episode.
and you're a cashier.
Brandon, were you not doing that?
No.
You know what I'm talking about, though, yeah?
How did I not get this news?
You're seeing a woman who's like, I don't respect what you do. You're a comedian. He goes, you're a cashier. Fine. All right. I'm out.
Who we got next?
How many have we done right now?
Bailey J.
7?
Is next.
Bailey
I'm
J.
hearing them. I have a list. I'm hearing
good.
them. That's what I think.
Bailey J. Bar hopping through the local dive bars with family and friends. 10 p.m. Yes. Nurse will slam on car brakes for any small animal crossing the street.
That's not a vice.
That's not a vice, but I do like that. That's fun. And very sweet.
She's the one who's lying because she didn't list any vices.
Well, if she has no vices, she can't leave it blank.
Her vice would be if she like speeds up for the animal.
Killing small animals on the street.
Bar hopping with her family.
I love that.
That sounds like Kate.
That is the perfect. Don't.
I won't.
She's attractive. Don't
I won't.
be thinking we're.
Every girl, I feel like this law of averages thing, you can't have every girl be hot.
I've whittled them down.
Makes
so
no
it's only
sense.
At least, like, they're all attractive.
You say you sorted out the uglies?
Yeah, Jay.
That's crazy.
So the people that apply. Oh, Jay.
I know.
The people that are watching that didn't get in.
I just think of the me's sitting at home waiting to see themselves.
There was an overflow, so
feel
you had
you.
to do it by a certain time.
The me's.
Like, oh my God, Stephen Che doesn't think I'm hot. You're judging off Che's taste.
How do you feel about a nurse?
Che's taste.
No opinion.
You don't think she's
I don't care
bragging about
either
saving
way.
lives?
No, I know a bunch of nurses. They're nice women.
Holy shit! That was good, dude.
I know. I know.
No, some of my very good friends are nurses.
we
you
got a
missed one.
nurse,
It's a
Bailey
nurse.
J.
Bailey J. She, her advice is she slams on car brakes for any small animal crossing the street.
You don't feel like that's a little pick me?
Yeah, I don't like that. I don't like that.
We haven't seen any outlier bedtimes like 3 a.m. or 6 p.m.
9:30 was early.
9:30 is early?
Early.
9:30 feels about
Like
right.
halftime of the game.
She
Going to
all
bed at
right.
half.
All right.
That's early.
Not in Central Time Zone.
Yeah.
All right.
Would you be turned off if she turned out to be like a school nurse or like a busy all night ER nurse?
Not really. Prison nurse.
No.
Prison nurse.
No.
Travel nurse.
Yeah.
First nurse.
Pro or anti-nurse?
Indifferent. Honestly.
Yeah, that would be crazy to have
An opinion.
a bit manager at Google.
Titus, why would you ask?
Yeah.
Heroes.
Weird question mark.
How could I possibly extrapolate anything from that information? I don't know enough about
Who do we have next?
That was 6 of them.
Next is Rachel B.
Oh, good name. I like Rachel.
Oh, no. Next.
Going for a hike with my dog in the morning, hanging out with friends, and watch a movie before bed. 10:30 to 11. Yes. Paralegal. Bartend on the side. Vices. Drinking too much coffee and giving my dog whatever he wants.
What a sicko. Jesus.
What's that face you're making?
You don't like the 2 jobs.
I don't.
What? She's making ends meet.
I don't understand. I don't.
Paralegal doesn't pay all that much. It's a good job.
No, I watch Suits, but I need some legal help.
She's a handicapped lawyer.
I'm not. No, that's. I know what a paralegal is,
She's a Siamese twin
but
lawyer.
if someone in this paralegal is pre-law school,
It's not. It might be pre-law.
I don't think you have your JD.
It means you don't have your.
You help
so then
an
the
attorney.
second job is more than fine. I didn't know if you were a lawyer yet.
But wait, if she had a good job and still bartend on the side, it would not be fine. That is still a good job.
It's probably like Saturday morning she picks up a shift.
No, my
Extra
point
money.
is it's more of a why are you doing that?
Oh. Do you not like it because she's talking to guys at the bar?
No.
She just can't be alone in her own thoughts.
No, it's if you have a job that pays you enough money to live the life you want to live, you don't need to bartend. Paralegal, I did not understand. Now I do. So that I'm
Okay.
wash. I'm good.
Okay.
That was my question.
And you're fine with bartender.
Yeah, I don't care.
Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
What was the rest of it?
She has a dog.
Yeah.
She drinks
Goes
too
for
much
the hikes
coffee.
with her dogs and too much coffee.
Well,
watch a movie before bed.
Would you like to?
Uh-oh.
Would you like to see the dog? Would you like to see
What
the
is
dog?
your opinion on
Yeah,
that?
I'll see it. I'll take a look at the dog.
I'll show you the dog.
Is that allowed?
Yeah.
You breaking the rules on that?
That's fine.
Look, I got it zoomed in to where.
Zoom in on the dog.
He said I'm out.
What do you?
Oh
It's
my
a dog.
God.
Yeah,
It's one of
oh,
the
that's her
cuter
arm.
dogs.
That's her arm.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. No, cute.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, nice.
It's just a standard issue dog, really.
Nice.
There's nothing special about it.
Cool.
All right. Okay. Thought that would.
All right,
elicit a
next
response.
contestant is Abby J.
A BJ.
Oh.
BJ! What are you doing? I hate that.
I saw the spark.
Oh my god.
All right, so
Abby with an E.
Sleep in, dilly dally, ignore my chores, text every friend I have to find plans, get ready, outdoor drink, indoor drink, 11 p.m. to midnight. Yes, nanny and private chef. Vices, nicotine, and hating.
That's an awesome.
This is this is a fun one.
Hating's a good vice.
What's so funny is this would have been my strike if you guys were gonna like. So far, this would be my ex.
Why?
What do you mean?
Dude, she's a
nicotine?
private chef.
This would have been my strike.
Private chef.
Dilly dally off the bat. I hated.
And you don't like the way Abby is
Hated.
spelled.
Don't like the E.
I
in
saw
Abby,
you-
but
Yeah, but
that's-
she likes hating. You guys could
That is a
around
good
and
point.
be
I didn't-
haters
okay,
together.
okay.
Sitting down at night and
Yeah,
hating
yeah.
together would be so much fun.
text
Yeah,
every
it's
friend.
fun.
Okay.
Sitting down with a private chef at night? And
Yeah, why would you want to be
Private
alone with a
chef
private
is-
chef?
That's probably the best profession for a girl.
Yeah,
That's-
nanny
that'll
and
be-
private chef are
That's like
ideal
the best
wife.
mom.
Yep.
Yeah, that is great point, Danny. Nanny and private chef are the
Ideal
only
wife.
two jobs a woman.
It's dilly dallying.
I got stuck on dilly dally. I'll be honest.
Perfect woman to trap.
Dilly dally fucked
Perfect
me up.
woman.
And ignore my chores. Do you think she has a messy apartment?
What does that mean?
That?
She said that she likes to procrastinate a little. She likes
Or
to
my
just
Saturday.
relax. Yeah.
Malik, do you want to
Saturday.
strike?
No, I can't. I gotta save it.
Okay.
This is the naughtiest one so far.
Yeah. Nicotine and She hating. is.
That's awesome.
That's awesome. Those are That's great. kind of what I do. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that is kind of what I do.
Private
And you were gonna
chef
ex her-
and nanny.
Dilly dally.
Good with kids and makes good food.
Yeah.
All right.
And I'll say it off the
That's your
photo.
strike.
Little minx alert.
Let me see the
I'm
picture.
just saying, there's a little bit of zest.
All right, so that was Abby.
A little bit of zest.
Is that?
I like her.
All right.
All right.
Jake, they've been good.
Good.
Yeah, there's nothing.
There's nothing you have to worry about there.
Cool. All right, Abby. Sorry for saying dilly dally was a deal breaker.
But do you mean it?
What if she said it to you, like you heard her verbalize that?
What? All I do is dilly dally in the mornings.
What if you're like you wanted to sleep in 15 minutes.
He's an insane man.
You wanted to sleep in for 15 minutes. You didn't tell her that though, and she got up and she had coffee and she says, "Quit your dilly dallying. Let's start our day."
Yeah, I don't know if
I don't know why, but seeing it in writing was way worse. Than hearing it
What
out
if I think a southern accent would make it better? I just dilly dally. She's hot and she dilly.
Yeah.
I'm
In
just
for
gonna
that.
dilly dally.
I don't know what the accent did to me.
Dilly dally?
Yeah, no, I'm down for that. All right, no strikes yet. Through 8.
I don't think you would make it through 8 with no strikes.
Yeah.
Next is Taylor H.
You could work on your announcer voice for these.
Ham.
All right, this one's wordy.
A lot of words. All right, let's do it.
All right.
Taylor Ham over here.
Sleep in a little. Go
See
for
what
a
this little
run.
pork roll has to offer.
Unrealistic parlays. Head over to MSU for some tailgating. Get into the stadium early. Ideally, it's low 70 sunny and the Spartans win. Finish the night out on the boat or maybe a little game night, 11 to 11:30. She wants kids. Interior designer, part-time Red Wings fan experience team. Don't smoke or really drink that much, so I don't know, probably gambling and energy drinks.
Is this girl in college?
No.
Well,
Maybe.
She heads over to MSU, so maybe went there.
Okay.
And
lives in
notice
the
how
area.
she put the boat. That implies she has a boat.
Oh, let me see. Hold on. Oh,
There's no. I just don't believe.
Let me put
any-
my
I'm not
monocle
buying
just
this.
flew off.
You're not gonna fool me with these noises. There's no way this is true. Interior designer, part-time Red Wings fan experience team. Okay.
Is that bragging?
No. Jake.
It kind of is.
No.
Jake, look at Mark.
Jake. I'm not. I don't get to pick.
Yeah.
You've done this for every girl.
Yeah.
I haven't done
know.
it for every girl.
He hasn't.
Shay's a
I actually
curator,
haven't
man.
done it for every girl. All right. Well, we like Taylor then. Fuck.
Yeah.
What do you want me to do?
What if she's a bitch, though?
What What if? Yeah, I don't know.
That's
Do you
what
think
he
there's a
needs.
chance she is?
Interior design.
Let's really.
Wait, let's talk this out. You think interior designer has a high chance of bitchiness?
Yeah, I think so.
Why?
You know better than people.
Okay, yeah.
Let me decorate your house.
He's the best.
Oh my god.
All right, we like Taylor. We like Taylor. We like Taylor. We like Taylor. I want Jake arrested.
All about
We
that.
like Taylor. So far, so good. I mean, I haven't really. I know I've been making comments. This is exceeding my expectations at the moment. I'm shocked by this, to be honest. Shout out all these lovely ladies.
We're like halfway done. Do we want to roll through the rest, or do we want to hold some of these for?
Yeah, let's roll through the rest, and then we can figure out different angles tomorrow.
Give them
Tomorrow
more
we'll
prompts.
do
Yeah.
prompts. We'll send out 10. I think we get it down to 10. We get voices tomorrow.
I like that.
I want
But maybe we do blind voice.
A lot of these are redundant. I want us to really get a peek at who they are.
Yeah. How about this? Voice and photo of their room.
Ooh.
That's telling.
Nice. Like that. Like that. Dig that.
Okay.
Nice.
I don't like the way you said.
Nick,
dig
you're a
that.
smart guy. I like you a lot, man.
Thanks, man. I like you, Jake.
Fuck yeah.
What are you doing?
And
know.
I know for a fact you won't help yourself. You're Frenching next week.
I'm not. You will catch me dead.
You're going to French next
Frenching
week.
on camera.
It's not on camera.
It's
You're
not
just
on
mic'd.
camera.
Yeah, it's a
a
mic.
mic'd French. Yeah, like that. Yeah.
If that's how you kiss, sure.
It is. I've seen.
Oh, he does it like a dog. Interesting.
All right.
You had both hands on the back of her head, which I thought was weird. No, actually, you had one hand behind your own head, pushing it in.
Both hands.
That was
like a vice.
Nick, crank
That's
my
what-
back.
All right.
we got next?
All right, next contestant is Sarah P.
Syrupy.
A lot of good hair. A lot of good heads of lettuce here.
Walk my dog while getting coffee, read, spend time with friends, watch my football teams if in season, make dinner, watch a movie.
Straight to the point.
Midnight, yes. Patent attorney.
Cool.
Oh,
cool.
shit.
Reality TV, dumb Netflix shows, i.e. Emily in Paris, 2000 to 2010's music. She's just telling you about none of those are vices.
Yeah, these are just.
But I do fuck with all those things.
Right, but
that's not the point.
But she didn't answer the question.
These are interests.
But I'm assuming if they write stuff like that, that means they have no like.
Yeah, they're lying about it. They snuck in
more things
where they're supposed to be telling you advice. They're telling you good things about themselves.
Sarah P. Devious.
I'm gonna leave out my crack cocaine addiction on this one.
Vice is supposed to be like if my parents knew I did this, I would.
Right.
Like you feel guilt.
Yeah, right.
Let's talk about.
She said.
Control. What happens if we don't, given that both presidential candidates have presented plans that would add trillions to the deficit if they were passed?
You and I don't want to contemplate that. We have to be ready.
That was an assumption. That was an assumption.
The whole world to react to. And so getting ourselves aligned.
That right there, folks, is rhetoric.
From the pre-financial crisis to now, almost to twice as.
Something we need to get rid of in the news, in this fucking journalist shit.
The minuses and all that stuff. If we forget that in the strength that we have to show the world, that's the problem. And
Intel. Watch Intel here. Looks like it's getting ready to break back down.
whole benchmark for the world starts to go out of sorts, right? I mean, everybody looks to the U.S. Treasury yield bonds and notes as being the benchmark for the world, and we got to keep that in check. And ultimately, that's going to come down to a fiscal management practice that has to be resident in any government. I think the reality is when you get in there, always bring you more to the, I've got to figure out how to balance this thing. So I wouldn't take the political process today to what happens afterwards, but you know, we need better tax policy, better spending, all the things on the table. But if we don't get in control, that is a real pressure point, and ultimately the leadership of the United States could be called in question.
One thing that's on the table, former President Trump said he wants to create a 10% cap on credit card interest rates. He said that last week. The average rate is currently around 21.5%, and it hasn't been sub 10% in at least 30 years. What would that mean for you? What would that mean for your customers if such a cap were enacted?
I think let's broaden it out to, you know, caps on pricing and stuff like that. That tends not to work out in the long run. And there's been proposals to cap food prices, pharmaceutical prices. So if you go back, you know, Richard Nixon capped prices and wage and price controls. It's hard to control this wonderful dynamic economy the U.S. has. So if something happens, we'll deal with it in the future. But the reality is, from a policy standpoint across all this, is let capitalism happen. What you're seeing today is, you know, prices are coming down because businesses need to keep generating revenue, and they're cutting price to generate revenue. And so you're seeing, you know, restaurant prices and the month spent there. The numbers of times people are spending is up for travel, but the dollar amount in total, it's up 4%, dollar amount's flat. What does that mean? Prices came down 4%. And so you're starting to see the impacts of a slower inflation rate through spending. And so prices will take care of themselves because it's a big open market, lots of competition, lots of products and services, almost in any industry, and you just have to let it run. It ebbs and flows, and there'll be periods where it feels like it's high and low, but the reality is we'll deal with it, whatever comes up, but the reality is that good policies, let capitalism work, let pricing work, let the market work, and it'll drive you towards a good outcome for all customers.
Warren Buffett's Berkshire Hathaway has been selling a lot of Bank of America stock, a lot of headlines surrounding this. I know you said at the Barclays conference last week that you can't ask him why he's selling, and he's not going to likely answer you on that. And the firm is still your largest shareholder with about $34 billion worth of stock. But do you see any reason, because the market is wondering, you know, does Berkshire maybe see Bank of America as being overvalued from here?
Right. Well, I don't think we're overvalued, but I think, and I don't know why, you know, it Scurry's rules, in other words, it stopped me from asking the question. And he made an original investment and then made another investment. And so which totaled basically 900 odd million shares of stock, and he's sold down, and he's, and so I don't know what he should tell you. You should have one of your colleagues ask him the question. But if you look at it more broadly, I think the market speculates on what he does. He has an investment strategy, investment theory, and he sold a lot of different companies and a lot of talk about it. But at the same time, he's buying companies, and I'll let the market decide it. From our standpoint, our stock is a great buy, and we're buying it every day.
All right, Brian Moynihan, we will leave it there. Thank you very much for joining us from the World Medical Innovation Forum, partnering with Mass General Brigham here in Boston. Really appreciate your time today.
Thank you.
All right, guys, I'll send it back to you.
All right, Leslie, thank you very much. Leslie Picker with Brian Moynihan there. Coming up, we'll talk good as gold. The precious metal briefly hitting another all-time high. Whether it's too late to buy some or not, we explore in Market Navigator next.
All right, let's go through some charts here. Dude, why does this keep connecting, disconnecting, connecting, disconnecting, connecting, disconnecting, connecting, disconnecting, connecting, disconnecting, connecting, and then disconnecting? CrowdStrike, Palo Alto. I want to go through a couple of these charts. If you guys have any questions, if you could, hit the like button, subscribe. If you have any tickers you guys want to cover, throw them in the chat below. All right, let me see here. Let's get this going.
Accountable for having an effective system in place to ensure safe airplanes. FAA said it will revamp its safety management system, seeks more real-time insights into safety trends. That's BA Boeing, that from testimony.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Here's a quick scan on the markets, which have gone back into positive territory for the most part. Although the Russell, the lower couple of factors there, there's rumors about China's stimulus. Some dovish comments from Fed's Austin Goolsbee earlier in the day. Nevertheless, Dow was briefly at a new record high. And Dom Chu is here for today's Market Navigator.
Oh, shit. I'm sorry, guys. Hold on one second. GLD is making a noise.
CNBC.
Welcome back to Power Lunch. Here's a quick scan on the markets, which have gone back into positive territory for the most part. Although the Russell, the lower couple of factors there, there's rumors about China's stimulus. Some dovish comments from Fed's Austin Goolsbee earlier in the day. Nevertheless, Dow was briefly at a new record high. And Dom Chu is here for today's Market Navigator. Dom.
All right, so Kelly, what we have right now is a gold trade. Even as it hits another record high today, there are some converging signs right now of potential, and this is the key, potential weakness. It's been a juggernaut so far. But joining us now to explain and suggest a trade to stay ahead of this possible decline is Scott Nations, the president of Nations Indexes. And Scott, it was another day, another record price for gold. Gold miners are doing well, but what makes you think that this particular trade is going to run out of steam, and then how do you capitalize on that?
Well, let's talk about how you might capitalize on it first. I'm going to short the gold micro E-mini futures. I can sell the December contract, or I want to sell the December contract, $26.55, just a couple of dollars above where it's at right now. My target, once we're short, is going to be 25.50. That was a multi-day top in the middle of August when it looked like the economy and the stock market were going to come unspooled. So that's an important level. My stop, and we're always going to trade these with a stop. Once I'm short, my stop is going to be 26.75. Fairly tight stop, Dom, but that's because we'd be at another new all-time high, and I'm not going to go out on a limb and just keep selling as we move higher. If we profit at those levels, we're making $1,000. If we get stopped out at those levels, we'll be losing $200. That would be our risk. So why? Well, gold's now overbought with a relative strength index just above 70. It's overbought. It's come a long way very fast. It's up 2.5, actually 2.6% over the last trading days. But if you look at its sibling, silver is just in horrible shape. And I think that that's telling us what's going to happen for gold, at least in the near future. Silver's 5% below the high it made in May. Silver is showing a series of lower highs. It's about ready to show some lower lows, too. So I think all of the precious metals are in a little bit of trouble as interest rates stabilize. And gold has just come so far so fast that if you look at silver, you have to think that it's going to roll over a bit.
That's interesting. I didn't realize the way silver. Now, year to date, they look kind of the same. But again, since May, as you say, the charts do look different there.
And what's also interesting about this trade is using the micro E-minis. So E-minis are already a lower cost, smaller way to play that gold trade. But the micros take an even more fractional size of trade to that. So it lets people have a little bit more latitude and not have to commit a lot to that kind of a trade.
Great point. Scott, thanks for joining us. We appreciate it, Scott Nations.
Thanks.
Dom, thank you as well. Dom Chu. Tyler?
All right, Kelly, the White House proposing a ban on Chinese vehicles and car technology on American roads. We'll get the key details when Power Lunch returns.
You know what's crazy? Every time I hear that gets brought up, Chinese, like China, I said, where is all this hate when Biden and all them, who voted to send our jobs and stuff over there to start manufacturing over in China? Where was all the hate then? Where was the worry at then? They weren't worried about shit. I think it was in the early 2000s, like 99 or so. Sorry about that. All right. So oil's pulling back.
CAPR Capricorn Therapeutics near the highs now, up about 12%. Charlie Alpha Papa Romeo.
What do you guys think? It's a nice little area here to let it bounce a little bit more. Got above this level, 72. Couldn't get above it. This could be a nice little area here. Hey, Ty.
A lifesaver.
Yeah, not really.
Welcome back to Power Lunch, everybody. Chinese-made cars could be banned from U.S. roads. The Biden administration proposing such a ban on concerns over Chinese companies collecting data from cars that are connected. Eunice Yoon is live in Beijing with more details. Hi, Eunice.
Hey, Tyler. Well, the Commerce Department has described the threat to U.S. national security as, quote, very real. The new rule targets the sale and import of Chinese software and hardware for connected vehicles. That would go also for similar Russian technology. Now, the software ban would impact vehicles modeled for the year 2027. And for hardware, the ban would hit cars designed for 2030 or January of 2029 if there is no model year. Now, the regulation would effectively bar Chinese companies that make these connected cars, such as NIO, XPeng, Li Auto, BYD, and Zeekr, from the U.S. market. Chinese startups that have been experimenting a lot in California with self-driving technology, such as a company called WeRide, which had recently filed for a U.S. IPO, would have to stop. U.S. as well as other car makers that have been using and cooperating with a lot of Chinese companies would have to review their supply chains and potentially change their import policies. They have about 30 days to take part in the public commentary period. Before the announcement, the Chinese government still was quite critical of the idea of this type of action, saying that it's protectionist. But so far, Tyler, I think one of the big questions is going to be what happens with Tesla, because Tesla has been pushing so aggressively to roll out its fully automated technology out here in China.
I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go heat up a couple meatballs real quick, and then I'll be right back, guys. I got something to drink. Then I'm gonna pour, and then I will be right back. Dude, UNG breaking out again, bro. What the fuck? All right, guys. So listen, I went long, literally the day before this craziness started. I want to get to trading this more. It's a nice little level there. I mean, you start breaking above here, you got a straight shot run to 18, guys. So I would start thinking about it before it gets too late. You can see where the institutions are going. Look at this volume that's coming in here. All right. So I think it's something to look at. I really do. Make sure you understand how this trades. If you're going to trade natural gas, make sure you know how it trades and when contracts end and when they start, because you could find yourself in a world of hurting. So, damn, we're already there. Shit. You know what? I wouldn't have liked having capital tied up for longer than a month unless I sold some spreads. But right here, this was the day.
We're up about 9 basis points.
Right,
so you've seen about a dozen basis point shift in 2s to 10s. We need to continue to monitor that because in many ways it whitewashes any of the significant benefits, for example, in housing, which is concentrating more on 10-year note correlations. Tyler, back to you.
All right, Rick Santelli, thank you. Meantime, let's go to Contessa Brewer for a CNBC News update. Contessa.
Tyler, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. is out of the presidential race, of course, but he wants his name back on the ballot in New York. He filed an emergency appeal to the U.S. Supreme Court. RFK Jr. suspended his campaign last month and then vowed to support former President Donald Trump, pledged to remove his own name from ballots in battleground states where he might take votes from Trump, while keeping his name on ballots in non-competitive states. Japan scrambled fighter jets today and used flares to get a Russian reconnaissance plane to leave Japanese airspace. Japan has growing concerns over the close relationship between Russia and China. Yesterday, those two countries sailed warships around Japan's northern coast in a joint military exercise. And private equity giant Blackstone announced it is selling the Motel 6 business to Indian hospitality company Oyo. It's a $525 million transaction, according to Blackstone.
Yeah, that's not a good look, though. That's not a good look. I mean, like, Japan is the one country where it's like, what are you doing? Like, they don't start shit. They don't, you know, they'll finish it. I don't know. It's just like Japan, like, I don't know. It's just like, in my opinion, it's like really, like fucking with Japan is like a low blow. That's all. I just think it's like a low blow.
Welcome back. Last year, the Federal Reserve had the nation's 6 largest banks perform a pilot climate stress test on their portfolios. The results released were less than conclusive, as the banks reported data gaps and modeling challenges. And now a new report is filling in some of those gaps with pretty striking results. Diana Olick is here with more. Diana?
Well, Kelly, climate risk firm First Street ran all of the nation's banks through a climate stress test, specifically focused on risk to real estate assets and the loans associated with them, so potential losses from delinquencies and defaults due to climate-related events. Now, using the locations of the bank's physical branches, which would indicate each bank's lending footprint, First Street found that roughly 30% of banks had risk high enough to hit the risk threshold level set by the Securities and Exchange Commission. That is a potential 1% loss or more of the bank's portfolio value. Now, 57 banks with $27 billion in real estate loans, that's commercial and residential real estate loans in the country, could face, quote, material financial risk as defined by the SEC. Of the nation's largest banks, Citibank, Huntington National Bank, Citizens Bank, and KeyBank crossed that threshold. The report also found that regional and community banks were particularly vulnerable because their lending portfolios are so concentrated geographically. Some of those banks had potential net losses of up to 14% of their portfolios. Now, the problem with the Fed tests was that banks mostly looked at individual hazards in isolation, and they didn't factor in climate change going forward. This report looked at multiple hazards at the same time and did account for climate change. Back to you.
All right, I stay that right there. As we transition, agriculture, one of the world's biggest carbon offenders, releasing about 11% of global carbon emissions. It's a big problem, but what if it could also be a solution? And Diana has the Di?
That's right, Tyler. In our Clean Start series, ever since the Industrial Revolution, we've been emitting ever more harmful greenhouse gases. There are natural processes that mitigate these emissions, but they're no longer able to keep up. And that's why new companies are trying new ways of using nature to save itself. Farmers have long spread crushed lime on their fields to balance soil acidity, improve its structure, and increase the nutrients available for crops. But what if another rock could do the same and, at the same time, remove carbon permanently from the atmosphere? Startups like Lithos, Undo, and California-based Ion are experimenting with several carbon-absorbing rocks, doing so-called enhanced rock weathering. Ion uses a volcanic rock called olivine.
We apply a rock dust onto farms, and that helps farmers condition the soil or make the soil better for improvements. And then over time, that manages to secure and sequester carbon, removing it from the atmosphere.
Olivine is similar to agricultural lime in terms of improving the soil, but when it rains, olivine goes through a chemical process that causes it to absorb carbon dioxide from the air permanently.
To give you an idea of the order of magnitude, by 2030, Ion will be removing about 2 million cars, the equivalent of 2 million cars of carbon from the atmosphere every year.
Ion gets its olivine from Norway, and that makes it slightly more expensive. But by using different types of tax credits and carbon removal purchases, they're able to subsidize the cost for farmers like Dan Prevost, who operates Prevost Farms in Mississippi.
What I get is a discounted product that shows up on my farm at a 60% cost reduction over what I would pay for an equivalent product. So it's a benefit to me that has like positive impacts to my bottom line.
Ion is backed by Exelon, Growmark, Sibelco, AgFunder, Trailhead, and Ridgeline. Total funding to date, $20 million. Ion operates mainly in Mississippi now, but Pavlovic says this year she expects to expand into Illinois and more of the Midwest and Mid-Atlantic. She said now that they're out of the seed stage, they expect to reach, quote, hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue over the next 5 years. Back to you guys.
A lot of people looking at this technology. Diana, thanks. Wake up and smell the coffee. Citi upgrading Keurig Dr. Pepper to a buy for its Java business. We'll trade those shares in 3-stock lunch. And CNBC is celebrating Hispanic Heritage this month. Here's Tata Harper, founder of Tata Harper Skincare, sharing her story.
The only reason I'm not...
I grew up with my grandparents.
The only reason... I'm not getting off now because I still see some opportunity here that I want to take advantage of. So, if you guys don't mind, hit the like button, subscribe, let me know what you guys are watching. Sucks. It's like, I don't know. I know I keep getting disconnected, connecting and disconnecting from Wi-Fi and stuff. I don't know. I mean, could be. I don't know if it's, you know, different radiation stuff in the air. It's just weak right now. That's all. So I don't know what's going on. It does it from time to time. Not often, but it's not new. So I got a little bite to eat here. I don't think there's anybody here, is there? I don't think so. No. All right. It's 250, so give me 10 minutes. And then just left to buy zone. I forget what I was gonna say. Is that Intel? I'm gonna eat this really quickly, and then we'll go through some charts and stuff, and we'll that's all I was gonna say. I'm watching Intel, GameStop, a few other things right now. I'm kind of curious. Intel is just hanging out right here. I think it's going to pull back, guys. I think you can get this pullback to $22. I think that 22 pullback is coming. I really do. Or it's going to extend higher. One of the two. So, however you want to hedge yourself for, you know, personally, I think 22 is it. Or it's either going to extend higher. Oh my god. Come on, let's go. Like, just irritable. Just irritable. Okay, 1 hour. I did good today, man. 2-0 on the day. It's been a really nice day. Just I haven't came into the week trying or forcing anything. I just let the market come to me. I was patient. I shot my shot. Got paid. Got in, got out, took my money. And now I'm looking to do the same. I want to know if we can get this level to break here at 2250. I just don't know. I don't know if I trust it. That's what I mean. When I say I don't know, I just don't know if I can trust that we're going to break through VWAP again. I mean, look at you can already tell right now, like, look at that. Look how low that selling pressure is on the 15-minute chart. Sure, you know what I'm saying? The volume is pulling back as we go into the close. It's getting lower and lower and lower as we go, but you still have, at the end of the day, this here is an increase in volume on that upside. So see what I mean? Yeah, I think you might bounce here. Just give me just a few minutes, you guys, and we'll take this into the bell. Let me eat this. Let me eat these meatballs real quick.
Attractive on this one, saying U.S. coffee volumes are poised to rebound. Shares of KDP higher today. Your trade on this one?
Yeah, so I like Keurig Dr. Pepper here. I'm going to go along with Citi with the upgrade and go for buy. It's about a $50 billion market cap stock. Pays, a dividend is growing at 7.5%, so it's very well positioned there. It's a good company with a diversified portfolio from Keurig to Dr. Pepper, ginger ale, Schweppes, and stuff. So I like the diversification here. If you think about the economy weakening and the consumer reining in and their spending with savings having been eat up, they're going to go to cheaper alternatives, and the K-Cup's a cheaper alternative to Starbucks. So I like that theme there, and you hit nail on the head with the earnings or the valuation. It's about 18 times earnings, cheaper than Pepsi, cheaper than Coke, cheaper than Starbucks. It's a slow and steady growth opportunity here, so I would buy it, especially for those long-term portfolios where you want to own just good household names in a portfolio. I would certainly be a buyer there. Fast money, kind of.
All right, Dr. Pepper Currig is a buy from Will McGough. Will, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
He's just like,
we're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back.
That was the most weirdest interaction. They're just like, cut. Get him out of here. Get him out. That was so weird. So, yeah, Dan's got a buy on those. All right, yeah, we'll be right back. Just mid-interruption. Not a, hey, Dan, can you excuse me for 1 minute? We'll get right back to you. Thank you so much for sharing your thoughts with us. CNBC will be right back. Something like that. Just so Dan's a buy. Just straight interrupted him. That was pretty weird. That's what I say, man. These old people are funny. He cracks me up. He cracks me up. You know, I know it wasn't that big of a deal, but I'm just saying it was kind of funny how he just didn't acknowledge him at all or anything that he said. He just let him talk for like 5 minutes, and it was like, so yeah, that's Charles. All right, so these options here, I guess for GameStop, I think it is. Yeah, for GME, they're still sitting around 55. I got in. We got in those at the low 50s. I wanted to go to the heat map and everything and see what was kind of going on here today. Still holding on. Handmade meatballs. All right. Oh my gosh, why do I keep doing that? All right, let's see here. Still in the buy zone. Just 3 hours ago. I cannot believe, and I told you guys, anybody that has been here on this stream, I've told you guys that I thought Tesla was setting up to be bullish, but you would have to give it time. You would have had to have paid up for the time.
Technologies.
Welcome back. Dow's up 56 points. So we've briefly flirted with negative territory. A couple of things pushing us higher. Tyler, we've had some rumors about Chinese stimulus. At one point, we did hit a record high on the Dow, up at 42,190. Some dovish comments from Austin Goolsbee, but we're struggling, but we're trying to hold those gains.
Yeah, hold those gains and see if we can get another record high there at 42,190 or thereabouts. Meantime, thanks everybody for watching Power Lunch. Glad you could be with us today.
And Closing Bell starts right now.
All right, guys, thanks so much. Welcome to Closing Bell. I'm Scott Wabner, live from Post 9 here at the New York Stock Exchange. This Make or Break Hour begins with the future of this rally, whether there's still a lot of upside left for stocks. We will ask BlackRock's Rick Reeder. He's going to join me exclusively right here at Post 9 just in a moment. In the meantime, let's look at the scorecard with 60 minutes to go in regulation. We're trying for more records for the Dow and the S&P. Do have that at this moment. 57.16 for the S&P, up 0.25%. Dow's good for one as well. NASDAQ, well, it's working on its own thing today, and it's getting a little bit going here. Not great. It's been a tight session throughout. Utilities, discretionary materials, they're the best performing sectors. Tech, as I said, has been negative, so we're trying to pull a little through here in this final stretch. Yields, they've been mostly higher as well. That's an area that matters a lot to investors. There's the 10-year 374. It does take us to our talk of the tape. The fall stretch for stocks and whether the Fed just gave the green light for more gains ahead. Let's ask Rick Reeder. He is BlackRock's CIO of Global Fixed Income, also the head of the Global Allocation Team.
back at Post 9. It's good to see you.
Good to be here. Thanks.
It's nice to see you, especially after what the Fed did last week. So what's your big takeaway as to how the market's reacted since?
So, by the way, I find it interesting, the difference between the bond market and the stock market. The bond market is actually backed up. I mean, we've, and should we follow these short forwards, what they're pricing in for the Fed? They backed up almost 20 basis points. 10 years come off, rates higher by about 10 to 15 basis points.
Why? Why is that?
And that's okay.
Because we were pricing in a recession. If you go back a week or two ago, I mean, this extraordinary movement towards pricing to recession, hard landing recession, and the fact that the Fed was behind and would have to get there, it was too much. That being said, I think we've retraced to the place that's probably okay. I always get a kick out of that, where the bond, people say, well, the equities are rallying because Fed's moving. Well, the bond market already knew, it was already in the price that they were moving. Listen, I think it
goes to the yield curve. Like, to say that just because the Fed's cutting rates or certain things happen, in order to play TLT, to really get good at it, you need to know the yield curve. At least where it is in conjunction with itself. When it's at the higher end, I have to do another.
Listen, I find equities just okay, not great. I mean, for years we
I
talked
meant
about
the Fed, but you could talk about equity.
No,
Go ahead. Well, given what you said in the first answer, why do you just see equities as okay? That's somewhat surprising given what you said.
So the best way I value equities is I always look at cash flow discount by the cost of debt. Today, the cost of debt is still elevated because of where the Fed is. And then if you look at multiples, it's just not. The equities aren't that interesting. You're still throwing off good return on equity, 18%, 19%. But you're trading at price to book of 5 times price to book. You're paying a lot for it. You talk about 24.5 times PE off of trailing, 21.5 off of forward. But that's assuming 15%.
Not trading at a growth rate when they have already clearly, that growth rate is topped. And it's going to be one of these quarters when you find out the hard way about it. Finding one of these names where that growth kind of slowed down. Now it's priced normally and something is going on. They're making changes to expand, like Upstart. It's just an example. Maybe the trade desk, other things like that. Affirm, right? Those earnings are good, so that you could start to see some of these names go.
About that, and it's not like he disagreed wholeheartedly with these fixed income. Obviously, does well.
Growth.
But he said, I think you have to be extremely careful with your positioning on that. So, can you elaborate on why you think it's a golden age, and do you need to be more careful or more specific as to exactly where you look?
So, I've been doing this a really long time. It's very, very rare that you have inflation running at 2% and actually trending a bit lower, that you can buy assets that yield. And by the way, not really risky assets. You can use securitized assets. You can use higher quality, high yield. You can create a portfolio to 6.5. So your real rate of return or your real rate of interest is very attractive. At the same time, listen, you always have to be careful in fixed income. I mean, the upside of fixed income is we get our money back. You always have to be careful. Today, you think about during COVID, what happened? Companies termed their debt out. They pushed their maturity wall out. Individuals they blocked in their mortgages. It's pretty rare that you get those sort of yields, those sort of real rates. At the same time, there's no maturity wall in front of many of these companies. That's pretty good. It's pretty hard to default if you don't have debt coming due, and most companies don't have debt coming due. So, listen, I think the environment is great. Do you be careful? Of course, you always be careful. How much emerging markets do you need to own in the portfolio? Maybe not a lot today because there's yield everywhere. But gosh, I mean, you can build a diversified portfolio with a lot of yield today, and I think that's super attractive. Wow. Relative to equities, that valuation, it's been a couple of decades that you had that sort of divergence between the earnings yield of equities and the earnings yield of, or the yields you're getting on bonds.
So the real bull market now, the next major leg of it comes in fixed income, not stocks.
So by the way, last week, it was pretty, I was busy yesterday. It was a pretty ferocious rally in credit. I mean, spreads keep tightening and tightening. The reason why they are is people have been sitting in, the trade the last couple of years has been, I'll sit in cash and I'll buy NVIDIA. And or maybe I'll get 6 more stocks, diversify it. Now it's like maybe my cash level is going to come down. The yield on cash will come down. Maybe I'm not going to get this explosive growth in earnings. How do I lock in that yield for the next 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? So Listen, I think that will continue,
exactly
and
what
you're
I've been
pretty
telling you
impressive
guys.
in terms
This
of the
is it.
flows
If you haven't
that
locked in
drive
yield
that.
at these rates,
Why don't
lock it in.
Why
Lock
can't
it
everything
in.
go up
You're not
kind of
gonna see it
nicely
again.
from
Last
here?
time you saw this,
You know,
was
don't fight the
2008.
Fed, right? That you and me have both heard
Almost
since
20 years
since
ago.
09.
Yeah.
And it's largely worked.
Almost.
So I'll say a funny thing. So I don't love the valuation of equities. That being said, when I stare at the technicals, the amount of cash that's sitting there's $9 trillion globally in money market funds. If you take deposits, now some of this is pledged, it's $23 trillion in deposits. The numbers are staggering. So to your point, part of why through convexity I've gotten longer equities, and I don't feel terribly comfortable about it, but the volatility markets are allowing you to do it. But boy, there's a lot of cash, and with the Fed putting foam on the runway, with the Fed bringing the rate down, could both equities and debt do well? I think so. My only point is, would you move the needle going into an election, geopolitical risk? Would you move the needle a little bit, downshift the risk, take some yield? That's the direction travel in.
Have you pretty much set your course here on soft landing? That's where you're placing the bulk of your bets?
No, I actually don't think. I'll just say, I really don't understand the idea of hard landing, soft landing. I think that's a concept from the goods-oriented economy 20 years ago. I mean, we think, so second quarter GDP ran at 3.0%. We have third quarter at 2.6% third quarter GDP. Fourth quarter, we have downscaling to about 1.5%. That's not a recession. That's not a soft landing. That's not a traditional, we're going to go into a recession on the backside of this cycle. You know, I know I've said it before, service economies, 70% of consumption is in services. Service economies don't exhibit that sort of cyclical, classic cycle dynamic. And so I don't think, for years people talk about, well, soft landing leads to hard landing. I just don't think you land. I just think you get tired, and the economy's a bit tired in a bunch of spaces, but I'm not worried about the economy. Other things, policy shift, geopolitical, but economy, I think, is pretty solid.
Have you been thinking differently about potential policy shifts based on what the polls have suggested over the last 6 weeks?
So a couple things. I mean, you have to assume that we could debate how it shifts day to day. The divergence is stark. It could be 15%, could be 28%. You think about the implications. Deficits are a big deal in terms of how we run trade, tariffs. So what do you do with all that? Listen, I think the big thing is we run, per what I was describing earlier, you run a little bit less beta in your portfolio. You keep, equity volatility very cheap. You keep a lot of convexity, downside protection in the portfolio today. So we are, this is the time of year where the seasonals are not great, where the volatility, a bunch of protection in the portfolio. And, with yields where they are, you can pay for it because you're clipping so much coupon today.
I mean, it's such an interesting time. Normally you would have a conversation about elections and policy, and the differences could be very stark in terms of what the outcome could be for markets. Higher taxes, whether it's personal or corporate rates. Obviously, you'd say, well, that's not going to be great for markets. The other side is, well, tax cuts are for individuals, corporations, could be fantastic as well. But then we have the deficit issue and the funding of it, and we have the expiration of the Trump tax cuts, which he's obviously suggested he wants to renew, and then the tariffs on top of that. Is it more murky for you as the CIO of all of that, given what I just said? It's not so cut and dry as you might otherwise think.
Yeah, murky is a good word. And by the way, I think what's driven some of the technicals in the equity market, everybody knew the seasonals, everybody knew we were going to election. There was a ton of de-risking that happened in August. And I think that's part of why people have gotten lower on risk, significantly lower on risk, and that's motivated the markets higher. Listen, I think markets do. I think people, when you look at polls, you look at surveys, people tell you what they think, but they end up doing what they have to do. And today, part of why I think we've gotten comfortable, I would say the market has gotten comfortable. There's just so much cash on the sideline. But from my perspective, in terms of managing risk, I like this posture of getting my beta down a little bit, creating a bit more convexity. And I think, listen, I don't think we're done with volatility. And all it would take, by the way, you look at that August move, 20% move in the Nikkei, dollar yen trade. I mean, markets are crowded in a bunch of places. You look at what happened to semis. Markets get extremely crowded these days, so I just think you got to be really sensitive. You know, fixed income, I tend to diversify it, where I like to concentrate my equities a bit more. But I think you got to be a bit more careful because the crowding in markets is severe.
Do you write off the notion at this point that the Fed's late, that they should have started cutting earlier, and therefore they were behind the curve? And even with the 50, they're still behind the curve. They're still too restrictive. And once the labor market starts to get out of their grip, that it can run away from them faster than they're able to deal with?
So I think the Fed's behind the curve. Full stop. I think the funds rate, if you assume inflation is 2 or trending below 2, a 5 3/8 funds rate was not the right price. 50 basis points still doesn't get you to the right price. I still think the Fed's got to get to 4%. I know I've said it before. You look at lower income, you look at small business, there are some parts of the population that are really hurting. I still think they're behind the curve. What I am more comfortable with is I think this economy is so resilient, it's so innovative, so flexible, that you know, when I write down all my risks, which I do pretty much every day, I write down all the things that keep me up at night. The economy is actually one that I feel pretty good at.
If inflation doesn't peak its head back up. So you don't.
Like Germany going through some significant softness. U.S. economy is pretty extraordinary in how it's energy independent, innovative, education, technology. It's pretty hard to screw it up.
I'm going to leave it there. That's mic
I
drop.
agree with you.
It's good to see you.
Good to
All right, this is BlackRock's Rick Reeder, right here, Post 9. Thank you. We look forward to talking with you again soon. Let's bring in Mike Rohde of American Century Investments now, and Bryn Talkington of Requisite Capital Management. Bryn, a CNBC contributor. Good to have you both with us. Mike, I'll go to you first. Mr. Reeder's pretty positive on the situation. I think he made that awfully clear. He may have different ideas on where you can get the best returns, be it fixed income versus equities. But what do you make of what he said?
No, I think I agree with a lot of what Rick said. And, you know, in terms of where are the areas that are not crowded in the equity markets today, that are not expensive and low expectations, I think small caps look pretty attractive from that perspective. They're trading at a huge discount.
Guys, this is literally what I talked about this morning. Literally. These were the first things I talked to you guys about this morning. It's because where the markets are, right? So me saying this morning, and this is what he is saying as a professional fund manager, tells me I'm on the right side. My head's in the game.
Late economic growth. That's a pretty good environment for small caps.
Finding companies
small caps are expected to grow
that grew
in the mid-teens.
From 2018 to 2020, and maybe even from 2020 to 2022, okay? Companies that were able to benefit from COVID. COVID went away. Their valuations didn't match what was coming up for them, so they sold off. And now there's some companies that sold off that they are actually turning things around. Their guidance in revenue and EPS, the guidance on their revenue and EPS is picking back up. So I think it's important to realize that. It's the first thing I talked about, and this is literally what these guys are talking about.
Q4 estimates for those 493 are 15%. And so if those estimates become actual,
it's actually
I think
ironic,
the market will
but it's
clearly
not,
sniff
because
that out well ahead
it
of
just
time.
goes to show
I think the
that,
return we saw over the last month in so many other sectors outside of just the S&P, you're going to continue to see a broadening, but I still think you want to stay, mid-large cap, just because I think the market, if we do get any weak data from a rotation perspective, I think the hedge funds, the algos, just like the trader mentality, will actually to be sell small caps. And so I think that from a probability perspective, the large cap, mid and large cap, high free cash flow, dividend yielding names have more room to run as we continue to get earnings estimates actually, start to actually ramp up in names outside of just the 6 or 7 names we always talk about.
Bryn, though, as positive as Rick Reeder's outlook is, and yours sounds similar.
You guys already know.
He does take issue with that number, 15% earnings growth, and as a result of that, he takes greater issue with the multiple of the market, 24 times, like too rich. It's a big leap to expect that we're going to get 15% earnings growth which would arguably justify, or some would say would justify, where the stock market is currently valued. How do you deal with that?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I definitely think the market is starting to, we'll say, be priced for perfection, right? I think the market is telling us we're having a soft landing, that narrative. And so I think until there's facts to change that, the bias is going to be to the higher. I mean, you see the analysts lifting their price targets for the S&P because they're following the price action. And so I think that, once again, these are estimated numbers. And as I said, they need to become actual. We won't know that, Scott, until Q1 of 2025 when these numbers come out. But I do think, though, that barring some exogenous event, and even if an event occurs, the Fed put his back. And so I just think you said it at the top of the show, don't fight the Fed. That's been a very good investment thesis in both tightening and easing cycles. So I'm going to have to go with don't fight the Fed, buy the dips, and that the.
So check this out. Oh my gosh. Come on, man. I don't know why. Like look at this top right chart and this top left. Like, why is it like that? It should be saved. It should be saved. All right, so we have this little support level. The thing is if you trade options, you cannot sell this until tomorrow at 9:30. If something happens and you come in with a big gap down, don't come crying to me. Yes, it's underneath this level, so I'm not pulling the trigger just yet. But I will say that I kind of do like this setup, and I thought that I had a firm up here. Oh my god. I'm so tired of clicking the mouse, bro. I really am. It's like finding tools as a mechanic. Like, you're so tired of like pulling out the socket, putting the socket down, and everything just turns up missing, and you spend more time looking for tools than you do the actual job. Alright, so here we go. This is a nice little area down here. What is that, 38? 38 flat. 38 flat.
Look, one of the big debates going into the rate cut was you'd have to wait till there actually happens before you can buy small caps. I mean, Bryn's made that point for months on our programs.
Just want to make sure everything is down. Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, I think it goes back to valuation. I think if you look at, they're trading at about in line with their historical average, but the spread between large and small is the widest it's been in decades. Small only represents about 4% of the U.S. market. That's half of what it historically has been. So there's no expectations there. So, I think we're okay buying some really good businesses. And when you do see dollars come into, really, whether they redistribute from the Magnificent Seven or they come out of cash and into the market, you'll see kind of rising.
Gotta get back above that 38.75, 39 level. Let's see. It just seems to me that this 39 is going to start trying to act as resistance now. Like, I would put that right there. And then this level here. That's the last line of defense at $38. 38.37. Let's go look at a firm FRM. Firm 50.
All right, we'll leave it there. Guys, thanks so much. Bryn and Mike, we'll talk to you soon. Let's send it now for a look at the stocks moving into the close. Hi, Kate.
Hey there, Scott. So let's start with GM, General Motors today, struggling really after a downgrade to market perform. That came.
I didn't even look at that today. I forgot to look at it. Did you guys know GM was down today? General Motors. Again, shout out. Nice job today if you guys were with us. 2-0 on the day. 2-0. It's a good day. I like where I'm at. You know, I like the not. I can't explain it. You know, just coming in the day, letting the market take me where it wants to take me. I forgot about Nike. Fuck. That was the other stock, guys. It didn't really move that much today, but damn. I know that was random, but let's see, can it hold? It's just consolidating.
At US Bank, we know how good it feels to reach your milestones, but we also know what really goes into getting you there. That's why we introduced Cobras, which connects you to a real banker in real time to help you do anything from adding your debit card, learning how to save smarter, even creating spending limits. With Co-Browse, we're always there for you on your road to here, because there's nothing as powerful as the power of us.
Just trying to think here. Oh my god. So the stocks today: Intel, Nike, GameStop. We traded Intel and GameStop. Oh, Intel's right here. Let me go do that. Let's go here. Flexible grid. Come on, man. What the fuck? Why do they do this shit?
Growing your business is easy once you know the moves. With GoDaddy Websites Plus Marketing, you can quickly create a website and AI will customize it for you. Get your business out there and get more customers in here. No sweat. For you anyway. Create a beautiful website in minutes with GoDaddy.
Stress tests are simple. You pass or you fail. So at Federated Hermes, we put our investments through a ruthless vetting process, which can make investing with us less stressful.
Craig here pays too much for Verizon Wireless, so he sublet half his real estate office to a pet shop. There's a smarter way to save. Comcast Business Mobile. Savings, powering possibilities.
Switch to Comcast Business Internet and Mobile and find out how to get the latest 5G phone on us with a qualifying trade-in. Don't wait. Call, click, or visit an Xfinity store today.
Oracle's down. Oracle seems to fit that category of something that was growing and it may not be growing this much. This NVO fits it perfectly as well. Bro, this is actually wild that we talked about NVO this morning and it was one of the top names that literally pulled back for no damn reason. Like, at least from what I've seen, there wasn't like any crazy news or anything on it. All right, so if let's see, let me see here.
Yeah, I think this is finally where, market sentiment will trust fundamentals. We know non-venture capital investors are afraid of unprofitable companies. We totally get it. We know we've been largely shut out of the public markets for the last 2.5 years. Totally get it. But as rates drop and capital costs decrease,
This thing is just cruising. If we could get any pops, guys, back to the 200-day, that's really, excuse me, that's really where I would like to take it. This whole area up here is like a shelf. That would be your target, 123. But I feel like you need a bounce back to make it worth it. It's not worth it where it's at. Like, you've already missed the bulk of that move on Novo Nordisk. So, you know, if for some reason you can bounce back, just wonder what this thing is worth now. I'm gonna do some work. I have to do some work on it.
And that once people see access to capital as cheaper and more readily available, then these hyper growth but low profit companies will start to become more in vogue. But look, we were at a historic low interest rate environments where companies were trading on average at 10 times revenue. So in this 4 times revenue environment, are people really excited to go public? You're going to need to see multiple expansion from these hyper growth companies at the same time the IPO market opens. So I think when you see those two things happen, when average revenue, average multiple on revenue go from 4
So 120. Yeah, I'm gonna have to do some math here and go through their earnings tonight and see what their market share is, market cap is, all that fun stuff, what their earnings have been, you know, all that fun stuff, and see what they're trading at.
tech companies in the public markets, you might almost be flat. So I think as the market continues to expand and tech continues to dominate, you'll continue to see these hyper growth and high multiples that are prevalent in today's market.
Yeah, I know you have your eye on what's taking place with Intel. That stock's obviously been on the move since news broke that, you know, there's some deal talk around that company. You make the argument in the notes here that you'd prefer that they continue alone. Why is that?
I think Intel is just one of those household names that has just done so much for such a long period of time. And there's so much public and private capital out there to support this business. And they have so many opportunities to pivot and regain that revenue growth that they are historically known to do. You may have a falter in 3 to 4 quarters, but that doesn't mean you should get acquired. It doesn't mean a name like Intel should go away. So I think in my market, we're used to seeing these big kind of cachet names. And even back to my Wall Street days, M&A isn't always good, is it? It is not always the solution.
Baby, what is it?
Those names has been in everyone's portfolio for so long. I would love to see them get an infusion of a bunch of fresh ideas and really recapture that revenue and earnings growth that they're.
What do you want? Come on.
All right, now let's talk about
What do you want, sweetie?
on your shirt. Because I said it before
Please.
on this program.
Please hurry up. All right. Well, I'm sorry,
We
baby.
just came out with our
I'm
valuations
sorry,
list,
baby.
of course, which got a lot of talk. Obviously, number one, Cowboys 11 million, but no slouch.
I might actually do a watch list tonight. I might do a watch list tonight.
Sports as an investable asset at the LP level.
See if we can't, you know, find a couple more people to join the chat. I gotta be honest, guys. I might end up taking this to a Discord so I can just, because listen, I have to tell you guys, there's a lot here that you guys don't know and that you don't see, that I don't talk about. Right? That's positions. You know, we could talk spreads, trading spreads, selling spreads, buying spreads, selling and buying, all that fun stuff. Long term, like, and maybe it's my fault because maybe I need to do all that, but I feel like, I don't know. I just feel like, I don't know. I just, you know, I would rather, you know, have a place where people were actually, how do I say this? I don't know. Just never mind what I said. But I'm just giving a heads up.
That's where I'm going to leave it, because you're going to be a guest shark on Shark Tank this season. We'll watch out for you, but what are you going to bring?
Yeah, season premiere October 18th. I think you're going to see something very different. I'm the only shark that is not a founder, that is
I
not
wonder if you could get long NVO. Jesus fuck. Come on, Abby. Please. You have food. You have food. Baby, I can't hold you right now. Okay? I would love to. I would love to, my love. I would love to just hold you and pet you and play. I would love to be able to do that. She just yells at me. Just crazy, bro. I don't know. I hope everybody had a wonderful day. If you guys have any questions, you guys know, put it in the chat. If you guys want to get a hold of me or anything, put it in the chat. Tell your mother, tell your father, tell your brother, tell your sister. No, I'm just kidding. But if you could, please hit the like button. We're trying desperately, oh so desperately, just get the goddamn 20 likes. That's a got with a G-O-T. Oh, come the fuck on.
Discovering innovation today helps drive growth tomorrow. As a leading global asset manager, PGIM has established a track record of helping investors capitalize on growth opportunities. PGIM Investments, shaping tomorrow today. Two retiring business executives turn their post-career mission to greyhounds, giving these former race dogs a real chance to win.
Let's see what our leading sector is today.
Pursuing your passions. A Raymond James financial advisor gets to know you
Let me see here.
and the way you get better.
1 week. Is it now? Here's the question: is it from this week, or is it from last week? Yeah, because it's only up 0.7.
We got nothing to worry about. With E-Trade from Morgan Stanley, we're ready for whatever gets served up. Dude, you gotta work on your trash talk. I'm only working on saving for retirement or college, since you like to get schooled.
Let's see, materials, utilities, HSBC. HSBC was a nice setup.
I got the new iPhone 16 Pro at price, and Apple Intelligence is pretty awesome. You can get it when you trade in any phone.
TDG, what is this? Restaurants.
The new iPhone 16 Pro at Verizon. Just trade in any phone in any condition and get iPhone 16 Pro.
Texas Roadhouse.
Only on Verizon.
Some Snowflake, Baba, PDD. That was the other one that was on our list. Alibaba, Palo Alto. Where's Baidu at? Where would that, right there? It's in internet content and information. Okay. All right, so consumer cyclicals are doing pretty well today. Tesla outperforming. Micron. Intel. They're all, they're up about 3 to 4%. Let's look at net, which is crazy. I used to own this.
Well, now that the Fed has cut rates, the question becomes how far and how fast will they go? Joining us now, Mohammed Al-Larry.
Why is Wells Fargo down? Is that a sign, you guys? Being one of the riskier banks being down so much today? Seeing one of the best flat?
the destination, it obviously becomes, as I asked in the intro, how far and how fast will they go? I want you to listen to Neil Kashkari this morning on this network, and we can react on the other side to what he said.
I think that might be it, guys. I just don't see anything. Oh, that's right, Wells Fargo. WFC.
What's your reaction to that? Smaller steps unless the data changes.
So I think that's what you should expect. I would have expected.
WFC is actually starting to break down here. If you were to compare it to JP Morgan, Bank of America, and all the other banking charts.
Some people like Waller talk about inflation, him being confident that we no longer have an inflation issue. Others, like Woolsey, speak about the need to cut off the tail of a recession. And then there's a bunch of people in the middle talking about the balance between the two mandates. There's also a wide dispersion as to what the neutral rate is. So this is a very unusual cycle that started in an unusual manner, and that you cannot be as certain as the market seems to be that we're going to get another 175 basis points of cuts.
But everything was unusual, right? From 2020, it was unusual, a once in 100 year event
Of a recession, and then there's a bunch of people in the middle talking about the balance between the two mandates. There's also a wide dispersion as to what the neutral rate is. So this is a very unusual cycle that started in an unusual manner, and that you cannot be as certain as the market seems to be that we're going to get another 175 basis points of cuts.
But everything was unusual, right? From 2020, it was unusual. A once in 100 year event like the pandemic skewed everything, whether it related to demand, whether it came to stimulus, what it meant overall to supply chains and fueling a lot of this inflation. So the whole thing has been abnormal. So maybe it's okay. I mean, they're kind of figuring it out, maybe a little as they go. What's so bad about that? And maybe looking back for historical precedent is actually the wrong move in this instance.
So whether it's the right move or the wrong move, we'll find out. And data's going to help.
Right.
It's really interesting as to how much of the uncertainty that remains, Scott, is due to the pandemic, and how much is due to significant secular changes in the world we're living in that would have occurred regardless of the pandemic. I suspect that the balance has shifted significantly towards the latter, that most of the effects of the pandemic are now behind us. And that's important, because if that is the case, then you have got to be less data dependent and more forward looking. And the good news is that the Fed is making that pivot. They are actually looking forward and starting to be more strategic, something that they haven't been since their big mistake in 2021.
Right, but most of the effects of the pandemic being behind us mean that inflation has come down to the degree that it has, right? You can't have one without the other.
But does it mean that the neutral rate is at 2.9%? Or does it mean that the neutral rate is closer to 4%? That is where these...
I gotta be honest, guys. I think I'm gonna get up out of here in just a couple more minutes. I'm just going through some charts. I'm getting a little tired. I have a lot of stuff to do. There's just like nobody here. We got to 3 likes today. I was hoping to get to more. I was hoping to try to get to like 10 to fit. I mean, I was trying to get to 20. I was trying to get to 20 likes, man. It's just wild. I was really tired today. I do apologize. I was up a little late and I got up really early. So just go. But I want to wish you guys a Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, Happy New Year. No, I'm just playing. Have a good afternoon. I'm going to leave this on for a little bit, and I will see you guys later on. Hit that like button for me, please. Let's go, guys. Help me get this channel going so I can do more. Put me on the spot. I beg you. 2 trades, 2-0 today. All right, 2-0 today. Let's keep it going.
Reporting from that. So yes, the market got it right, but the market got it right because it was informed by these 2 articles.
So you don't believe that the word of the moment, which last week was recalibration, is necessary to the degree at which obviously Chair Powell thinks it is?
Yeah, I think we recalibrated something else. We recalibrated what it means to start with a 50 basis point cut. We've only done that 3 times in history, and every single time it was because the economy was in really bad shape. So this is the first time we cut 50 with the economy doing relatively well. And that is what is the irony, is we expect aggressive cuts for an economy that faces a very high risk of recession, but we're pricing a soft landing. And these two things are going to be resolved over time.
I still am hung up on the fact that you made an argument with me that you wanted them to cut in July, right? And they did not. They were behind the curve. That's what you said. Many think they still are, by the way, even by going 50. Rick Reeder said as much sitting next to me but 30 minutes ago. So if you wanted them to go 25 in July and they didn't, what difference does it make that they went 50 in September? So they made up for it. Maybe they took out a little bit of insurance in the process.
Because it impacts market expectations. It impacts the extent to which liquidity conditions are influenced by the perception of what the Fed does. So because they did 50, there's quite a few people think they're going to do another 50. And that is going to be, so we are going to be debating up to the November policy meeting, is it 25 or is it 50? We're going to continue this debate, is it 25, is it going to be 50, because they did 50. So I'm of the view the Fed should get out of the way. The Fed was the only game in town for a very long time. They should now step back and stop distorting markets.
We'll see where it all goes from here. Mohammed, I appreciate the conversation. Thank you. Mohammed El-Arian joining us here on Closing Bell. Next, we're tracking the biggest movers into the close. We'll be right back.
The dumbest headline of the day. Sorry, but Russia doesn't even have to do anything like that. I'm sure they do it, but it doesn't even get any views. All right, guys. Again, I'm up out of here. We're going to be closing in just a couple minutes.
Athletics.com. We're less than 15 from the bell. Let's get back now to Kate Rooney for the stocks that she is watching. Kate.
Hey there, Scott. So we're going to start with Micron getting a bump today after JP Morgan reiterates its overweight rating on the chip stock. That's ahead of earnings coming later in the week. Analysts over at JPM call out server demand, and then the company's AI outlook shares, though, still down about 40% from that all-time high hit back in June. And then you got defense stock. This is AeroVironment surging double digits today or so. You can see up more than 11% after the U.S. Army lifted a stop work order on a nearly $1 billion contract. That contract was announced in late August, but it was being protested by other suppliers. The Government Accountability's Office saying in an SEC filing that it will still consider what led up to that stop work order. Scott, back to you.
All right, Kate, thank you. Kate Rooney still ahead. We'll tell you why Tesla shares are charging higher in today's session. Closing bell. Coming right back.
Many of them have installed thousands of windows. I mean, talk about master install. If the homeowner has an issue and has to chase down different contractors and clients, they get stuck in the blame game, and that's the worst. Right. The manufacturer listens to the installer. The installer listens to the Thus, there's no blame game or finger pointing because we manage the whole process, from consultation to installation.
So 158 pullback.
No, we do something better. We'll assess your current windows and doors and leave you with an exact price that's good for an entire year. Nice. No pressure.
Today's home, a trusted home improvement resource for over 35 years, named Renewal by Andersen the top pick for replacement window companies. We're proud of that.
Before September 30th, save $379 on every window and save $779 on every patio door and entry door. And our financing can help make your project more affordable with no money down, no monthly payments, and no interest for 12 months. This offer ends September 30th. For a free appointment, call 1-800-918-0808.
When your home needs work,
Oh, that's what I was going to do. Shit.
with Angie, find top-rated certified pros in your area. Plus, compare quotes and pricing to help you get all your jobs done well. He's resurfaced my flooring. He's done plumbing work.
I knew it's going to be done right. I was able to sit back and let them do what they do.
With top-rated certified pros in over 500 categories, Angie can connect you with the right pro for any home project. Find top-rated certified pros in your area at Angie.com.
A fentanyl patch is a strong opioid medicine prescribed by doctors for severe pain, but it's easily abused and misused. Now meet Nutraband on the NASDAQ, stock symbol NTRB, advancing Aversa, the first ever abuse deterrent technology applied to transdermal fentanyl patches that aims to prevent the misuse of fentanyl and accidental overdose. Once approved, Aversa fentanyl will be the first and only fentanyl patch with abuse deterrent technology. Nutraband, stock symbol NTRB.
In a world of conformity, it's often the innovative that stand out. At FlexJet, we've built a state-of-the-art operations control center with an international fleet of private jets and helicopters. Our red label crews are leading the way in pilot compensation, all supported by one of the world's largest maintenance networks. This is our timeless dedication to you. That's why we're outgrowing the competition 2-1. At FlexJet, you won't just be flown, you'll be moved.
All right, we're back to down the S&P on track for record closes. The market zone is next. All right, we're back. The Dow and the S&P on track for record closes. The market zone is next.
It's time to grow your business. Create a website. How? GoDaddy. Coding? Nah. But all that writing? Nope. AI. Done. Built. Let's get to work. Create a beautiful website in minutes with GoDaddy.
It's really fulfilling to cover healthcare. Trying to make it accessible, I think, is so important. My ambition is to pay it forward and help other people reach their dreams. Being at CNBC, I feel like the work I do here really matters.
Ryan T writes, moving is stressful. Can you help me take one thing off of my to-do list? Moving's the worst.
With Xfinity, you can transfer your internet in just a few taps.
Just a few easy moves.
Did somebody say easy moves?
Oh no, I was talking about moving your internet.
That's the move the internet.
Cool.
Oh, let's keep it professional. Professional answers.
Stay connected during your move with the best in-home Wi-Fi. Easily transfer your services in the Xfinity app. Bring on the good stuff.
Has Grandma's ring been sitting in the drawer for years? Let Witten's gemologist tell you what it's really worth.